Chapter 211. Not only the sword essence, but also the heavenly fire, poison gas, hurricane, and ghost chi were the most powerful elements in the world. The poisonous gas was formed by the poison of the 4 great poisonous creatures in the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Not to mention the 4 great poisons, just this one poison alone was the most poisonous existence in the world. As for the ghost chi, Su Yang first absorbed the ghost chi in the 10,000 Ghosts Cave to create the Saint Meridian. The 10,000 Ghosts Cave was one of the 3 most dangerous places in the 5 counties. Where else could the ghost chi in the cave be more powerful than the ghost chi in the cave? Then there was the hurricane element. When Su Yang reached the 7th level, the hurricane vortex formed could destroy anything in the world. The hurricane vortex was also the most powerful thing in the world. Now, even Su Yang's mystic ice-cold shield could not withstand the cold chi in the mystic ice-cold pool, so where else could the cold chi compare to it? This was also where Su Yang felt the cold chi in the mystic ice-cold pool. Su Yang thought carefully and finally understood. However, when he thought of this, he was a little disappointed. The Saint Meridian that I condensed is the most powerful in the world. Doesn't that mean that if I want to condense the 7th, 8th, and 9th Saint Meridian in the future, I need the most powerful thing in the world? If it were the ordinary elements in the world, it would be much easier for Su Yang to condense the Saint Meridian. Unfortunately, it required the most powerful thing in the world, so the difficulty was naturally much higher. After all, it was difficult to find the most powerful thing in the world. Su Yang was able to condense the Saint Meridian quickly. In addition to Su Yang's hard work, many other factors were Su Yang's luck. Of course, a martial artist's luck was also the key to cultivation. Of course, luck and hard work were inseparable. If not for Su Yang's perseverance, going into the Sword Well, the Sea Dock, and the Mystic Ice-Cold Pool, no matter how great Su Yang's luck was, he would not be able to condense the Saint Meridian. Forget it, forget it. My meridian is already as strong as an ordinary cultivator. Now that I have to find the strongest item in the world to condense a Saint Meridian, it can't be considered the heavenly Tao. Su Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head. He did not dwell on it any longer. He needed to find the strongest thing in the world to comprehend his Saint Meridians. After all, Su Yang's spirit chi contained in his body was much stronger than ordinary martial artists. If his cultivation speed was faster than other martial artists, it would definitely go against the natural order. The sky, the firmament, was where the supreme beings of the world resided. Although no one had explored the secrets of the heavenly Tao for such a long time. However, no one dared to go against the heavenly Tao. Although the heavenly Tao did not exist. But who would dare to ignore his existence? Even Su Yang, who had always been arrogant, did not dare to ignore the existence of heaven and earth. Thinking about the existence of the heavenly Tao, Su Yang did not dwell on the matter of the elements needed to comprehend his Saint Meridians. He immersed himself in a new state of cultivation. As the sun-colored glaze sword scripture in Su Yang's body continued to rotate, it transformed into countless spirit chi and poured into Su Yang's blood. Then, a new Saint Meridian burst forth from Su Yang's blood. This was Su Yang's 6th Saint Meridian. When the Saint Meridian was created, Su Yang suddenly felt a huge pain in his body. However, Su Yang's expression did not change at all. Instead, his eyes were like torches. Because this pain was a path that a saint had to go through when he was creating his Saint Meridian. Only by enduring the pain in the world could one comprehend the world of the strong and achieve a hegemony. As time continued to pass, another day and night passed. Su Yang, who was narrowing his eyes to absorb the cold air of the mysterious ice-cold pool, finally opened his eyes. With a wave of his hands, a powerful force suddenly burst forth. This force was much stronger than that of a saint of the 5 meridians. Although Saint Meridian experts were all in the Saint Meridian realm. However, every martial artist was clear about this. There was a divide between the 5 meridians and the 6 meridians. Many saints of the 5 meridians had been stuck in the 5 meridians realm but could not step into the 6 meridians because of the existence of this divide. However, this divide did not exist for Su Yang. Because Su Yang comprehended one meridian at a time. Every meridian was a divide, and every meridian was a brand new epiphany. It had nothing to do with ordinary warriors absorbing the spirit chi of heaven and earth to stimulate their saint meridian. Therefore, this divide did not affect Su Yang at all. However, it was also because of the existence of this divide. Su Yang stepped into the 6th meridian saint realm. The strength that he comprehended was not something that a saint of the 5 meridians could compare to. At this moment, Su Yang not only had the spirit chi in his body dozens of times more than that of a saint of the 5 meridians. At the same time, Su Yang felt that he had a better understanding of the situation in his body. At the moment of inner vision, Su Yang could even clearly feel the flow of his blood and the fluctuation of the spirit chi in his body. Now that I am a saint of the 6 meridians, I wonder if I can find the restriction that Princess Chu placed in my body. Su Yang thought to himself and immediately activated his spirit chi to search for the restriction that Princess Chu had placed in his body. Even though Su Yang was a saint of the 6 meridians and his abilities were much stronger than that of a saint of the 5 meridians, it was a pity that he still could not find the restriction that Princess Chu had placed in his body. An expert of the perimeter realm is indeed not someone that I can compare to now. Su Yang had a premonition of this result. After all, Princess Chu was an expert of the perimeter realm. How could it be so easy to find the restriction that she had placed in his body? Since he was mentally prepared, Su Yang was not too disappointed. However, the desire for strength in his heart had once again become stronger. A warrior who had just advanced would be immersed in excitement and would even be eager to try his strength at this stage. His desire for strength would also decrease. Unfortunately, due to the pressure of various things, Su Yang knew that this little bit of strength was not enough to make him excited. There was only desire. Su Yang was very clear that only by standing at the peak could he laugh at the world. Only by continuously increasing his strength, only by reaching the peak of the strong, would he be able to undo the seal that Chu Wangfei had placed in his body. Restriction. Although from these days, Su Yang knew that Princess Chu did not deliberately suppress him. Not only did she not deliberately suppress him, but she had also been helping him, assisting him in his cultivation, and even opened a big back door for him. Moreover, Su Yang could also see that Princess Chu did not intend to harm him. However, no matter what, someone had placed a restriction in his body. Su Yang could not feel at ease no matter what. Of course, Su Yang also knew that more haste, less speed. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Su Yang quickly recovered his calmness. Looking at the surroundings of the ice-cold pond, he muttered to himself, "This time, the 7th level of the ice-cold pond has given me great benefits." Su Yang did not know that this was actually the 8th level of the ice-cold pond. Because the 7th level of the ice-cold pond was the 8th level, and the 8th level was the 7th level. At the moment of entering the ice-cold pond, although Yin Xiong had told Su Yang some things about the ice-cold pond, Yin Xiong did not tell him how to distinguish which level of the ice-cold pond was. Therefore, after entering the ice-cold pond, Su Yang only judged which level of the ice-cold pond was based on the pond water that was constantly becoming cold. In this place, even though the temperature of the mysterious ice-cold pond was lower than any other layer, because Su Yang had been here all this time without moving, he didn't think that this was the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yang didn't know, but the spectators above the mysterious ice-cold pond were clear about it. Counting, Su Yang had been in the ice-cold pond for several days and nights. However, in these days and nights, the people watching above the ice-cold pond did not leave. Not only did they not leave, on the contrary, there were more and more people watching here. No matter if it was the Holy Bloodline experts, Emperor Tianxiong, or even some Fate Soul experts, they all poured into the ice-cold pond palace to watch. The entire palace of the mysterious ice-cold pond was densely surrounded. Even though it was so crowded, there were still people constantly squeezing in. Because in these days, the news that the 7th and 8th levels of the ice-cold pond had been opened had already spread throughout the Eastern Palace. When everyone learned of this matter, their faces were full of surprise. The 7th level, for the disciples who were familiar with the ice-cold pond, was already an insurmountable gap. Not to mention the 8th level. The 8th level, that had been opened for hundreds of years. Some people even thought that the 8th level of the ice-cold pond did not exist at all. Of course, even if some disciples knew about the existence of the 8th level of the ice-cold pond. They also did not believe that the 8th level would be opened. If it were not for the 8th red light on the stone wall, which was emitting a bright light, no one would believe this fact. Of course, when everyone accepted this unbelievable fact. More than that, they were puzzled. Who is the person in the 8th level of the ice-cold pond? This was different from the moment when Su Yang had just entered the ice-cold pond. Because of the opening of the 8th level. Except for some disciples who were in seclusion, the rest of the disciples all gathered here. Some disciples who had the ability to break into the 6th level of the ice-cold pond and even the 7th level all gathered here. Among them, there were several top 10 disciples in the Eastern Palace. Although the entire ice-cold pond palace was crowded, the strength of these people could not be compared with other disciples. Floating in the air, looking at the ice-cold pond, it was not crowded. But when they looked at the red light on the stone wall of the ice-cold pond, they all frowned. Rat Li, as the first top 10 disciple here, naturally became the subject of other people's inquiry. Rat Li, you have been active in the ice-cold pond. Do you really not know who opened the 8th level of the ice-cold pond? A young man in white asked Rat Li. Chapter 212. As Rat Li spoke, he glanced at the youth and said, Senior brother Nangong, do you think senior brother Qin Luo is inside? Impossible. The person immediately shook his head and denied Rat Li's idea. It turned out that this person was none other than Nangong Xiangming, who Su Yang had met once before. Nangong Xiangming saw Rat Li's confusion and did not hide it. He coldly glanced at the red light on the stone wall and said, Qin Luo is in seclusion in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. He can't be here. Oh. Rat Li nodded and lowered his head, muttering to himself, that's strange. Today, among our top 10 disciples, other than a few who are in seclusion in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, the rest of us are already here. Then, who in our East Palace has the strength to enter the 8th level? Nangong Xiangming and the other 2 top 10 disciples of the East Palace frowned when they heard Rat Li's words. They could not figure out who had the strength to enter the 8th level of the Mystic Frost Pond. Do you think it's junior sister Chu? Don't forget that she is also one of the top 10 disciples of Monster Palace. Furthermore, she is not in seclusion in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. The person who spoke was also one of the top 10 disciples of Monster Palace. His ranking was 1 level higher than Rat Li's. He was ranked 9th and was called Gangji. This was because Gangji was ranked 9th among the top 10 disciples of the East Palace. As Rat Li was ranked 10th, Gangji was the person that Rat Li wanted to challenge. He was also the key to whether Rat Li could enter the 2nd level of the Monster Palace. Therefore, the two of them were usually at odds. However, after hearing Gangji's words, Rat Li nodded his head and agreed, that's right. We have neglected junior sister Chu. She is ranked 6th among the top 10 disciples of the East Palace. Furthermore, she is the daughter of the Palace Master. She has a rare treasure on her. Naturally, she has the strength to enter the 8th level of the Mystic Frost Pond. Chu Linga had always been the favorite of all the disciples of the Monster Palace East Palace. Although Chu Linga's strength was stronger than many people's. However, Chu Linga liked everyone to call her junior sister. Moreover, everyone was willing to call Chu Linga junior sister. Not only that, every martial artist, besides being in awe of those who were stronger than them, would more or less have some jealousy and hatred. The only exception was Chu Ling-er. Xu Li was not an exception. When he talked about Chu Ling-er and her qualifications to enter the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond, he did not feel the slightest bit of jealousy. Instead, he felt joy. Of course, she wasn't the only one. The others were no exception. This was especially true for Nangong Xiangming. After hearing Rat Li's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. He laughed and said, right, we've been calculating here and neglected junior sister Chu. Junior sister Chu has always been talented and intelligent. She has the ability to enter the 8th level of the profound ice-cold pond. Yes, that's right, that's right. The other 2 top 10 disciples of the East Palace echoed. At the same time, the few of them were certain that the person in the 8th level of the profound ice-cold pond was Chu Linga. This profound ice-cold pond is so cold. Why would I want to cultivate in it? At this moment, a proud snort was suddenly heard. Hearing this proud snort, everyone was stunned. This was because the top 10 disciples of the East Palace were related to the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Many disciples did not know of the existence of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Therefore, when they were chatting, they had already set up a restriction. Only the top 10 disciples of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda, or disciples who had not obtained the qualifications to enter the top 10, could hear what they were saying. Now that they suddenly heard this proud snort, everyone was clearly stunned. However, they quickly reacted. When they turned around and saw the graceful figure appear, they all revealed sincere smiles on their faces. Who else but Chu Linga could make the top 10 disciples of the East Palace, who were usually proud and aloof, reveal such expressions? What are you guys guessing blindly? How can I enter the profound ice-cold pond? However, Chu Linga's words immediately made the smiles on their faces disappear. Originally, they all thought that it was Chu Linga who entered the profound ice-cold pond. Now that they heard Chu Linga's words and saw Chu Linga's figure appear, this conjecture was obviously self-defeating. The few of them immediately frowned again. If it's not junior sister Chu, then who is in the profound ice-cold pond? Chu Linga looked at the few of them frowning and chuckled. What are you guys guessing blindly for? Call out all the East Palace disciples and see who's not here. Won't we know? Chu Linga's words could be said to be a wake-up call. The few of them used their chi to float down and found their respective followers. In the world of warriors, strength was respected. When one's strength reached a certain level, there would naturally be some followers around them. Nangong Xiangming, Rat Li, Gengji, and the others were the top 10 disciples of the East Palace. They were the best among the East Palace disciples. Naturally, they had their own followers. In fact, to put it nicely, they were their followers. To put it bluntly, they were their followers. After they heard Chu Linga's words, they immediately woke up and found their own followers, asking them to investigate who was not in the East Palace. In an instant, the followers immediately dispersed and went to investigate this matter separately. In an instant, the entire East Palace disciples' palaces became lively. Su Yang naturally did not know that because he entered the profound ice-cold pond, the entire East Palace would become so lively. In fact, Su Yang did not enter the profound ice-cold pond on purpose. With a thought, Su Yang entered the profound ice-cold pond. Moreover, Su Yang did not want to hide from anyone and secretly enter the profound ice-cold pond. It was just that when Su Yang entered the profound ice-cold pond, everyone's eyes were on Rat Sang. No one noticed that Su Yang entered the profound ice-cold pond, which led to so many people's guesses. At this moment, Su Yang did not think of these. Of course, he did not have time to think about it. He was more concerned about whether he would enter the 8th layer of the profound ice-cold pond or not. That's right, Su Yang still thought that he was only in the 7th layer of the profound ice-cold pond, not the 8th layer. After absorbing the 7th layer's hurricane storm, Su Yang originally intended to leave. After all, at that time, Su Yang thought that the cold chi of the mysterious ice-cold pond was useless to him, so entering the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond was also useless. Moreover, he didn't know what treasures were in the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond, so he didn't want to waste time here. However, who would have thought that when Su Yang was about to leave, the 8th layer would suddenly appear and let Su Yang feel the location of the cold air. Absorbing the cold air. It could be said that Su Yang's trip to the profound ice-cold pond this time was already perfect. However, it was also because he absorbed the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond that Su Yang was tangled again. If he did not absorb the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond, Su Yang would have left without hesitation. However, after absorbing the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond, Su Yang successfully formed the cold air saint vein. Now, Su Yang did not need the profound ice-cold shield and could rely on the spirit chi of the cold air saint vein to resist the cold air. Because of this, Su Yang was tangled about whether to enter the 8th layer or not. However, this tangled problem was solved quickly. Now that I have formed the cold air saint vein, the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond is useless to me. What do I have to be afraid of? There are 9 layers in the profound ice-cold pond, and I have only entered the 7th layer. Why not enter 2 more layers and explore the secrets of the profound ice-cold pond? While speaking, Su Yang immediately operated the cultivation method and swam down. Because Su Yang had formed the cold air saint vein, he was no longer afraid of the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond. In this profound ice-cold pond, his speed was naturally much faster than when he had just entered the profound ice-cold pond. After a while, Su Yang encountered a stone wall. What's going on? Su Yang could not help but be stunned. He stopped and looked around. There was no way forward. This made Su Yang very confused. Why is there no way forward? Could it be that I have already reached the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold pond? Impossible. Although the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond is useless to me, I can feel the temperature change of the cold air through the spirit chi. The temperature has not changed, which means that I am still in the 7th layer. Doesn't this profound ice-cold pond have 9 layers? Then why is there no way forward here? Not only was Su Yang confused, but even the Monster Palace's manager, Princess Chu, was also confused when she saw the image transmitted from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl. Of course, Princess Chu knew that Su Yang was in the 8th layer of the profound ice-cold pond, not the 7th layer. However, it did not matter if it was the 8th layer or the 7th layer. The profound ice-cold pond had to have 1 more layer. The 9th layer. If this profound ice-cold pond does not have 9 layers, why is it only 8 layers? Where is the last layer? And where did the treasure in the 8th level go? Why didn't it appear? Chu Wangfei frowned as she looked at the image transmitted from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl. Although she had never entered the profound ice-cold pond, she knew that there was a treasure in the 8th level of the pond. As long as someone could withstand the cold air of the 8th layer, the treasure would appear. Su Yang had absorbed the cold air and was able to move freely within the Xian ice-cold pool. Clearly, he had resisted the cold air. However, she did not see the appearance of the treasure. This caused Chu Wangfei to be puzzled. Of course, Princess Chu did not deny that the treasure in the profound ice-cold pond had been taken away by some disciples who had entered the 8th layer. After all, it was not that no one had ever entered the 8th layer of the profound ice-cold pond. It was just that in the past 100 years, no Eastern Palace disciple had entered it. However, Princess Chu was more confused about the 9th layer. Where did the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold pond go? Even if Princess Chu had not entered the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold pond, she was still the Monster Palace's palace master. Naturally, she knew that the profound ice-cold pond had 9 layers. It was not only recorded in books. The previous Eastern Palace master had also talked to her about it. However, now that she saw the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold pond end there, how could Princess Chu not be confused? Chapter 213. Bang! Just when the Princess of Chu and Su Yang were puzzled. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the bottom of the mysterious ice-cold pond. The Princess of Chu and Su Yang were both startled. Of course, Su Yang was more shocked. When the hurricane came, Su Yang knew that the mysterious ice-cold pond was not as simple as it looked on the surface. At the same time, Su Yang did not think that the mysterious ice-cold pond was a peaceful place. Subconsciously, Su Yang had already classified the mysterious ice-cold pond as a strange place. Therefore, even though Su Yang had condensed the 6th cold chi Saint Meridian, the cold chi of the mysterious ice-cold pond was not a threat to Su Yang. However, Su Yang still maintained his vigilance at all times. Hearing this loud sound, the great sun-colored glaze sword sutra in Su Yang's body started to circulate rapidly. His eyes turned in an instant and shot out a blood-red light, looking towards the direction of the loud noise. What is this? The moment Su Yang's eyes looked over, he saw a faint light emitting from the bottom of the ice-cold pond. Could this be the mechanism to the 8th level? Su Yang immediately thought that this was the mechanism to the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. After all, the mysterious ice-cold pond was a strange place. Just from the fact that the mysterious ice-cold pond could emit such a strange cold chi, he knew that the mysterious ice-cold pond was not a good place. It was not impossible for there to be some mechanisms here. Although Su Yang did not know that he was already in the 8th level. But for the 8th and 9th levels of the mysterious ice-cold pond, Su Yang did not have much hope. The reason why he wanted to find the 8th level was only because he had condensed the cold chi Saint Meridian. In the mysterious ice-cold pond, the cold chi was not a threat to Su Yang. And now that he was here, Su Yang also wanted to explore the secrets of the profound ice-cold pond, just to satisfy the curiosity in his heart. In other words, there was no need for Su Yang to force his way into the profound ice-cold pond. After all, the main reason Su Yang came to the profound ice-cold pond was to find his 5th saint bloodline. Now, Su Yang had not only condensed the cold air Saint Meridian in the profound ice-cold pond, but he had also condensed the hurricane Saint Meridian. It could be said that Su Yang's trip had been completed. Furthermore, what exactly was inside this profound ice-cold pond? There was nothing that attracted Su Yang. Su Yang didn't want to try at all. When he saw that beam of light, he thought of all the strange things that happened when he came to the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yang's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he was ready to dive up and out of the pond. It was not that Su Yang was afraid of death, but every time he fell into despair, it made Su Yang understand that if he wanted to stand at the top, if he wanted to laugh at the world, the most important thing was to survive. Now, there was nothing in the profound ice-cold pond that attracted Su Yang. Su Yang did not need to take this risk at all. This was what a wise man would do, and he was not afraid of death. After all, Su Yang was not familiar with the profound ice-cold pond, and there was nothing he wanted in the profound ice-cold pond. If Su Yang rashly went forward, it would not be bravery, but recklessness. When the Princess of Chu saw Su Yang preparing to come out, although she was a little disappointed, she praised Su Yang in her heart, knowing when to advance and retreat, adapting to circumstances. Not bad, not bad. If it was not because Su Yang had too many secrets, the Princess of Chu valued Su Yang very much. However, in the Princess of Chu's heart, she always had an evaluation of Su Yang. This Su Yang was a reckless person. After all, Su Yang just entered the Monster Palace not long ago, and he dared to explore the Sea Dock. It should be known that the Sea Dock was a famous dangerous place in the Monster Palace. Even the Princess of Chu herself did not dare to rashly break into the Sea Dock. When she saw Su Yang dare to break into the Sea Dock alone, the Princess of Chu's heart left an impression of a reckless person. Now that she saw Su Yang knew to retreat, she was quite satisfied. After all, Su Yang did not know that in the profound ice-cold pond, the Princess of Chu would not let him have an accident. Just as Su Yang was about to leave, suddenly, the faint light suddenly lit up, and suddenly emitted countless bright lights, as if to illuminate the entire profound ice-cold pond. This is. Seeing this light, Su Yang could not help but be stunned. At the same time, Su Yang felt a strong surge of power. Feeling the existence of this power, Su Yang could not help but be stunned again. This power, Su Yang was stunned for a long time, and looked at the place where the bright light was emitting with a stunned face, and said, "This power is so strong." It was also because of the appearance of this power that Su Yang's heart, which was originally planning to leave, suddenly boiled. The intention to leave in his heart was completely suppressed. With a turn of his eyes, a bright light suddenly surged out from his eyes. Following that, his body slowly dived in the direction of the light as he operated the cultivation method in his body. Su Yang did not know why he suddenly did not want to leave. He only hoped that the place where the light was emitting, and his eyes were surging. He also did not know why. Su Yang only knew that if he left like this today, he would definitely regret it in the future. He, Su Yang, would never do something that he regretted. It was not because of anything, just because his name was Su Yang. Previously, the reason why Su Yang chose to leave was because he thought that there was nothing in the profound ice-cold pond that he wanted at all. Naturally, there was nothing to be reluctant about. But now it was different. With the determination in his heart, Su Yang would definitely not leave just like that. As for those risks, although Su Yang was worried about them, he was not afraid at all. Although Su Yang knew that the most important thing to reach the peak was to survive. But he also knew that a man must have a challenging heart. At this moment, since there was something attracting him, even if there was a big risk waiting for him in front of him, Su Yang would definitely not leave so easily. He also had to work hard. Not because of anything, just because he was called Su Yang. A man who gathered the pride of heaven and earth. A man who carried the mission of the Buddha sword sect. Driven by this determination, Su Yang quickly came to the place where the light was emitting from the bottom of the profound ice-cold pond. Su Yang did not know why the light was emitting here, but just as he approached the light, Su Yang could not help but reach out to the light. Rumble, just as Su Yang touched the light source, suddenly a loud noise erupted in the entire profound ice-cold pond. The entire profound ice-cold pond began to tremble. Not only that, even the profound ice-cold pond began to tremble. But those above the profound ice-cold pond who were also God's favored disciples of the Eastern Palace were not afraid. They were just stunned for a moment, but they did not leave. They did not pay much attention to the trembling of the profound ice-cold pond. After all, they were more curious about who was in the profound ice-cold pond. And Su Yang, who was in the profound ice-cold pond, was naturally more shocked than them. When the trembling sound sounded, Su Yang was immediately stunned, and he instantly woke up from the state just now. He quickly operated the cultivation method in his body, and carefully looked around. He saw that the rocks around the profound ice-cold pond were constantly trembling. Not only that. In the next second, Su Yang suddenly felt a huge movement from the bottom of the profound ice-cold pond. Su Yang was shocked again, and hurriedly used qi to float up, letting himself leave the bottom of the profound ice-cold pond. And the trembling at the bottom of the profound ice-cold pond did not stop because of Su Yang's departure. Instead, it trembled even more violently. Su Yang frowned, and at the same time, he quickly operated the cultivation method in his body. The majestic spirit qi rotated around Su Yang's body. At the same time, Su Yang's hand was also tightly holding the ghost howl sword that had just been summoned, and he cautiously looked at the scene in front of him. And in this trembling, Su Yang could feel that the power that attracted him was getting stronger and stronger. This made Su Yang even more determined that this profound ice-cold pond was not so simple. At the same time, in the Eastern Palace main hall, Princess Chu, who saw this scene through the Taiyao ancient pearl, also frowned slightly, and did not understand why this profound ice-cold pond would have such a change. However, Princess Chu was, after all, the ruler of the Monster Palace. The things that she knew would always surpass the Eastern Palace disciples, and always surpass Su Yang. After a short moment of astonishment, looking at the trembling stone walls around the profound ice-cold pond, and the strange movement at the bottom of the profound ice-cold pond, Princess Chu's eyes suddenly lit up. Seal, this is a seal. Thinking of this, Princess Chu was suddenly tongue-tied. Seal, someone actually sealed this profound ice-cold pond. How did I not know? Although it was only through the Taiyao ancient pearl. With Princess Chu's strength, she could naturally feel the power of this seal. Princess Chu was very clear that to be able to seal the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold pond, even with her current strength, it was not easy to set up such a large seal. However, the profound ice-cold pond now had such a powerful seal. What was more terrifying was that this seal existed in the Monster Palace. As the ruler of the Monster Palace, Princess Chu did not know at all. How could this not surprise Princess Chu? Who exactly set up such a large seal in the profound ice-cold pond? Princess Chu looked at the scene inside the Taiyao ancient pearl. Originally, she had been gentle, and when she looked at Su Yang's figure, her slightly gratified face suddenly darkened. All of the charm, all of the sorrow, and all of the expressions on this beautiful face disappeared. In exchange, a king's aura spread from between her eyebrows. She was expressionless, as cold as ice. At that moment, it was as if the surrounding air had dropped a few degrees. At the same time, the spiritual energy in Princess Chu's body faintly surged, but this time, it was not to save Su Yang. Chapter 214. Although the Xianbing Cold Pond was only a trial ground for the disciples of the Monster Palace. However, because of the special nature of the Xianbing Cold Pond, it had always been a symbol of the East Palace. Although the Princess of Chu had never tried the Xianbing Cold Pond. However, she also knew some of the mysteries of the Xianbing Cold Pond. The cold air of the Xianbing Cold Pond could temper the body of every disciple who entered the Xianbing Cold Pond. Moreover, the spiritual energy contained in the Xianbing Cold Pond was also beneficial to cultivation. Not only that, But because of the special nature of the Xianbing cold pond, every level in the Xianbing cold pond could give birth to some spiritual objects of heaven and earth every few years. These spiritual objects of heaven and earth were all rare treasures of heaven and earth. Some could be directly absorbed to help cultivation, and some could be refined into pills. It was only because there were too many disciples who entered the Xianbing cold pond, and this rare treasure of heaven and earth would only be produced once every few decades or even 100 years. This also caused many people to forget that there were these things in the Xianbing cold pond. This was also the reason why the Princess of Chu was filled with anticipation when she saw Su Yang enter the 8th level of the Xianbing cold pond. Because others didn't know, but she, the Princess of Chu, knew that this Xianbing cold pond would produce the secret of the treasure. From the 1st to the 7th level, there were people who entered every few years. It was fine if there were no rare treasures. However, no one had entered the 8th level for 100 years, so there must be rare treasures. Unfortunately, there was no rare treasure of heaven and earth in the 8th level. Originally, the Princess of Chu only thought that the rare treasure of heaven and earth had not been born because Su Yang did not enter the Xianbing cold pond in time. However, it seemed that everything was not so simple. Since this Xianbing cold pond was sealed by someone, that meant that within this 100 years, someone had entered the Xianbing cold pond. Not only did they seal the Xianbing cold pond, but they also seized the treasures in the Xianbing cold pond. The Princess of Chu was in charge of the Monster Palace. In this Monster Palace, every inch of land and every plant could be said to belong to the Princess of Chu. Now, someone had seized the treasures that belonged to her Monster Palace under her nose and sealed the Xianbing cold pond. The most terrifying thing was that it was difficult to seal the Xianbing cold pond, even the Princess of Chu's current strength. However, this person was able to seal the 9th level of the Xianbing cold pond without the Princess of Chu noticing anything. Without the princess or anyone in the East Palace noticing anything. How could this not Bing cold pond Chu? Of course, Princess of Princess Xianbing cold? Because Princess of Bing cold Yang Bing cold pond, Bing cold pond, directly, she Princess of ancient Xiang Bing cold pond her Bing cold jade Bing. Bing cold ice Bing. Bing. Bing cold pond Bing. This power, although Su Yang had already activated his cultivation technique to the extreme and even brought out the profound ice-cold shield, Su Yang still felt a sense of oppression when he felt this evil qi. How could Su Yang not panic? Bang, however, before Su Yang could ponder any further, a loud explosion rang out and countless rocks flew into the air. These rocks exploded like a volcanic eruption. Countless amounts of energy suddenly surged out at this moment. Those rocks were like countless bolts of lightning that split open the profound ice-cold pond and exploded in all directions. Su Yang was shocked. He knew that if he was hit by these rocks, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. He hurriedly circulated his qi and stepped forward, quickly dodging these rocks. He did not think too much about the power he felt earlier. Although these rocks came quickly and in large numbers, the sudden attack still put a lot of pressure on Su Yang. Fortunately, Su Yang was still a 6th meridian saint. His speed was incomparable to his previous speed, and with the help of the blood dragon eyes, he was able to avoid the explosion of the rocks. The rock explosion came and went quickly. It only lasted for a few breaths before it stabilized. Su Yang also heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that this rock explosion would continue like the 7th level's whirlpool attack. After all, this rock explosion far surpassed the 7th level's whirlpool attack in terms of strength and speed. Even though Su Yang was now a 6th meridian saint, he used all his strength to avoid the rock explosion. After dodging for a few breaths, Su Yang was already gasping for breath. Seeing the rock explosion stop, the nervous heart also calmed down. Just as they were about to look towards the bottom of the frigid ice pond to see what was going on, at that moment, a slightly aged yet extremely loud voice spread out within the frigid ice pond. 100 years, 100 years, finally, a disciple of my supreme demon palace has stepped into the 9th layer of the frigid ice pond. Su Yang was stunned when he heard this voice. Of course, while he was stunned, Su Yang was more surprised by the power contained in this voice. Although the voice was not aggressive, Su Yang could feel the majestic energy contained in this voice. Based on this energy alone, Su Yang knew that even 10 of him would not be a match for this person. This caused Su Yang to be shocked. Although Su Yang didn't fear death, it didn't mean that Su Yang didn't want to live and would seek death. Every time Su Yang hovered on the edge of death, it was either because he had no other choice, or because he knew that he had the strength to fight. Now that this power had spread, Su Yang knew that he had no strength to fight back at all. Immediately, fear surged in his heart. At this moment, Su Yang felt his vision go dark. The voice was heard again, Su Yang, the successor of the Buddha sword sect. However, this time, this voice did not have the grandeur it had before. Instead, it sounded surprised. He wasn't the only one who was surprised. Even Su Yang was surprised when he heard this voice. Of course, he felt even more fear. How? How does this person know that I am the successor of the Buddha sword sect? Soon, Su Yang thought about the darkness he had felt before and his heart trembled again. Who is this person? How can he use his mind to steal my memories in such a short time? Su Yang was shocked. At the same time, he thought about how this person had stolen his memories without his permission. A wave of anger surged in his body, and he no longer felt the fear from before. He gripped the ghost howl sword and shouted, "Who are you? Come out." This angry shout did not alarm the person who had just spoken. Instead, it made the Princess of Chu, who was standing in front of the Taiyaro Ancient Pearl, shake. She woke up from her shock and looked inside the Taiyaro Ancient Pearl. The Princess of Chu couldn't help but take a few steps back. No. Impossible. How is this possible? Father died 100 years ago. How? How can his voice appear here? After being shocked, the Princess of Chu saw Su Yang's figure and was also surprised. This person is the successor of the Buddha sword sect. The Buddha sword sect has disappeared for a long time. How can he be the successor of the Buddha sword sect? Of course, while the Princess of Chu was thinking about this question, she was more concerned about the voice from before. Father, is that you? As the Princess of Chu's spirit energy surged, she immediately let out a soft call. The Taiyaro Ancient Pearl transmitted into the ice-cold pond. When Su Yang heard this voice, he was stunned. Palace Master Chu. This time, Su Yang immediately recalled the majestic power he had felt before he heard the voice. Just a moment ago, Su Yang had always felt that this power was familiar. It was just that at that moment, the rock exploded. Su Yang didn't have time to think about it. Now that he heard this voice, Su Yang immediately came to his senses. Then, he saw a graceful figure appear in front of him. That graceful figure was so alluring in the ice-cold pond. In particular, there was a trace of worry on that charming face. It was even more tempting. Although the Princess of Chu was old, her unchanged face still exuded an alluring aura. Not only that, but because of the vicissitudes of life, she had a mature charm. In this pond, it could be said that anyone who saw such a beauty would be tempted. However, Su Yang wasn't tempted at all. Instead, when he saw the Princess of Chu's figure, his face suddenly turned gloomy. A murderous intent exploded from his eyes. It was fine that the Princess of Chu had placed a seal in his body. Because Su Yang knew that he wasn't strong enough, he could only endure it. But now, not only did the Princess of Chu place a seal in his body, but she also spied on him. This was definitely a naked humiliation. It was definitely a challenge to Su Yang. This also pushed Su Yang's patience to the limit. As the saying goes, a warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Even if I die today, I can't endure this humiliation. Su Yang clenched his teeth. The fear in his heart towards the Princess of Chu's strength was completely thrown to the back of his head. There was only dense anger in his heart. The light that flickered in his eyes was also filled with murderous intent. When the Princess of Chu felt the murderous intent, she was stunned for a moment. However, she didn't think too much about it, nor did she pay attention to Su Yang. Instead, she unceasingly spun in the ice-frost-cold pond as she shouted, "Father, is it you? Is it you? Princess?" Hearing the Princess of Chu's voice, the powerful voice from before resounded once again. However, this time, within the vicissitudes of life, there was a hint of sadness. The moment this voice resounded, a black figure floated over. Although the person who appeared had a face full of wrinkles, it wasn't difficult to see from his outline that when this person was young, he must have been a handsome man. Moreover, if one looked closely, they could clearly see that he was similar to the Princess of Chu. Moreover, there was an irresistible majesty faintly surging between his eyebrows. That majesty was emitted. Even the overlord of the monster palace, the Princess of Chu, couldn't compare. Chapter 215. Not only that, in the blink of an eye, Su Yang felt that all the power in his body had been suppressed. His whole body seemed to have relaxed at this moment. If it weren't for Su Yang's strong willpower, he was afraid that even the ghost howl sword in his hand would have slipped. At the same time, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of fear in his heart. This power. Su Yang's whole body trembled. He didn't even dare to look directly at that person. The old man who appeared only glanced at Su Yang and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the Princess of Chu. His eyes showed true feelings and compassion. He reached out and stroked the Princess of Chu's hair and said softly, "Princess, you've grown up. Father, it's really you, it's really you." At this moment, the Princess of Chu had already cried her eyes out. There was no trace of the usual majesty of the Monster Palace's palace master. She reached out to hug the old man, but the Princess of Chu hugged nothing. The Princess of Chu was stunned. When the old man saw the Princess of Chu's appearance, he smiled bitterly and said, "Princess, father died 100 years ago. This is just a remnant of my soul memory left behind." What? When the Princess of Chu heard this, her whole body trembled. She kept shaking her head, obviously unwilling to accept this fact. "Father, how can this be? How can this be? Who in the 5 counties can kill you?" When the old man heard the Princess of Chu's words, his face showed a kind expression. "Princess, the world is so big and there are so many strange things. Father's strength can't be considered strong." As he spoke, one could clearly feel the helplessness in the old man's tone. When the Princess of Chu heard the old man's words, she was first stunned, then more sadness. At this moment, Su Yang, who was standing at the side, also woke up from the various signs just now. Looking at the two of them, he could not help but frown. This old man, Chu Wangfei, actually called him father. Then he is, as Su Yang thought about it, his body couldn't help but tremble. Although he had only been in the Monster Palace for a short time, he was still aware of the important matters in the Monster Palace. The former palace master of Monster Palace, Chu Tianxiong, was a legendary figure in the 5 counties. It was rumored that he had stepped into the legendary level and was fully deserving of being the #1 expert in the 5 counties. The rise of the Monster Palace was due to his existence. However, Su Yang also knew that this person had already fallen 100 years ago. "Then why are you here now?" Su Yang was shocked. When he heard Chu Tianxiong say that he was just a strand of memory, he was able to accept quite a bit of it. Even so, the shock in his heart did not lessen. Instead, he became even more confused. A legendary level master, then who was the one who killed him? Compared to Su Yang's doubts, the Princess of Chu also had the same doubts. "Father, what happened back then? Why did you fall, and why are you in the frozen ice pond?" The Princess of Chu asked a few questions, but she did not ask about the frozen ice pond being sealed because she was already clear that the frozen ice pond was definitely sealed by her father. Otherwise, her father would not be here. Sigh. Hearing the Princess of Chu's words, Chu Tianxiong sighed helplessly. Then, his eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life. After being silent for a while, he began to speak slowly. "Back then, when I stepped into the peak of the Dragon Realm, I tried to break the status of the Monster Palace in this world. Unfortunately, I overestimated myself. The world is so big that it will never be something we can imagine." Chu Tianxiong sighed. Obviously, he did not want to talk about what happened back then. However, this also aroused the Princess of Chu's curiosity about what happened back then. Hearing her father stop talking, she immediately asked, "Father, what happened?" Chu Tianxiong obviously did not intend to talk about what happened back then. Hearing the Princess of Chu's words, he smiled slightly and said, "Princess, seeing you grow to this level, I am extremely gratified. However, there are some things that are not good for you to know with your current strength." "Father," Chu Tianxiong shook his head and interrupted her. "Princess, Don't ask about father's matters. Let's talk about yourself. Father hasn't been by your side for the past 100 years. How have you been? Chu Tianxiong asked. Chu Tianxiong nodded and said, Princess, don't ask about father. Let's talk about yourself. When Chu Tianxiong said this, there was no trace of a king's aura on his face. There was only that kind of fatherly love. When the Princess of Chu looked at her father's expression, she thought about all the things that happened in the past 100 years. She thought about how she had to bear everything alone for the past 100 years. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes. However, the Princess of Chu did not talk about this with her father. Instead, she nodded and said, Father, I am very good. I am very good. Now, I am the palace master of the monster palace. Yes. Hearing the Princess of Chu's answer, Chu Tianxiong also nodded with gratification. Bang! At this moment, suddenly, there was a loud explosion from the bottom of the ice-cold pond. Not good. Chu Tianxiong's face suddenly changed. His kind face immediately became serious, exuding a majestic aura. When the Princess of Chu saw her father's face, she could not help but be shocked. She hurriedly asked, Father, what's wrong? Princess, in fact, the ice-cold pond has always been a secret of the monster palace. This ice-cold pond is actually connected to the East Sea. Not only that, but there is also a sea monster sealed at the bottom of the ice-cold pond. When Chu Tianxiong mentioned the sea monster, there was obviously some fear on his face. Seeing Chu Tianxiong's face, the Princess of Chu and Su Yang could not help but be startled. What kind of sea monster can make the strongest person in the 5 counties, Chu Tianxiong, so frightened? What kind of sea monster can make father have such an expression? Su Yang and the Princess of Chu muttered to themselves at the same time. However, Su Yang only hid his thoughts in the bottom of his heart. The Princess of Chu asked Chu Tianxiong, Father, what is going on? Yes. Although Chu Tianxiong didn't mention exactly how he had fallen, he didn't try to hide it. He nodded slightly and said, This sea beast is called the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. It is the overlord of the East Sea. The reason why the ice-cold pond can have such cold air is because of the existence of this Jade Ice Crystal Beast. Because the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's cultivation has reached the level of a warrior in the dragon realm, it has a certain level of intelligence. What? The strength of a dragon realm warrior? When the Princess of Chu and Su Yang heard Chu Tianxiong's words, they suddenly opened their mouths wide. They could not believe how powerful a dragon realm sea monster was. Now, they finally understood why Chu Tianxiong had such an expression when he talked about the sea monster. Yes. Chu Tianxiong had obviously expected Su Yang and the Princess of Chu's expressions. He did not say much and only nodded. He continued to say, Speaking of our monster palace, although we have the bloodline of the supreme monster clan, we are actually considered to have the bloodline of a monster beast. There is no difference between us and the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. And because of that, the Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast has always been hiding in the profound ice-cold pond. It wants to take over our supreme demon palace. Moreover, the disciples of our supreme demon palace that entered the trial lost their lives in the profound ice-cold pond because they were swallowed by the sea beast. I did not know this secret at first. However, when I was fighting with that person, I was injured by that person's flame saint power. I wanted to use the ice-cold pond to heal my injuries. That's how I found out. Chu Tianxiong obviously did not want to tell the Princess of Chu that he was injured by someone back then. He only mentioned the flame saint power. Although the Princess of Chu felt regretful, she knew her father's character. If he did not want to say something, no matter how she asked, he would not say it. Therefore, the Princess of Chu did not ask about the flame saint power. Instead, she continued to ask, Father, what happened after that? After that? Chu Tianxiong could not help but laugh bitterly before continuing, After that, I used my own strength to seal the ice-cold pond and trap the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. Father, you were not a match for this sea monster. The Princess of Chu could not help but ask in astonishment. Although Chu Tianxiong had said that the Jade Ice Crystal Beast had the strength of a dragon realm warrior, Chu Tianxiong had always been a godlike existence in the eyes of the Princess of Chu. Therefore, she subconsciously thought that the sea monster was not a match for her father. That was why she asked so many questions. Chu Tianxiong's expression did not change much when he heard the Princess of Chu's question. He only smiled and continued, "If I was in my best condition, I would not be afraid of this sea monster. Unfortunately, I was seriously injured when I came to the ice-cold pond. Naturally, I was not a match for this jade ice crystal beast. Therefore, I could only use my own strength to seal the 9th layer of the ice-cold pond so that it could not harm the monster palace and you." Hearing her father's words, the Princess of Chu felt a wave of sadness. So, her father did all this for her and the monster palace. Rumble. Originally, the Princess of Chu wanted to ask something. However, at this moment, the loud sound came again. Chu Tianxiong suddenly frowned. His eyes surged with a sharp light. He looked at the Princess of Chu and said, "Princess, the jade ice crystal beast is about to appear. Prepare for battle." "Yes, father." Although the Princess of Chu knew that the jade ice crystal beast had the strength of a dragon realm warrior, there was not a trace of fear on her face. Her body shook and the weakness on her face disappeared. What he got in return was the aura of a king. With a wave of his hand, a long sword appeared in his hand. As soon as the sword appeared, it immediately let out a roar and burst out with dazzling light. It was clearly an extraordinary item. Fish Dragon Sword. Su Yang saw the sword and recognized it at a glance. This was the famous Fish Dragon Sword. Rumble. Chapter 216. Rumble. The moment this sea beast appeared, the entire profound ice-cold pond began to tremble. All the water in the pond began to fluctuate along with it. Countless ripples erupted, and a majestic power erupted along with it. The moment the force undulated, Chu Tianxiong's eyes flashed with a mournful look. He shouted in a low voice, "Be careful, quickly retreat." Who was Chu Tianxiong? He was the former palace master of the Monster Palace. He was recognized as the #1 person in the 5 counties. His strength had already entered the legendary level. Now, even a person like him revealed such a shocked expression when he saw the jade ice crystal beast. It was clear how powerful this jade ice crystal beast was. When the Princess of Chu saw the jade ice crystal beast appear, she did not say a word. She activated the cultivation method in her body. The moment the spirit chi flowed, her figure quickly flashed and retreated a few meters. Su Yang's reaction was also very fast. Unfortunately, his strength was too insignificant in front of the jade ice crystal beast. The moment the jade water ice crystal beast appeared, a majestic power spread out and Su Yang felt his heart churn. Poochie, he instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. No matter how Su Yang used his spirit chi to resist, he was unable to do anything. Unfortunately, in front of such a powerful force, his insignificant spirit chi was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He was overestimating himself. Under the undulation of the glacial pond, Su Yang felt that his entire body was about to be torn apart. There was no way for him to resist. What a powerful force! In the face of such a powerful force, Su Yang's heart revealed an unprecedented fear. In the face of such a powerful force, Su Yang simply did not have any ability to resist. Under the impact of the force, Su Yang almost lost consciousness. "Su Yang, you're too weak. Hurry up and back off." At this moment, Chu Tianxiong's imposing figure floated in front of Su Yang. All the discomfort and pain disappeared, and Su Yang gradually regained his consciousness. Looking at Chu Tianxiong's back, he wanted to say something. Unfortunately, Chu Tianxiong completely ignored Su Yang. Instead, he turned to the Princess of Chu and said, "Princess consort, you've grown up. Today, let's fight this jade ice crystal beast together." "Yes." The Princess of Chu nodded slightly as she gripped the fish dragon sword tightly in her hand. The gentleness she displayed when she faced Chu Tianxiong earlier had completely disappeared. Her expression was as cold as ice, and between her brows, the aura of a queen was unmistakable. The moment those eyes turned, countless dazzling lights condensed. Seeing the Princess of Chu's appearance, Chu Tianxiong nodded in satisfaction. Then, he saw the jade ice crystal beast approaching him. Chu Tianxiong's face darkened, and he did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly reminded the Princess of Chu, "Princess consort, for the past 100 years, I've used my own strength to seal this jade ice crystal beast. Similarly, for the past 100 years, I've been constantly chipping away at its strength. Although this jade ice crystal beast is comparable to a dragon realm cultivator at its peak, it has been trapped by me for 100 years. With the strength of the two of us, we'll definitely be able to take down this beast today. As he spoke, Chu Tianxiong's body suddenly moved. The moment his body floated, it seemed as if there was no movement. However, he had already traversed hundreds of meters, leaving behind an afterimage. Seeing this, Su Yang could not help but be stunned. His eyes were filled with confusion. Is this the strength of a dragon realm cultivator? Bang! Right at that moment, a loud sound rang out, causing Su Yang to wake up from his confusion. He saw Chu Tianxiong wave his hand, and a majestic force surged out, directly exploding on the jade ice crystal beast. This jade ice crystal beast was over 100 feet tall. It had a huge head, a mouth that was like a blood basin, and when it moved its four limbs, it was enough to create a violent storm. In front of the huge jade ice crystal beast, Chu Tianxiong appeared so small and weak. However, it was this small and weak body that directly straddled the jade ice crystal beast. His hands tightly grasped the two horns on the jade ice crystal beast's head. At the same time, he shouted to the Princess of Chu, Princess Consort, "This jade ice crystal beast's weakness is its mouth. I will temporarily restrain it for now. Hurry up and attack its mouth. If you give it a little more time, I'm afraid it won't be as easy to deal with as it is now. After all, we are now in the profound ice-cold pond. The cold water here is the best place for the jade ice crystal beast to cultivate. For the past 100 years, I have only been able to suppress its cultivation. If it is given a little more time, and if it recovers, I'm afraid that even at my peak, I may not be its opponent." Chu Tianxiong used his life to suppress this jade ice crystal beast for the past 100 years. In these 100 years, he fought with the jade ice crystal beast every day. Naturally, he was very familiar with the characteristics of the jade ice crystal beast. And because he was familiar with it, he also knew the terror of the jade ice crystal beast. Although Chu Tianxiong had been fighting with the jade ice crystal beast for the past 100 years, it was a pity that after 100 years, Chu Tianxiong had exhausted all his efforts and only left behind a remnant soul. He was still unable to truly kill the jade ice crystal beast. Therefore, Chu Tianxiong was very clear that if he couldn't kill this beast today, it would be the end of the monster palace. Thinking of this, Chu Tianxiong grabbed the jade ice crystal beast's horns and increased his strength. The powerful force exploded, and a huge pain instantly attacked the jade ice crystal beast. The jade ice crystal beast suddenly let out a low growl in pain. Roar! Seeing this, Chu Tianxiong hurriedly shouted, "Princess, hurry up, now is the time." Princess Chu's expression was grave. Looking at her father's panicked expression, she didn't dare to be careless. The cultivation method in her body revolved, and the powerful spirit energy instantly burst out. The power of his radius realm was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. Holding the fish dragon sword in his hand, he arrived in front of the jade ice crystal beast in a single step. The fish dragon sword in his hand was like a long dragon, emitting countless rays of light, directly attacking the jade ice crystal beast's mouth. At the same time, Princess Chu sternly shouted, "Die!" Her body exuded a powerful aura, and the aura of a queen was undoubtedly displayed. Seeing this, Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned. He secretly sighed in his heart, "Princess Chu, Monster Palace's palace master, you really live up to your reputation." Compared to the strength of the jade ice crystal beast, Su Yang thought that the Princess Chu was more powerful. After all, Su Yang had never heard of the jade ice crystal beast before. However, the strength of the Princess Chu was deeply imprinted in Su Yang's mind. Therefore, when the Princess Chu made her move, Su Yang subconsciously thought that the jade ice crystal beast was about to die. It was a pity that this was only Su Yang's opinion. The jade ice crystal beast was the overlord of the East Sea. It could make a generation's hero, Chu Tianxiong, reveal a dignified expression. How could it be so easily killed by the Princess Chu? If it was so easily killed by the Princess Chu, Chu Tianxiong wouldn't have needed to spend much effort to kill it. Even after 100 years, he still wouldn't be able to kill the overlord of the East Sea. Haha, You want to kill me with the strength of a mere square sphere state? Just as the Princess Chu's sword was about to attack the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's mouth, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast suddenly spoke in human language and let out a playful voice. At the same time, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's huge forelimbs swung up. Its entire body suddenly flew up from the glacial ice pool. After all, the glacial ice pool was a deep pool. No matter what kind of water one was in, one's speed would be suppressed in the water. However, the resistance of the glacial ice pool's water was simply non-existent to the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. The Jade Ice Crystal Beast's body leaped and quickly flew up from the pool. At the same time, a powerful force surged out, and the bloody mouth suddenly opened. Princess, be careful. Seeing the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's actions, Chu Tianxiong hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, it was still too late. As the Jade Ice Crystal Beast opened its bloody mouth, a powerful force suddenly surged out. A water column like a stormy sea and a powerful water spear directly attacked the Princess Chu's body. Although Su Yang was relatively far away, even at such a distance, Su Yang's heart couldn't help but tremble when he saw the water column released by the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. Under this huge force, he felt that his entire body's strength was suppressed and he couldn't move at all. The moment he looked at the Princess Chu, Su Yang couldn't help but worry. Bang! Just as Su Yang was worried, the water column directly hit the Princess Chu. The Princess Chu's entire body was directly sent flying and a mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Princess! Seeing that his daughter was injured, Chu Tianxiong suddenly felt a surge of anger. With a loud shout, a powerful force erupted from his body and a fist smashed down on the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's head. Roar! The Jade Ice Crystal Beast was obviously in great pain and let out a roar. It suddenly went berserk as it opened its mouth and roared, Chu Tianxiong, you and I have fought for 100 years. Even with the help of your ancient demon cauldron, you still couldn't kill me. Now that the seal has been broken, what can you, Chu Tianxiong, do to me? The Jade Ice Crystal Beast laughed heartily. At the same time, its body constantly trembled, trying to shake Chu Tianxiong off its body. When Chu Tianxiong heard the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's words, he coldly snorted and shouted, Jade Ice Crystal Beast, you beast. Don't be so arrogant. If you were at your peak, I might not be able to do anything to you. But now, you are only in a weakened state. Taking your life today is as easy as flipping my hand. As Chu Tianxiong spoke, his body flashed and a ray of light burst out from his chest and landed in Chu Tianxiong's hand. The moment it landed in his hand, Chu Tianxiong waved his hand and shouted, Princess, catch. Although she was hit by the Jade Ice Crystal Beast, the Princess Chu was still in the boundary state. The moment she knew that she couldn't avoid it, she had already quickly mobilized her spirit energy to protect her heart meridian. At this moment, although she was vomiting blood, she wasn't seriously injured. Chapter 217. The Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. When the Princess of Chu received the item that Chu Tianxiong threw to her, her eyes immediately lit up. Her frosty face could not help but flash with excitement. The Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. I always thought that it had disappeared with the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. I didn't expect that it had always been with Father. Now that the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron has returned, the Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl is in my hands, and the Supreme Demon Ancient Bell is in the hands of the North Palace Palace Master. Only the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal is unknown. When the Princess of Chu said this, she did not deliberately lower her voice. As the saying went, the speaker did not mean it, but the listener did not mean it. Su Yang had three main purposes for coming to the Monster Palace. First, to avoid the Guu sect's pursuit. Second, to find out the relationship between his father and the Monster Palace. Third, to find the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. Avoiding the Guu sect came into being after Su Yang had made up his mind to come to the Monster Palace. Moreover, looking for the relationship between his father and the Monster Palace came into being because Su Yang had obtained the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. Therefore, it could be said that Su Yang's main purpose for coming to the Monster Palace was to find the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. Although Su Yang had been in the Monster Palace for a few days and had never thought about the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, it did not mean that Su Yang had forgotten about it. Instead, Su Yang knew that his strength was the most important thing now. Only when his strength had increased to a certain level could he find what he wanted to do. Su Yang had entered the monster palace for the supreme demon ancient seal. However, after entering the monster palace, Su Yang truly realized the power of the monster palace. Therefore, Su Yang had not thought about the supreme demon ancient seal during this period. He did not expect to hear the Princess of Chu mention the supreme demon ancient seal here today. If the Princess of Chu had only mentioned the supreme demon ancient seal, it would have been fine. At the same time, the Princess of Chu also mentioned the supreme demon ancient cauldron, supreme demon ancient pearl, and supreme demon ancient bell. Su Yang was not familiar with any of these three items. However, the Princess of Chu was now holding the supreme Fey ancient cauldron in her hand, and the Princess of Chu had an excited expression on her face. Who was the Princess of Chu? She was the palace master of the Monster Palace, one of the three major powers in the 5 counties. Even someone like her was moved by this item. It could be seen that this item was not simple. For the Supreme Fey Ancient Seal to be listed here, it was clear that the Supreme Fey Ancient Seal was also an extraordinary item. Looks like this Supreme Demon Ancient Seal is indeed an extraordinary item, Su Yang muttered to himself. Consort, quickly use the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron to suppress this beast. Chu Tianxiong shouted when he saw that the Princess of Chu was still staring at the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. Hearing Chu Tianxiong's shout, the Princess of Chu suddenly came to her senses. She was still in the middle of a battle. The Princess of Chu came to her senses, and the excitement on her face was instantly suppressed. She returned to her frosty expression. Her body floated, and the spiritual power on her body instantly burst out, turning into a green light that surged into the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron in her hand. Bang! At this moment, the bronze cauldron in the Princess of Chu's hand that was only the size of a fist suddenly expanded rapidly. Not only that, but at the same time, a powerful force suddenly burst out from the cauldron. The force spread out like a whirlwind, and the water in the ice-cold pond boiled like hot water. Roar! When the jade water crystal beast saw this force, its bell-sized eyes suddenly surged with a murderous intent. It let out a low roar, and its body shook as it shouted, Chu Tianxiong, 100 years ago, I was at a disadvantage because of your Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. Do you want to use this Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron to suppress me again today? Ha ha ha. After the jade water crystal beast finished speaking, it looked at the force emitted by the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron and could not help but laugh. Ha ha, naive child. Chu Tianxiong, if you were to activate the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, perhaps I would be afraid. But with this little girl, MPH, the power of the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron is useless against me. As the jade water crystal beast spoke, the domineering aura of the King of the Beasts was unmistakable. Looking at the power emitted by the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, it roared, and its whole body suddenly jumped up, and pounced on the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. It is said that the 4 great treasures of the Supreme Demon Clan are shocking. They are indeed extraordinary. Today, I will take your Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. When I unify the Monster Palace in the future, I will slowly take the 4 treasures of your Monster Palace. While speaking, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's entire body suddenly began to rotate. Its body instantly emitted countless amounts of spirit chi, which suddenly exploded in the mysterious ice-cold pond. Sensation. Sensation. Countless noises resounded in the area. As it spun, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's body instantly emitted a powerful cold aura that rushed towards the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. Wherever the cold aura passed, the water in the mystic ice-cold pond instantly froze. Not good. Seeing this, Chu Tianxiong could not help but be shocked. He hurriedly reminded the Princess of Chu, Princess, this is the cold air of this beast. It is bone-chilling and can instantly freeze people. Quickly dodge. Dodge. When the jade water crystal beast heard Chu Tianxiong's words, it could not help but let out a mocking laugh. Chu Tianxiong, you and I have confronted each other for 100 years. Don't you know my strength? With such a child's strength, you want to dodge my 1,000 feet of ice. When Chu Tianxiong heard the jade water crystal beast's words, he was stunned. His eyes instantly condensed, and a domineering aura flowed out, as he shouted, Beast, don't be so proud. Since I dared to break this seal, do you think I don't have a way to restrain you? Ha ha ha, Jade Water Crystal Beast, let me tell you, you must die today. Chu Tianxiong laughed loudly. His laughter was heroic, but there was a hint of misery in it. At the same time, his body suddenly surged with a black air. When the Princess of Chu saw this scene, she could not help but be stunned. Then, she realized something and hurriedly shouted, "Father, you can't. Consort, your father's body is already dead. Even if I didn't die today, this remnant soul wouldn't live for long. Furthermore, I underestimated the power of this jade crystal beast, so..." As he spoke, Chu Tianxiong's eyes suddenly widened, emitting a bewitching light. Supreme Demon Ancestor, I, Chu Tianxiong, the descendant of Supreme Demon God King, sacrifice my last trace of blood to activate this heaven and earth. Chu Tianxiong's hands moved, and his mouth kept chanting the Monster Palace's secret technique. As he was chanting, the surrounding spiritual energy in the ice-cold pond kept surging toward his body, emitting a majestic spiritual power. In an instant, it condensed into a black air and drilled into the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. At the same time, Chu Tianxiong saw the Princess of Chu, who was still in a state of grief, and hurriedly shouted, "Princess, quickly activate the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron to suppress this beast." Yes. The Princess of Chu bit her lip. Although she could not bear to see her father use the Supreme Demon secret technique with his last trace of strength. However, she clearly knew that if she hadn't done so, they would have all died at the mouth of this Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast. Not only that, if they died in the mouth of this Jade Water Crystal Beast, the century-old foundation of the Monster Palace would be destroyed. Therefore, the Princess of Chu knew that she had no choice but to kill this beast to avenge her father. As the Princess of Chu thought about it, a murderous intent suddenly surged in her eyes as she looked at the Jade Water Crystal Beast. The moment the murderous intent surged, the Princess of Chu quickly activated the technique in her body. Countless spiritual powers surged out and quickly entered the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. After the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron absorbed the power of Chu Tianxiong's Supreme Demon secret technique and the Princess of Chu's power, it quickly rotated and emitted a powerful force, directly blocking the Jade Water Crystal Beast's 1,000 feet of ice. Not only that, but the powerful force emitted by the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron directly hit the Jade Water Crystal Beast. There was a loud bang. The Jade Water Crystal Beast's huge body was directly hit, and it was directly knocked back a few steps. Roar! The Jade Water Crystal Beast let out a low roar in pain, and its entire body went into a frenzied state, screaming crazily. "Princess, quickly use this opportunity to activate the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron to suppress this beast." Chu Tianxiong's hands did not move, but instead, they moved and sent power into the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. The moment the power was sent, his body became more and more confused. Chu Wangfei's heart ached when she saw her father's expression. However, her expression remained as cold as ice. She knew that if she could not control the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron to suppress the Jade Ice Crystal Beast, then her father's sacrifice would have been in vain. The Princess of Chu gently bit her lips, and her body suddenly floated up. She waved her hands like a fairy, and endless power erupted from her body with her movements. At the same time, the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron also followed the guidance of her power and slowly closed in on the Jade Water Crystal Beast. The Jade Water Crystal Beast was clearly no longer as calm as before. When it saw the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron closing in on it, it constantly roared and its body violently blasted in all directions, trying to break out of the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron's encirclement. Unfortunately, the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron's power was too strong, and the Jade Water Crystal Beast had been in a confrontation with Chu Tianxiong for 100 years. It was already in a weakened state, so how could it resist the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron's power? It could only watch helplessly as the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron pressed down on its body. Under the Princess of Chu's control, the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron grew bigger and bigger. In less than a few breaths' time, it had already surpassed the Jade Water Crystal Beast's huge body and slowly pressed down on it. Roar! The Jade Water Crystal Beast wanted to dodge, but unfortunately, under the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron's power, it could not resist at all. It could only let out continuous roars from its mouth. Die! The Princess of Chu controlled the supreme demon ancient cauldron and coldly shouted. At the same time, she waved her hands, and the supreme demon ancient cauldron pressed down on the jade water crystal beast like a 1,000-pound hammer, causing a series of ripples. Ah! Chapter 218. Did it work? Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu both heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the jade ice crystal beast being suppressed by the great demon ancient cauldron. Chu Tianxiong was a remnant soul to begin with, and he had used all of his strength to activate the great demon secret technique. He had used up all of his soul power, leaving only a sliver of remnant soul floating in the glacial ice pool. It was faintly discernible, as if it would disappear at any moment. Although the Princess of Chu did not die, she was not much better off than Chu Tianxiong. Controlling the great demon ancient cauldron required a huge amount of energy. Furthermore, the Princess of Chu had used the great demon ancient cauldron to suppress the jade ice crystal beast. The amount of energy she had used had almost depleted the spiritual energy in her body. At this moment, her face was pale. When she heard that the jade ice crystal beast had stopped howling, the last breath she had used to support her body was released. Her entire body went limp and fell to the ground. Princess. When Chu Tianxiong saw the Princess of Chu fall to the ground, he floated up and came to her side. He had a sad expression on his face. Princess, are you all right? I'm fine. The Princess of Chu shook her head and looked at Chu Tianxiong. Her frosty expression melted and turned into sadness. Father, you. When Chu Tianxiong saw his daughter like this, he could not bear to see her like this. When he thought about how he was about to leave this world, he felt even more sad. However, he did not want his daughter to be sad. Chu Tianxiong pretended to be calm and smiled kindly. Princess, I'm old. I'll leave this world sooner or later. Don't be too sad. Father. When the Princess of Chu heard Chu Tianxiong's name, her voice immediately became choked up. For a moment, she looked at Chu Tianxiong and did not know what to say. However, Chu Tianxiong kept comforting her. Roar, just as the two of them were talking, the jade ice crystal beast that Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu thought to be dead suddenly let out a low roar. What? When Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu heard this voice, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. The two of them simultaneously looked in the direction of the ice jade beast and heard the ferocious voice of the ice jade beast. The supreme demon ancient seal is indeed extraordinary. This beast actually didn't die. When the Princess of Chu saw the jade ice crystal beast open its bell-like laughing eyes, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Not only her, but even Chu Tianxiong was stunned. He muttered to himself, how is this possible? When the jade ice crystal beast saw Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu's expressions, it could not help but laugh heartily. Chu Tianxiong, oh Chu Tianxiong. Do you think you're the only one who's been thinking about how to deal with me in the past 100 years? Have I not thought about how to deal with this supreme demon ancient cauldron? As the jade ice crystal beast spoke, it suddenly snorted coldly. Chu Tianxiong, let me tell you something. During these 100 years, I have been constantly cultivating my heart meridian in order to be able to resist your supreme demon ancient cauldron. Bang! As the jade ice crystal beast spoke, a bang suddenly sounded from its body, and a layer of frost fell from its body. Chu Tianxiong, you forced me to do all of this. You forced me to use my heart meridian for 100 years just to cultivate this layer of protection. The jade ice crystal beast watched the frost fall from its body, and its expression became even more ferocious. Its already terrifying eyes widened, and its voice was filled with anger. Chu Tianxiong, you forced me to do all of this. I originally wanted to unify the monster palace, but now, it's you. It's you who changed my mind. Chu Tianxiong, I, the jade ice crystal beast, will definitely flatten the monster palace today. I won't leave a single person in your monster palace alive. Chu Tianxiong was the strongest person in the 5 counties. When had he ever been in such danger? When he heard the jade ice crystal beast's words, a wave of anger suddenly surged within his body. Even though there was only a sliver of his soul left, Chu Tianxiong leaped up, and an irresistible pressure still spread out. He sternly shouted, Jade Ice Crystal Beast, you bastard. As long as I, Chu Tianxiong, am here, don't even think of taking half a step into my monster palace. This stern shout was mixed with Chu Tianxiong's spiritual energy, and as his voice spread out, it immediately exploded with a sense of majesty. When Su Yang, who was standing in the distance, heard his voice, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. He secretly exclaimed in his heart, "This Chu Tianxiong is indeed the strongest person in the 5 counties. Now that he's left with just a sliver of his soul, he can still release such shocking power." Of course, while Su Yang was praising Chu Tianxiong, he looked at the Jade Ice Crystal Beast and frowned. When the Jade Ice Crystal Beast said that it had set foot in the Monster Palace, Su Yang's expression didn't change much. After all, Su Yang had come to the Monster Palace to find out about his father and the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. As for the Monster Palace, Su Yang had never felt any nostalgia for it. And in the past few days in the Monster Palace, although he had received a lot of favors from the Monster Palace, Su Yang was naturally moved. Unfortunately, this feeling was replaced by anger when Su Yang found out that the Princess of Chu had spied on him and that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on his body. Therefore, if the Jade Ice Crystal Beast were to trample the Monster Palace, even if Su Yang had the ability to stop it, he wouldn't care. However, Su Yang understood that today, Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu really couldn't stop the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. If the Jade Ice Crystal Beast were to leave here, it would be difficult for him to escape death. While Su Yang was frowning, the Princess of Chu also forced her body to stand up. Holding the fish dragon sword in her hand, she pointed at the Jade Ice Crystal Beast and shouted, "Beast, you're still trapped under the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, and you still dare to speak so arrogantly. Haha, I'm trapped in this Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron." When the Jade Ice Crystal Beast heard the Princess of Chu's words, he wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "I have to admit that this Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron is a peerless treasure. However, without the support of spiritual power, how long can it trap me?" As the Jade Ice Crystal Beast spoke, he looked at the pale faces of the Princess of Chu and Chu Tianxiong. He immediately said in a mocking voice, "If I'm not wrong, the two of you are probably at the end of your rope. With your current strength, I don't think you can activate the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron." The Jade Ice Crystal Beast's words clearly poked at Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu's sore spot. Just as the Jade Ice Crystal Beast said, the father and daughter duo were already at the end of their rope. Chu Tianxiong only had the last bit of his remnant soul power, so he was unable to activate the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. It was the same for the Princess of Chu. She had exhausted all the spiritual power in her body and could no longer support the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. "Beast, don't be so smug. Today, I, Chu Tianxiong, will use up the last bit of my remnant soul power to accompany you in death." As he spoke, Chu Tianxiong suddenly attacked the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. "Beast, give me your life." The Princess of Chu also growled. She clenched her teeth and raised the long sword in her hand to attack the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. When the Jade Ice Crystal Beast saw the two attacking at the same time, his mind was shaken. After all, he was still being suppressed by the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. The Jade Ice Crystal Beast let out a low snort from its nostrils. Its eyes suddenly emitted a bewitching red light. In an instant, it opened its mouth and spoke, "Chu Tianxiong, you said that my mouth is my weakest spot. Today, I will show you the power of my mouth." As he spoke, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast suddenly opened his mouth and a large amount of pool water entered his mouth. Chu Tianxiong saw the Jade Water Crystal Beast open its mouth and thought of something, so he hurriedly shouted to Chu Wangfei, "Princess Consort, you have to back off quickly. The spirit qi in your body has been depleted. You are no match for this sea beast. Back off quickly." The Princess of Chu looked at her father's worried eyes and shook her head, saying, "Father, if this Jade Ice Crystal Beast doesn't die today, our Monster Palace clan will definitely not survive. How can I retreat?" Chu Tianxiong wanted to say something, but when he saw the determination in the Princess of Chu's eyes, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Instead, he nodded and said, "All right. Today, even if we can't defeat this Jade Ice Crystal Beast, we will drag him down with us." "Yes." The Princess of Chu nodded. The two of them attacked the Jade Ice Crystal Beast at the same time. Rumble, unfortunately, the two of them were arrows at the end of their flight. Before they could get close to the Jade Ice Crystal Beast, they heard a loud noise. The jade ice crystal beast opened its bloody mouth and suddenly spat out countless water pillars. They directly hit the princess of Chu and Chu Tianxiong. The two of them, who were already weak, were hit by the water pillars. They could not dodge at all. With a scream, they were sent flying and fell to the ground at the same time. Phut! At this moment, the princess of Chu spat out a mouthful of blood. As for Chu Tianxiong, he was getting weaker and weaker. It was as if he was about to disappear. His entire body could not move. When the jade ice crystal beast saw the two of them, it immediately laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, why do you still want to kill me? Ha ha ha, come on, kill me. Phut! The jade ice crystal beast laughed proudly. However, it did not laugh for long before it spat out a mouthful of blood and screamed continuously. It was clearly suppressed by the ancient demon cauldron and launched such a powerful attack. The jade ice crystal beast was also heavily injured. When the princess of Chu saw this scene, she immediately picked up the long sword that had slipped from the ground. She gathered her chi and rushed towards the jade ice crystal beast. Unfortunately, she was heavily injured. Just as she stood up, she fell to the ground again. Princess. When Chu Tianxiong saw the princess of Chu's appearance, his heart ached. He looked at the jade ice crystal beast with anger. Unfortunately, he had exhausted all his strength. Now, he only had a trace of his remnant soul left. He could not pose a threat to the jade ice crystal beast. He could not even get close to the jade ice crystal beast. Chu Tianxiong looked and roared unwillingly. Why? Hearing his roar, the jade water ice crystal beast was overjoyed. Even though it was heavily injured, it still laughed happily. Ha, Chu Tianxiong, you and I have fought for 100 years. In the end, I am still the one who came out on top. Rest well today. Chapter 219. Hearing Chu Tianxiong's words, the jade ice crystal beast did not show any signs of fear. Instead, it laughed loudly. Ha, Chu Tianxiong, don't be so arrogant. No matter how powerful this ancient demon cauldron is, without the support of spiritual power, it's just a piece of trash. And now, both of you are injured. Chu Tianxiong, you're about to disappear. Who else can stop me? Who else can kill me? Ha. The jade ice crystal beast looked at Chu Tianxiong and the princess of Chu's increasingly ugly expressions and became even more proud. Although it was also heavily injured. But for the current these injuries were just small matters. Because the jade ice crystal beast knew very well that as long as it left the suppression of the ancient demon cauldron, it could immediately use the water of the profound ice-cold pond to heal its injuries. Then, it would be the day it trampled over the monster palace. Thinking about it, the jade ice crystal beast's heart was filled with excitement. 1,000 years, 1,000 years, I've waited for 1,000 years. Finally, I can leave this place. Finally, I can defeat the Supreme Demon Clan. Ha, Supreme Demon Clan. Well said. Supreme Demons. Actually, you guys are nothing more than demonic beasts. Why can you demonic beasts be above humans while we, the sea beasts, can only live in this dark land of the Eastern Sea? Ha, from today onwards, I'll be above humans. I'll kill all of you Supreme Demon Clan. From now on, there'll only be the Sea Monster Clan. Only us sea monsters will be the overlords of this world. Ha. The jade ice crystal beast laughed more and more happily, more and more excited, and more arrogant. Chu Wangfei and Chu Tianxiong could only watch helplessly as the jade ice crystal beast ran amok. They could not do anything to stop it. As the power of the supreme demon ancient cauldron grew weaker and weaker, the two of them sank into despair. When the jade water crystal beast saw the despair on their faces, it began to laugh even more wantonly. Ha, whoosh! Just as the jade ice crystal beast was laughing so arrogantly, it suddenly felt a huge pain in its mouth. Its laughter abruptly stopped, and its entire body shook. You die. A young man wearing elegant white robes and holding a black long sword stood in front of the jade water ice crystal beast. His eyes were filled with a resolute light as he looked at the jade water ice crystal beast and shouted harshly. Suddenly, he raised the long sword in his hand and attacked the jade ice crystal beast's mouth again. The sword flashed and a strong burst of spiritual energy directly rushed into the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's mouth. Every sea beast had a weakness. The Jade Ice Crystal Beast was no exception. Its mouth was its weakest point. Now that its mouth had suffered such a serious injury, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast felt as if its entire body had been pierced. It immediately began to howl loudly. Hoo! Hoo! The Jade Ice Crystal Beast roared crazily as its limbs twitched constantly. It wanted to break free from the suppression of the Supreme Fey Ancient Cauldron, but the power of the cauldron had yet to dissipate. Now that it was injured, how could it break free? He could only watch helplessly as he was continuously attacked and continuously endured the incomparably great pain. The feeling of complacency from before had completely disappeared. Under the continuous attacks, it became weaker and weaker. Slowly, it fell to the ground and stopped moving. Only its mouth still had a hint of unwillingness. It used its last bit of strength to roar, "Who is it? Who is it?" When it saw the white-robed youth in front of it, its eyes were filled with unwillingness. "Six Bloodlines Saint, it's actually a Six Bloodlines Saint. Ha ha ha, I, the Overlord of the East Sea, will actually die in the hands of a Six Bloodlines Saint today. Ha ha ha." The Jade Ice Crystal Sea Beast laughed miserably. Unfortunately, its weakest point had already been attacked. No matter how strong it was, it couldn't stop its life from flowing away. Bang! With a loud bang, its entire body turned into ashes. The Jade Ice Crystal Beast, the Overlord of the East Sea, had fallen. Only a wave of unwillingness was left. It would never have thought that it would actually die in the hands of a Six Bloodlines Saint. A Six Bloodlines Saint. If this person was not Su Yang, who else could it be? Su Yang naturally did not do this to save the Princess of Chu and Chu Tianxiong. The Princess of Chu had pried into his secrets and placed a restriction in his body. This had already crossed Su Yang's bottom line. Chu Tianxiong had even searched his memories. How could Su Yang not be angry? Su Yang could not wait for the two of them to die. Why would Su Yang save them? However, Su Yang knew that if the Jade Ice Crystal Beast did not die today, he would definitely not be able to leave this place. Therefore, at the last moment, Su Yang saw that the Jade Ice Crystal Beast was heavily injured and laughed wildly. He finally mustered up the courage to attack. Su Yang also did not expect that he would really kill the Overlord of the East Sea. Looking at the Jade Ice Crystal Beast that had turned into ashes, Su Yang could not recover for a long time. The excitement in his heart was self-evident. Bang! At this moment, the loud sound of the High Demon Ancient Cauldron falling to the ground instantly woke Su Yang up. High Demon Ancient Cauldron. Su Yang looked at the High Demon Ancient Cauldron with a greedy look in his eyes. He licked his lips. Seeing the High Demon Ancient Cauldron shrink, Su Yang's heart stirred. He quickly reached out and put the High Demon Ancient Cauldron into his storage bag. At the moment of putting the High Demon Ancient Cauldron away, Su Yang saw a jade-colored bead the size of a pearl on the ground. Su Yang knew that this was the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's monster core. His eyes suddenly lit up and he put it into his storage bag without any hesitation. Although Su Yang's actions were fast, it did not escape the eyes of the Princess of Chu and Chu Tianxiong. When the two of them saw that Su Yang had killed the Jade Ice Crystal Beast, their faces were filled with disbelief because Su Yang was only a Six Bloodline Saint. Similar to the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's final reluctance, they simply could not accept this fact. When the High Demon Ancient Cauldron fell to the ground, they suddenly came to their senses and saw Su Yang put the High Demon Ancient Cauldron and the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's monster core into his storage bag. The two of them could not help but frown. I never thought that I, Chu Tianxiong, who had dominated the 5 counties for a lifetime, would lose to a Six Bloodline Saint in the end. Of course, when Chu Tianxiong said that he lost to Su Yang, he naturally did not mean that he had truly lost to Su Yang. After all, if Chu Tianxiong had not exhausted his strength, even if there were 100 Su Yang, he would definitely not have any power to fight back in Chu Tianxiong's hands. What Chu Tianxiong was referring to was that he had confronted the Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast for 100 years. In the end, he had almost been counterattacked by the Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast, but the Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast had died at the hands of Su Yang. In contrast to Chu Tianxiong's bitter smile in his heart, Princess Chu looked at Su Yang and did not feel anything. Instead, she was quite happy. After all, she had already designated Su Yang as the next person in charge of the Monster Palace. Su Yang naturally did not know what the two of them were thinking. After putting away the two items, his eyes immediately surged with a murderous intent. The Princess Chu placed a restriction in my body and spied on me. She must know a lot of my secrets. Now that she is seriously injured, it is a good opportunity for me to kill her. Su Yang thought in his heart and immediately turned to walk in the direction of the Princess Chu. Although Su Yang also had the desire to kill Chu Tianxiong, he did not pay much attention to him. This was because Su Yang clearly knew that Chu Tianxiong had only left behind the last trace of his soul remnant. With just him, he would automatically disappear in less than an hour. Therefore, Su Yang was not afraid that he would search his memories. On the contrary, the Princess Chu was the palace master of the Eastern Palace. She was only injured now. If he waited until she returned to the Eastern Palace, it would be a disaster for him. At that time, the one who would die would most likely be him. Moreover, in the ice-cold pond, it was definitely a good opportunity. If he killed the Princess Chu, no one in the Monster Palace would know. Thinking of Su Yang, the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense. When the Princess Chu came back to her senses, she was more concerned about her father and did not pay much attention to Su Yang. Moreover, she had already chosen to believe in Su Yang, so she did not think too much about it. Although Chu Tianxiong's eyes were on Su Yang, unfortunately, he only had a trace of remnant soul power left. He could not even speak, so how could he feel the murderous intent in Su Yang's eyes? Looking at Su Yang, Chu Tianxiong frowned and thought to himself, since this person is the successor of the Futu Sword Sect, and I am indebted to the Futu Sword Sect, I am destined to disappear today. This person only has the power of a saint with 6 bloodlines. Why not help him? Thinking about this, Chu Tianxiong did not hesitate at all. He suddenly jumped up, and the last trace of remnant soul power rushed directly into Su Yang's body. Su Yang was greatly alarmed when he saw this scene. He originally wanted to block it, but it was a pity that Chu Tianxiong's speed was so fast that he was simply unable to block it. Seeing Chu Tianxiong's remnant soul force enter his body, Su Yang felt even more astonished in his heart. Just as Su Yang was surprised, Chu Tianxiong's voice suddenly rang out in his mind, "Junior Su Yang, although this remnant soul power of mine has been exhausted and only a trace is left, you are only a saint with 6 bloodlines. I believe this power can help you condense a saint bloodline." As Chu Tianxiong spoke, the blood in Su Yang's body suddenly surged. The spiritual qi was the remnant soul power of Chu Tianxiong. Su Yang could not help but be stunned. At the same time, he quickly came to his senses and hurriedly used his cultivation method to absorb the remnant soul power of Chu Tianxiong. It expanded in his blood and quickly condensed his 7th saint bloodline. Because of the help of Chu Tianxiong's power, Su Yang quickly condensed his 7th saint bloodline. 7 bloodline saint. Su Yang successfully condensed his saint bloodline. He opened his eyes and opened his hands. There was not much excitement, only shock and bitterness. Chu Tianxiong, this is only the last trace of remnant soul power, but it can help me condense a saint bloodline. When can I reach this level? Chapter 220. However, the killing intent in Su Yang's eyes only flickered for a moment before vanishing when he looked at the Princess of Chu. The Princess of Chu no longer looked like a queen. Her eyes were filled with tears, and her face was filled with sorrow. Su Yang could not help but frown. The Princess of Chu placed a restriction in my body and looked into my secrets. Now, she's even learned that I'm the successor of the Buddha Sword Sect. That's already a death sentence. Now that she's heavily injured, it's my best chance to kill her, but, seeing the Princess of Chu's sadness and the power of her father's soul that he had just received, Su Yang felt a multitude of emotions. He did not know what to do. Su Yang had never thought of himself as a kind person. However, Su Yang knew what a conscience and gratitude were. The Princess of Chu had placed a restriction in his body and looked into his secrets. She had clearly crossed Su Yang's bottom line. If it were not for the power of Chu Tianxiong's soul, Su Yang definitely would have killed the Princess of Chu without any hesitation. However, Su Yang really did not know what to do now. The Princess of Chu had looked into his secrets, and Chu Tianxiong had searched his memories and revealed them. Clearly, the Princess of Chu knew that he was the successor of the Buddha sword sect. The identity of the successor of the Buddha sword sect had always been a great taboo for Su Yang. This was because the Buddha sword sect carried far too many secrets. Even Su Yang, the successor of the Buddha sword sect, did not know all of these secrets. It was precisely because of this that Su Yang was unwilling to let others know of his identity. There were far too many secrets hidden within, and every single one of them could lead to a fatal disaster. Now that the Princess of Chu knew of Su Yang's secret, she had clearly violated Su Yang's taboo. However, Su Yang was also indebted to the Princess of Chu's father. This made it difficult for Su Yang to make a decision. Forget it, forget it. Speaking of which, I am indebted to the Princess of Chu. After all, she has saved me several times. If I were to really kill her now, I'm afraid that my conscience would be uneasy. Su Yang bitterly smiled and shook his head. He put away the ghost howl sword, and his killing intent towards the Princess of Chu gradually sank. Seeing the Princess of Chu's sad appearance, Su Yang didn't try to persuade her. Instead, he found a place to sit down and waited for the Princess of Chu's reply. Although the Princess of Chu was saddened by the death of her father. However, she was the palace master of the Monster Palace after all. Naturally, her wisdom would never be comparable to that of a normal person. After being sad for a moment, she recovered. She regained her usual aura of a high and mighty queen. She turned to look at Su Yang, who was sitting in the distance, and said, "Su Yang, I am heavily injured right now. You can definitely kill me. Why haven't you done so?" Su Yang was taken aback by this question. "So the Princess of Chu has already sensed my killing intent." Su Yang bitterly smiled and slowly stood up. He walked towards the Princess of Chu. He didn't try to hide it as he usually did. Instead, he directly said, "Palace Master Chu, I can indeed kill you. However, I am indebted to you, so I can't do it." When the Princess of Chu heard Su Yang's words, she was stunned. In her heart, her evaluation of Su Yang increased. She looked at Su Yang and said, "Su Yang, then you must want to know why I am spying on you." "Yes." Su Yang nodded. He didn't hide his inner thoughts. Instead, he directly said, "Palace Master Chu, although I, Su Yang, am not talented, I have my own secrets. You spying on me like this has clearly offended me. Then, wouldn't I have to apologize to you?" When the Princess of Chu heard Su Yang's words, her face suddenly emitted the aura of a ruler. Her usual majesty reappeared on her face. When Su Yang saw the Princess of Chu like this, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This time, he could kill her with a raise of his hand. She actually dared to face him with such an attitude. If the Princess of Chu wasn't injured, Su Yang wouldn't mind the Princess of Chu treating him with such an attitude. After all, this was the world of warriors. It was a world where the strong were respected. Only strength was everything. The Princess of Chu wasn't injured. She was in the realm of radius. She could take his life with a flick of her hand. Su Yang naturally couldn't refuse. Now, the Princess of Chu was injured. Su Yang could take her life with a swing of his sword. Yet, the Princess of Chu still treated him with such an attitude. How could Su Yang not be angry? However, Su Yang thought that since he no longer wanted to kill the Princess of Chu, it meant that after today, the Princess of Chu would still be the same Princess of Chu. She was still someone he couldn't reach. Su Yang suppressed the anger in his heart. Instead, he cupped his hands towards the Princess of Chu and said, "Palace Master Chu, this lowly one wouldn't dare." When the Princess of Chu saw Su Yang's appearance, her expression eased a lot. She nodded and said, "Su Yang, I naturally have my reasons for spying on you. This reason, you will naturally understand in the future. Now, you don't need to know." "Oh." Su Yang nodded. Since he had already explained it to the Princess of Chu today, he didn't hide it anymore. He looked at the Princess of Chu and asked, "Then, Palace Master Chu, why did you put 2 restrictions in my body?" "What?" When Su Yang said this, the Princess of Chu was suddenly stunned. "This brat actually knows that I put restrictions in his body." The Princess of Chu glanced at Su Yang. She was surprised. However, Her expression didn't change. As cold as ice, she looked at Su Yang without the slightest emotion. She said coldly, "This is the rule of my monster palace. Otherwise, how can I ensure the loyalty of every disciple of the monster palace?" "Is that so?" The corners of Su Yang's mouth curled up slightly. Clearly, he didn't believe the Princess of Chu's explanation. However, Su Yang didn't ask any further. This was because Su Yang knew that since he had decided not to kill the Princess of Chu, the Princess of Chu was still the Princess of Chu. She was the Princess of Chu that he couldn't surpass now. She was a mighty figure of the Radius realm, and he was only a small saint. Of course, Su Yang didn't know that the reason why Chu Wangfei was acting like this was only to test him. At the same time, he also didn't know that Chu Wangfei had already decided that he would be the next palace lord of the Supreme Demon Palace. Of course, with the Princess of Chu's identity, she naturally wouldn't tell Su Yang this now. Seeing that Su Yang didn't ask any more questions, the Princess of Chu waved her hand and said, "Okay, Su Yang, that's all for today. When you enter the ancient demon pagoda, there are some things that I will naturally tell you." After saying that, the Princess of Chu's body flashed and disappeared into the mysterious ice-cold pond. This stunned Su Yang. Wasn't the Princess of Chu already injured? How could she disappear into thin air now? If she disappeared, doesn't that mean that it would be impossible for me to kill her just now? Thinking of this, Su Yang couldn't help but feel shocked. At the same time, he felt a wave of doubt in his heart. What is the Princess of Chu trying to do? She didn't ask about the Buddha sword sect or the ancient demon cauldron. The ancient demon cauldron is a rare treasure of the monster palace. Why didn't the Princess of Chu ask me for it? Su Yang frowned and became even more puzzled. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out that the Princess of Chu wanted to groom him to become the next palace master of the Eastern Palace. In contrast to Su Yang's puzzlement, the people outside the mysterious ice-cold pond were all frowning. Their hearts were condensed into a fog. 9th level. Who is it? Who has the ability to reach this level? The mystery of the mysterious ice-cold pond had spread throughout the monster palace over the past few days. In the past few days, all the disciples in the Eastern Palace who could squeeze in had squeezed in. They were already numb to seeing the red light that constantly lit up on the mysterious ice-cold pond's stone walls. This was because over the past few days, the red light on the mysterious ice-cold pond's stone walls had already made them unable to be surprised. Especially when the 9th light lit up, only confusion remained in their hearts. Who is it? Who is it in the 9th level? Xu Sang, Nangong Xiangming, Gang Ji, and the other top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace looked at the red light on the stone walls and frowned. In the past few days, they had their followers check almost the entire monster palace, but they still couldn't find out who had entered the monster palace. Unfortunately, no matter how they checked, they still couldn't find out who had entered the monster palace. After all, those who had the ability to enter the mysterious ice-cold pond were all in the Eastern Palace. Even if they weren't in the Eastern Palace, they were out of the Hidden Demon area to train or to manage the Monster Palace's auction in the Hidden Demon area. No one was in the mysterious ice-cold pond. This made them fall into a state of melancholy. Nangong Xiangming was angry and didn't check on those who had the ability or not. He directly asked them to check one by one and find out which disciple wasn't in the Eastern Palace. There were tens of thousands of disciples in the Eastern Palace. Checking all the disciples was obviously not a small task. The subordinates of the top 10 disciples worked together and spent a lot of time investigating. They didn't come back until now. Found it. The disciple who led the investigation knew that his bosses were waiting anxiously. He didn't care if others heard him as soon as he came in and shouted. Nangong Xiangming saw his subordinate come back and hurriedly asked, "What did you find? Did you find out who entered the mysterious ice-cold pond?" "Yes." The person nodded proudly and smiled. "Senior brother Nangong, we've checked the entire Eastern Palace and all the disciples. Everyone is in the Eastern Palace except for one person. Only one person is not here. Who is it?" Nangong Xiangming and Xu Sang anxiously asked at the same time. Su Yang, the Su Yang who just joined the Monster Palace. The disciple didn't keep them in suspense. Su Yang. Nangong Xiangming heard the disciple's words and couldn't help but frown. Then, the figure of Su Yang appeared in front of his eyes. He suddenly slapped the disciple's face and shouted angrily, "Bullshit, Su Yang is only a four-vein saint. How can he enter the mysterious ice-cold pond? But he's the only one who's not here." The investigating disciple said with a face full of grievance. "So what if he's not here? With his strength, I'm afraid he'll be frozen to death before he even comes into contact with the mysterious ice-cold pond." Nangong Xiangming snorted and then waved his hand, "Quickly go and investigate again." "Oh." That person nodded with grievance and left. After he left, the entire profound ice-cold pool hall also boiled with excitement. "Su Yang, how is that possible? That kid is only a four-vein saint." "That's right, I don't believe that he has the ability to break into the 9th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. If he can break into the 9th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond, I dare say that I can open the ancient demon tree. Haha, if Su Yang can enter the 9th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond, not to mention the ancient demon tree, I think I can cross from here to the 9 provinces continent." Chapter 221. His spotless white robes fluttered in the wind. His handsome face carried traces of coldness, making him look extremely charming. His eyes emitted a brilliant light that made people submit to him. "Su Yang. Su Yang. It's really Su Yang. How is this possible?" All the disciples looked at the figure and were dumbfounded. They couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Although the Xian ice-cold pond wasn't the holy land of the monster palace, it had always been a good place for many disciples to cultivate. It could be said that almost all the powerful disciples had cultivated in the Xian ice-cold pond. After all, the spiritual qi in the Xian ice-cold pond was incomparable to the outside world. Therefore, many people liked to cultivate in the Xian ice-cold pond before they reached a certain level of strength. Because of this, the disciples of the East Palace of the Monster Palace knew the Xian ice-cold pond very well. It was also because of this understanding that they knew the mystery of the Xian ice-cold pond. Even an Emperor Tian Xiong couldn't stay in it for long. How could they believe that Su Yang, who only had the strength of a four-meridian saint, could step into the 9th level of the Xian ice-cold pond? This was undoubtedly a fantasy for them. Even if they saw Su Yang's figure and saw Su Yang come out of the Xian ice-cold pond, they couldn't accept this fact. Impossible. How is this possible? Several disciples of the East Palace here were also surprised. They looked at Su Yang's figure and couldn't believe that the person they had waited for a few days and guessed for a few days was a disciple of a four-meridian saint. "What mission can't I have today? Why are there so many people gathered here?" Su Yang still didn't understand the reason. Seeing so many people gathered in the Xian ice-cold pond palace, he couldn't help but frown. At this moment, Nangong Xiangming stepped forward and shouted, "Su Yang, why are you here?" Among them, Nangong Xiangming was the one who didn't believe Su Yang the most. This was because Nangong Xiangming had cultivated in the frozen pond of ice before. However, even Emperor Tian Xiong could only reach the 6th level of the frozen pond of ice. Now, how could he believe that the person who broke into the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold pond was Su Yang? Nangong Xiangming. Su Yang didn't notice Nangong Xiangming just now. At this moment, when he saw Nangong Xiangming stand out, his face immediately darkened. Su Yang had never forgotten the humiliation that Nangong Xiangming gave him when he first entered the Supreme Demon Palace. Nangong Xiangming completely ignored Su Yang's expression and snorted, "Su Yang, you are only a saint. Why did you enter the ice-cold pond palace?" If someone else had asked him this question, he would not have been able to answer it. Su Yang might be able to answer properly, but Nangong Xiangming, Su Yang naturally wouldn't care about him. Especially when he saw Nangong Xiangming's arrogance, Su Yang was even more disdainful. He raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Nangong Xiangming with a cold expression. He completely ignored the spiritual pressure emitted from his body. Instead, he said coldly, "Senior brother Nangong, this frozen pond of ice is a place for disciples to train, and I am also one of the disciples of the Monster Palace. I'm afraid I don't need to report to you that I'm here." Although many disciples in the Eastern Palace didn't know about the existence of the Great Demon Ancient Pagoda, they also didn't know about the top 10 disciples. However, everyone knew that Nangong Xiangming was the recognized second senior brother of the Eastern Palace. Moreover, Nangong Xiangming had the strength of a 5-star emperor. Among all the disciples, he was also one of the best. Usually, it could be said that other than the eldest senior brother of the Eastern Palace, Qin Luo, no one dared to disrespect Nangong Xiangming. Now that everyone saw that Su Yang, who was only a 4-bloodline saint, dared to speak to Nangong Xiangming like this, they immediately woke up from their shock and looked at Su Yang. Say, Su Yang is really bold to speak to senior brother Nangong like this. That's right. Senior brother Nangong is the second senior brother of the Eastern Palace. Even eldest senior brother Qin Luo might not dare to speak to Nangong Xiangming like this. Yes, this Su Yang hasn't been in the Eastern Palace for long, and he dares to be so arrogant. He is simply courting death. Nangong Xiangming didn't expect Su Yang to dare to speak to him with such an attitude. His face immediately surged with a murderous look. He waved his hand and shouted, "Su Yang, do you want to die?" Su Yang had never forgotten the humiliation he had suffered that day. Now that he saw Nangong Xiangming's attitude, Su Yang's heart surged with anger. However, Su Yang also knew that Nangong Xiangming was the second senior brother of the Eastern Palace and was ranked 7th among the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace. Even though Su Yang had now advanced to a 7-bloodline saint, he still had no power to fight back in the face of Nangong Xiangming. However, Su Yang naturally couldn't be afraid because of this. It wasn't because of anything, but simply because he was Su Yang. Hearing Nangong Xiangming's threat, Su Yang not only didn't have a trace of fear, but his eyes also flowed with a sharp light. He stared at Nangong Xiangming and sneered, "Nangong Xiangming, others are afraid of you, but it doesn't mean that I, Su Yang, am afraid of you. You are courting death." As Nangong Xiangming spoke, the spiritual qi in his body suddenly surged up. Then, a powerful force surged up and directly attacked Su Yang's body. When Su Yang saw this, he was shocked in his heart. However, his reaction was also extremely fast. As the cultivation method within his body quickly surged, the mysterious ice-cold cover instantly protected his body. At the same time, he took a step forward and had already moved dozens of steps back. Just this action alone caused everyone's hearts to involuntarily tremble. What a fast speed! Yes, how is this possible? Compared to Nangong Xiangming, they had already established the image of an overlord in their hearts. But Su Yang? In their hearts, they only thought of him as a weakling, a 4-bloodline saint. How could they not be shocked when he suddenly burst out with such a strong speed? Of course, while they were shocked, some people also noticed that there was something wrong with the spiritual energy in Su Yang's body. Rat Li was the first to notice it. When he saw the spiritual energy fluctuation in Su Yang's body, his whole body trembled. This is not the strength of a 4-bloodline saint, it's a 7-bloodline saint. Rat Li's body suddenly trembled as he thought about it. He knew very well that Su Yang was only a 4-bloodline saint when he came to the dark ice-cold pool palace with him. And this was only in a few short days. How was it possible to rise from a 4-bloodline saint to a 4-bloodline saint? Shu Li's face was filled with shock, but when he looked at Su Yang carefully, the aura on his body was indeed the aura of a 7-meridian saint. The power of a 7-meridian saint made him unable to not believe it. Not only him, Nangong Xiangming also noticed the difference when he saw the spiritual energy surge in Su Yang's body. A look of shock flashed across his face. 7-bloodline saint, how is this possible? The rest who were familiar with Su Yang and the others were all shocked when they saw Su Yang's strength. They could not believe what they were seeing. Su Yang looked at Nangong Xiangming and the others and guessed what they were thinking. He was secretly happy, but did not say anything. He just raised the corner of his mouth slightly. It was not that Su Yang was unhappy. It was because Su Yang knew that this little bit of strength was still too weak. Princess Chu, Blue Water Ice Crystal Beast, and Chu Tianxiong were all top experts, and they were Su Yang's goal. Su Yang was not too excited about his 7-bloodline saint strength. Su Yang was not too excited about his 7-bloodline saint strength. Su Yang, who are you? After Nangong Xiangming recovered from his shock, He immediately suspected Su Yang's identity. After all, it was simply unbelievable for a saint of the 4 meridians to become a saint of the 7 meridians in just a few days. "I am who I am." Su Yang maintained his cold demeanor and said. Nangong Xiangming could not help but snort when he heard Su Yang's arrogant attitude. He waved his hand and shouted, "Arrogant man, so what if your cultivation speed is fast? You're only a 7 bloodline saint now. Today, I'll end you. Let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant." As Nangong Xiangming spoke, he leaped up and was about to strike Su Yang with his palm. Su Yang was shocked. After all, Nangong Xiangming was a 5-star ruler. Su Yang was not a match for Nangong Xiangming with his current strength. When he saw Nangong Xiangming approaching, his eyes narrowed, and he quickly retreated. He was as fast as lightning and dodged Nangong Xiangming's attack. What? Nangong Xiangming was stunned. Although he had not used his full strength, he had long wanted to kill Oyu Yangming, so he was not slow just now. A normal 7 bloodline saint would not have been able to dodge it. Now that he saw Su Yang dodge his attack, how could he not be surprised? Everyone below the stage was stunned as well. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. He rose from a 4 bloodline saint to a 7 bloodline saint in a few days, and now he has such a rapid speed. If he's not eliminated, he'll definitely be a disaster in the future. Nangong Xiangming's eyes narrowed, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. Although he was usually arrogant and reckless, it did not mean that he was a stupid person. Not only was he not stupid, but he was also much smarter than ordinary people. He knew very well that with Su Yang's aptitude, even if he was not his match now, he would definitely surpass him in a few years. Moreover, there was already enmity between him and Su Yang. If he didn't kill Su Yang today, then he would be the one in trouble in the future. Nangong Xiangming immediately had the intention to kill. He looked at Su Yang, and the majestic spiritual qi in his body slowly surged. He pointed at Su Yang and shouted, "Su Yang, I didn't want to get rid of you, but now it seems that the more merciful I am to you, the more arrogant you are. Don't blame me for being impolite." Chapter 222. Fear, that's right, Nangong Xiangming really felt fear. He was shocked by Su Yang's almost abnormal cultivation speed. He didn't dare to believe that if Su Yang was given a few more days, to what extent would Su Yang grow? Ordinary people might not be able to advance from a 4 meridian saint to a 7 meridian saint even after a few years. On the other hand, Su Yang had gone from a 4 vein saint to a 7 vein saint in just a few days. Nangong Xiangming was not the only one who felt fear at such an abnormal cultivation speed. Some of the disciples present also felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. Therefore, when they saw that Nangong Xiangming wanted to kill Su Yang, no one made a move. Instead, everyone was looking forward to it. This was because Su Yang had given them too many surprises today. They were so shocked that they could not believe that everything was normal. It was like a dream. Only when Su Yang died and everything came to an end would the dream return to normal. When Nangong Xiangming heard Su Yang's words, although he was shocked, he naturally would not admit that he was afraid. Looking at Su Yang's appearance, he shouted sternly, "Arrogant person, you still dare to quibble when you're about to die." As he spoke, Nangong Xiangming quickly circulated his cultivation method, and a majestic spiritual qi was suddenly emitted. The moment the powerful energy surged, the disciples gathered around could not help but take a step back. When Su Yang saw such a powerful spiritual qi, he could not help but frown. He quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Previously, Su Yang might not have known Nangong Xiangming's strength. However, after obtaining the memory of the bone tablet from Consort Chu, Su Yang had always memorized the names of all the disciples in the Eastern Palace who were worthy of being mentioned. Nangong Xiangming was the second senior brother of the Eastern Palace and ranked 7th among the top 10 disciples. Moreover, Nangong Xiangming had a grudge against Su Yang. Su Yang naturally remembered Nangong Xiangming's strength clearly. He was a 5-star ruler. It was also because Su Yang knew that Nangong Xiangming was a 5-star saint that Su Yang knew that with his current strength, he was definitely not a match for Nangong Xiangming. The reason why he could dodge Nangong Xiangming's attack just now was only because Nangong Xiangming underestimated him. Now that Nangong Xiangming clearly wants to kill me, then I Su Yang's face was filled with worry. He wasn't willing to submit to Nangong Xiangming only because his name was Su Yang, and because of the arrogance flowing in his body. As a result, he was unable to allow himself to be trampled upon, unable to accept Nangong Xiangming's humiliation. As the saying goes, when a man is alive, there are things he can do and things he can't do. He would rather die than be humiliated. It seems that I can only give it my all. When Su Yang saw the majestic spiritual energy emitted from Nangong Xiangming's body, he frowned. It wasn't that he didn't want to run away, but he was surrounded and had nowhere to run. Su Yang, die! Nangong Xiangming let out a fierce shout. His body suddenly became like a long rainbow as he charged forward. His speed was as fast as lightning, and it was incomparable to his previous speed. He directly charged towards Su Yang. Su Yang was shocked. He quickly operated his cultivation method, and a majestic aura suddenly surged. He gritted his teeth and said, "It seems that I can only rely on the black ice shield to block it." Black ice shield. As Su Yang thought about it, he suddenly shouted. The profound ice-cold cover on his body suddenly surged with a burst of bright light. That light suddenly expanded and illuminated the entire profound ice-cold pond shrine. What is this? A defensive combat skill. Everyone saw the light surging from Su Yang's body, and they couldn't help but be stunned again. Not only them, even Nangong Xiangming was stunned when he saw this light, but he quickly recovered, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Su Yang, in the face of absolute strength, all of this is just an opportunistic trick. Die! Bang! Nangong Xiangming's fist directly hit Su Yang's body, and a loud bang burst out, and a huge energy fluctuation swept out at the same time. What a strong power, worthy of second senior brother. The surrounding people showed a look of horror, and they all stepped back. Su Yang is dead for sure. Everyone looked at Su Yang, who was enveloped by the intense light, and said one after another. There wasn't any pity on their faces, but only a sigh of relief. Su Yang's abnormal cultivation speed had made them unable to catch their breath. Humph! Seeing this, Nangong Xiangming instantly recovered his usual cold arrogance, and he didn't even look in the direction of Su Yang, and sneered in his heart, "No matter how fast your cultivation speed is, what can you do? At this moment, you're just a corpse." At this moment, a coughing sound came from within the light. Su Yang's figure slowly appeared. At this moment, Su Yang's clothes were torn, and there was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. He looked slightly embarrassed, but in his eyes, there was still a bright and sharp light. Especially the faint sneer hanging on his mouth, it suddenly made people's scalp tingle. No, how is this possible? How can he not die? Everyone looked at Su Yang, their faces filled with shock and bewilderment. They could not believe everything that was happening before their eyes. When Nangong Xiangming turned his head and saw Su Yang, he was also stunned. In an instant, a surge of anger surged in his heart, and he shouted, "Su Yang, you can still stand after taking a blow from me. I'd like to see how you can still stand now." Nangong Xiangming suddenly let out a low growl, and it was obvious that he was extremely angry. He, Nangong Xiangming, had always been the pride of the Eastern Palace, and none of the disciples in the Eastern Palace dared to disobey him. At this moment, Su Yang, a saint with only 7 meridians, not only disobeyed him, but also survived after taking a blow from him. This made Nangong Xiangming feel an unprecedented humiliation, and the killing intent in his heart soared to the extreme. The cultivation method in his body surged, emitting a fiery red light. "Su Yang, let's see how you're going to dodge this," Nangong Xiangming said. Suddenly, his body flashed as he threw another punch at Su Yang's head. Seeing this, Su Yang's eyes narrowed, and there was not a trace of fear. It was not that Su Yang was not afraid of death, but that Su Yang knew that a man should live with his own pride. No matter what happened today, even if he died, he had to fight for his dignity. He patted his storage bag, took out the ghost howl sword, and was about to meet Nangong Xiangming's attack. Enough! Just at this moment, a loud shout came from outside the ice-cold pond palace. This voice contained a huge amount of power, causing everyone in the ice-cold pond to involuntarily tremble. Then, a figure appeared in front of Nangong Xiangming. With a wave of his hand, Nangong Xiangming instantly retreated dozens of steps. "Who dares to stop me?" Nangong Xiangming had clearly entered a state of rage. Being blocked by someone, he became even more furious. He instantly took out his magic treasure and was about to attack the person who had appeared. However, when he saw the person who had appeared, Nangong Xiangming was immediately stunned. Looking at the ice-cold expression on the person's face, Nangong Xiangming's body trembled. His legs went soft, and he immediately knelt on the ground, respectfully shouting, "Palace Master." The person who appeared was Princess Chu. Princess Chu looked at Nangong Xiangming and ignored him. Instead, she glanced at Su Yang. Seeing that he was not dead, she swept her gaze across the crowd and said coldly, "My Eastern Palace disciples have been suppressed by the other 3 palaces for years. You dare to fight among yourselves?" Although his voice wasn't loud, when it reached everyone's ears, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. One after another, they kneeled on the ground and respectfully shouted, "Palace Lord, this disciple and the others know our mistake." Chu Wangfei waved her hand and didn't say anything else. Instead, she turned to Nangong Xiangming and said, "Nangong Xiangming, you claim to be the second senior brother of the Eastern Palace, but you don't follow the rules of the Eastern Palace. I punish you by sending you to the Supreme Demon Ancient Prison for 3 days. Palace Master." When Nangong Xiangming heard that Chu Wangfei had been locked in the Supreme Demon Ancient Prison, his body trembled. He hurriedly knelt down to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, Chu Wangfei waved her hand and shouted, "Nangong Xiangming, do you dare to disobey me?" I. Nangong Xiangming trembled and didn't dare to say anything more. His face was no longer as arrogant as before. When he thought of the Supreme Demon Ancient Prison, there was deep fear in his eyes. When he looked at Su Yang, there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. However, when he saw that the Princess Chu was present, he didn't dare to say anything and retreated. Princess Chu saw Nangong Xiangming leave and looked back at Su Yang. She slowly said, "The Eastern Palace has always been fair in its rewards and punishments. In the past 100 years, no one has ever entered the 8th level of the glacial pond. However, Su Yang has entered the 9th level as a saint of the 5 bloodlines. He is truly a role model for the Eastern Palace." When the Princess Chu said this, the crowd immediately went into an uproar. What? The one who entered the 9th level of the glacial pond is really Su Yang? How is this possible? That's right. Su Yang is only a saint of the 4 bloodlines. Even if his cultivation speed is crazy, he is only a saint of the 7 bloodlines. How can he enter the glacial pond? What? Are you all doubting my words? Princess Chu heard the commotion and her face darkened. Everyone shut their mouths and hurriedly said, "We don't dare." Princess Chu glanced at them and ignored them. She continued, "Su Yang has done well in the glacial pond. Today, I will give the Eastern Palace Spirit Palace a place for Su Yang to cultivate." After that, the Princess Chu didn't wait for Su Yang to react. She waved her hand and a domino fell into Su Yang's hand. Spirit Palace? How is this possible? The Palace Master is giving the Spirit Palace to Su Yang. How is this possible? When everyone heard that the Princess Chu had given the Spirit Palace to Su Yang, they were shocked. Chapter 223. Among the disciples, the Princess of Chu had always been a quiet person. No one had ever seen her smile, and this time was no exception. After teaching Su Yang the Spirit Palace domino, she didn't say goodbye to the disciples. She waved her hand and left. This sudden action shocked all the disciples. They all knelt down and shouted, "Farewell, Palace Master." While they were talking, Chu Wangfei had already left the martial arts training hall 1,000 miles away. After everyone knew about the Princess of Chu, the entire martial arts palace was boiling. Of course, all the topics revolved around Su Yang. While talking, they looked at Su Yang from time to time with complicated expressions on their faces. He couldn't accept this fact at all. After all, this was too crazy for them. But they couldn't not believe it. After all, even the Palace Master of the Monster Palace said so. This matter was obviously not false at all, so they couldn't doubt it at all. Rat Li also struggled for a long time in his heart. After a long time, he made up his mind. He walked in front of Su Yang and said, "Su Yang, you really didn't disappoint me. I'll wait for you." After Rat Li finished speaking, he turned his head and left with Rat Sang, who was still in a daze for a long time. Rat Li's action stunned Su Yang. The reason why Su Yang entered the ice-cold pond was, in fact, largely related to Rat Li. After all, if it wasn't for Rat Li, Su Yang probably wouldn't have entered the ice-cold pond. Rat Li originally wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Now, he didn't see a joke, but he was still able to maintain this indifferent expression. This made Su Yang's view of Rat Li change a little. An opponent worth challenging. Su Yang smiled and didn't stop Rat Li. He planned to leave as well, but before he could leave, he was surrounded by many disciples. These disciples were all between saints and emperors. Stopping Su Yang was nothing more than trying to build a relationship with Su Yang. After all, this unacceptable fact had come true, and they didn't want to end up like Nangong Xiangming. Since that was the case, the best choice was to build a relationship with Su Yang. Since then, Su Yang had not been good with words, and he had very few friends around him. Suddenly being surrounded by so many people, he was quite unaccustomed to it. However, looking at their sincere looks, Su Yang was too embarrassed to lose his temper. He could only brace himself and sigh with them. If the 4 great palaces of the Monster Palace were not separated and combined, the disciples of the Monster Palace would number in the hundreds of thousands. Naturally, there were more than 4 people in charge of such a huge palace. In addition to the palace masters of the 4 great palaces, each palace also had an elder in charge of the disciples. Because the East Palace had always been lacking in talents except for the Princess of Chu, there was only one elder in the East Palace. Moreover, this elder was always in seclusion and rarely took care of the matters of the East Palace. As a result, very few disciples in the East Palace knew this elder. They only knew of her existence. Not only them, but even the Princess of Chu rarely disturbed this elder. This didn't mean that this elder was stronger than the Princess of Chu, but the Princess of Chu made this elder constantly cultivate in seclusion. This was because the Princess of Chu knew that if that day really came and she left, only this elder would be enough to support the entire East Palace. It could be said that this elder was the Princess of Chu's last trump card in the East Palace. It was because of this that the Princess of Chu had specially issued an order in the East Palace that all disciples were not to disturb this elder's cultivation. However, today, the Princess of Chu came to this elder's place of seclusion on her own. The Princess of Chu slowly pushed open the door and entered. She saw a person on the training platform in the palace. This person had a youthful face and looked to be in her 20s. However, between her brows, she faintly emitted the aura of a ruler similar to that of the Princess of Chu. One could vaguely sense the vicissitudes of life in her tightly closed eyes. Lu Lan. The Princess of Chu called out softly and sat down on a chair nearby. The elder of the East Palace called Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu's call and slowly opened her eyes. When she saw the Princess of Chu, her face immediately revealed a look of excitement. She stopped cultivating and greeted the Princess of Chu. "Palace Master, why have you come to my place today?" "All right, Lu Lan, there is no need for such formalities between us." The Princess of Chu waved her hand and looked at Lu Lan. There was not the slightest bit of coldness on her face. Instead, there was a hint of melancholy. Lu Lan saw the melancholy on the Princess of Chu's face and frowned. She raised her head and said in a sorrowful voice, "Palace Master, is the promise coming soon?" "Yes." The Princess of Chu slowly nodded and said, "It is indeed so." Thinking about the date, it should be in the next few years. You also know that those people always do things without leaving a trace. We don't know when they will arrive. Palace Master, Lu Lan is useless. She has been in seclusion for several years, but she still hasn't broken through to the origin state. When Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu's words, she immediately knelt in front of the Princess of Chu with a face full of self-blame. The Princess of Chu waved her hand and said, forget it. Lu Lan, don't blame yourself. Some people can't break through to the origin state even after hundreds of years. You have only been in seclusion for a few years, how can you break through so easily?" The more the Princess of Chu acted like this, the more Lu Lan blamed herself in her heart. When the Princess of Chu saw this, she smiled slightly and said, "All right, Lu Lan, I am not here to discuss cultivation with you today. I am here to discuss something with you. Discuss. When Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu's words, she was stunned. She looked at the Princess of Chu in confusion and said, Palace Master, although I am an elder of the Eastern Palace, it is only because the Palace Master has done me a favor by promoting me to an elder. Furthermore, I have never paid attention to the matters of the Eastern Palace. Palace Master, why do you want to discuss with me? When the Princess of Chu heard Lu Lan's words, she shook her head and said, Lu Lan, you are wrong. If it weren't for the matter of being frozen, I am afraid that you would be older than me right now. Therefore, there are some things that you know better than I do. Lu Lan shook her head and said, Palace Master, although that is the case, Lu Lan has been frozen for hundreds of years. If it weren't for the Palace Master, Lu Lan, there is no need for such pleasantries between us. The Princess of Chu didn't wait for Lu Lan to finish and immediately waved her hand to interrupt her. She looked at her and continued, Lu Lan, you also know that the Eastern Palace has withered over the past few decades. The whereabouts of the previous elders are unknown. As such, the only person I can talk to in the entire Eastern Palace is you. If you continue to be so courteous with me, then I, the Princess of Chu, will not have anyone to talk to in the Eastern Palace. When the Princess of Chu said this, she didn't have the slightest bit of her usual aura of a queen. Instead, she seemed like a young girl with countless burdens on her shoulders. When Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu's words, she sighed slightly and revealed a self-deprecating smile on her face. Sigh, to think that my monster palace is so powerful and can be considered invincible in the 5 counties, but when faced with those people, sigh. As she said this, Lu Lan sighed again, and a wave of helplessness appeared in her eyes. Yes. The Princess of Chu only nodded and then looked at Lu Lan and said, Lu Lan, to be honest, I came today to discuss the candidate for the position of Palace Master of the Eastern Palace after I leave. The candidate for the position of Palace Master. When Lu Lan heard this, a bright light suddenly condensed in her eyes. She looked at the Princess of Chu with a face full of excitement. Palace Master, you finally found the right person. Yes. The Princess of Chu nodded and said, it is also a genius that has been found recently. Lu Lan's personality was clearly more cheerful than the Princess of Chu's, and she was not as cold as the Princess of Chu. When she heard the Princess of Chu's words, the corners of her mouth immediately rose to a smile. Palace Master, Lu Lan would like to know who this disciple of the Eastern Palace is, to be able to receive such an evaluation from you. Is it Qin Luo or none of them? The Princess of Chu waved her hand. When she thought of Su Yang's figure, she gave a rare smile and said, Lu Lan, you don't know this person. He has only been in the Eastern Palace for a few days. A few days. When Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu's words, she could not help but frown. Palace Master, what is this person's current strength? A 7 Meridian Saint. What, a 7 Meridian Saint? When Lu Lan heard this, she immediately jumped up from her chair with a face full of surprise. Palace Master, are you sure you are not wrong? Although the disciples of the Eastern Palace are not as good as the other 3 palaces, the top 10 disciples are all Tianxiong emperors. Why would you take a fancy to a 7 Meridian Saint? The Princess of Chu seemed to have expected Lu Lan's reaction. She smiled gently and said, Lu Lan, you can't jump to such a conclusion without hearing the whole story. Let me finish first, then you can evaluate this person. Yes. Lu Lan nodded and sat down again, but her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Obviously, she did not believe that a 7 Meridian Saint could do anything. And it was because of this disbelief that when the Princess of Chu told her about Su Yang and what happened in the short few days after he came to the Monster Palace, the expression on her face kept fluctuating, and she was shocked. Until the Princess of Chu finished talking about what Su Yang did in the Eastern Palace, Lu Lan still could not recover from the shock. Looking at the Princess of Chu, she was even more doubtful. Palace Master, is what you said true? Of course it is true. The Princess of Chu said with a smile. How is this possible? Lu Lan kept shaking her head. I won't mention breaking through the sea dock. It is impossible for him to enter the ice-cold pool if he has some secret methods. But you said that he stepped from a 4 Meridian Saint to a 7 Meridian Saint in just a few days. How can I believe this? It's a little strange. The Princess of Chu nodded and thought for a while before saying, But I saw it with my own eyes, and now all the disciples of the Eastern Palace know about this person. How can I not believe it? From a 4-meridian saint to a 7-meridian saint in a few days, this cultivation speed. Lu Lan opened her mouth wide. She could not imagine how abnormal this cultivation speed was. The Princess of Chu saw Lu Lan's expression and said, "Lu Lan, if you know his identity, I'm afraid you will be even more shocked." Chapter 224. Identity? What identity? Lu Lan looked at the Princess of Chu in shock. What was this? Breaking into the sea dock? Entering the ice-cold pool? And going from a 4-bloodline saint to a 7-bloodline saint in just a few days? This was enough to shock Lu Lan. Lu Lan couldn't imagine Su Yang's identity. How could it shock her more than this? The Princess of Chu wasn't in a hurry to reveal Su Yang's identity. Instead, she smiled mysteriously. This was the first time the Princess of Chu smiled so much in all these years. The more anxious Lu Lan was, the more amused the Princess of Chu was. She deliberately kept it in suspense and didn't say anything. Lu Lan was so anxious that she couldn't help but ask, "Palace Master, tell me, who exactly is Su Yang?" Seeing Lu Lan's face turn red, the Princess of Chu finally said slowly, "The successor of the Buddha sword sect." What? Lu Lan jumped up from her chair when she heard the words Buddha sword sect. She looked at the Princess of Chu in disbelief. "Palace Master, you really didn't make a mistake?" "Absolutely." The Princess of Chu nodded. Thinking about the Buddha sword sect, her smile faded. She looked serious. "Lu Lan, I think you know more about the Buddha sword sect than I do." "Yes." Lu Lan nodded. "The Buddha sword sect is a great favor to the Supreme Monster Clan." "Indeed." The Princess of Chu nodded as well. If it wasn't for the Buddha sword sect, the Monster Palace wouldn't be what it is today. Chu Wangfei's face was filled with emotion as she spoke. She was silent for a long time before she spoke again. "Actually, when I rescued Su Yang from the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, I already knew that this person had many secrets when I observed the situation in his body. This is also why I have always thought highly of this person, but didn't dare to trust him. After all, based on this person's current performance, I'm afraid that he may also step into that legendary level. At that time, if this person has disloyalty towards the Supreme Demon Palace, I'm afraid that the 100 years of foundation of our Supreme Demon Palace will be destroyed by his hands. That's why I didn't dare to truly nurture him. I didn't come to you until I found out he was the successor of the Buddha sword sect. That's why I came to you." The Princess of Chu explained why she came to see Lu Lan today. After listening to the Princess of Chu, Lu Lan fell silent. Although Lu Lan was only in her early 20s, her memories were from 100 years ago. She was even older than the Princess of Chu. She knew about the Buddha sword sect and the relationship between the Buddha sword sect and the Monster Palace. When she heard the Buddha sword sect, the smile on Lu Lan's face disappeared. She became serious and thought for a long time before saying, "Palace Master, the Supreme Monster Clan owes the Buddha sword sect a favor. Our Supreme Monster Tribe has never helped the Buddha sword sect when it was destroyed. It can be said that our tribe owes the Buddha sword sect a lot. If the successor of the Buddha sword sect hadn't shown up, it would have been fine. But now that the successor of the Buddha sword sect has appeared, we will definitely repay the kindness of the Buddha sword sect." "Yes." Chu Wangfei's expression was serious as well. She nodded and said, "Lu Lan, we have the same idea. However, the Buddha sword sect is too sensitive after all. I'm afraid that those people will be interested if they know about the Buddha sword sect. Therefore, I don't plan on telling Su Yang about it. We'll let him grow up in the Supreme Demon Palace first. First, we'll let him take over the position of the Eastern Palace Master, which will solve the problem of the Eastern Palace Master's lack of talents. Second, we'll let him hide his identity. When he truly grows up and is able to bear the name of the Buddha Sword Master, we'll let him decide for himself. That's a good arrangement, Palace Master." Lu Lan has no objections. But does Su Yang know about the Buddha Sword sect's burden? Lu Lan asked the Princess of Chu. "I think he does." The Princess of Chu thought for a moment. She told Lu Lan about how Su Yang was furious when he found out that she was spying on him in the glacial pond. Lu Lan only hesitated for a moment. Then she nodded and said, "Yes, it seems that he's a genius. He's so young, but he's so cunning. No wonder he's the successor of the Buddha sword sect." "Yes." The Princess of Chu nodded and said, "Lu Lan, this way, the position of the East Palace is settled. If you and him are here when those people come, I'll be relieved." As Chu Wangfei spoke, she couldn't help but have a bitter look on her face. Lu Lan felt sad when she saw the Princess of Chu's expression. She asked in a low voice, "Palace Master, are those people really unstoppable?" "Lu Lan, too many things have happened in the past 100 years. You still don't know how powerful those people are. They're not something we can imagine." The Princess of Chu frowned. She no longer had her usual kingly demeanor. When Lu Lan saw this, he fell silent. The two of them remained silent. After a long while, the Princess of Chu said, "By the way, Lu Lan, although Su Yang has a bright future, he's still young and not strong enough. So, I'm going to open the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree." "Open the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree." Lu Lan frowned and said, "Palace Master, the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree doesn't belong to the East Palace. If you want to open it, you must get the permission of the other 3 palaces. The relationship between the East Palace and the other 3 palaces is tense. How can the other 3 palaces agree?" When the Princess of Chu heard Lu Lan's words, she frowned and fell into deep thought. Lu Lan said, "Palace Master, even if the 3 palaces are opened, all the disciples of the Monster Palace will enter together. With Su Yang's current strength, he can't compete with the other disciples. When the time comes, I'm afraid that opening the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree will not only fail to increase Su Yang's cultivation, but it will also backfire." Hearing Lu Lan's words, the Princess of Chu frowned even more. Since she mentioned this today, she naturally thought of these things. It was because she was worried about these things that she wanted to ask for Lu Lan's opinion. Now, she heard that Lu Lan was worried about the same thing as her. The worry in her heart inevitably increased by a lot. Especially when she thought about those people who would arrive at any time, the Princess of Chu was even more worried. It's only a few years until the agreement. Those people's tracks are strange, and I don't know when they will arrive. During this time, if Su Yang can't grow quickly, I'm afraid that Lu Lan alone won't be enough to resist the other 3 palaces. Unless, as the Princess of Chu thought, a bright light suddenly surged in her eyes. She looked at Lu Lan and said, "Lu Lan, if the 3 palaces really don't allow the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree to be opened, then the East Palace will unify them all." "Unify?" Lu Lan was stunned. "Yes." The Princess of Chu nodded, and her face immediately returned to its previous imposing manner. Her eyes shone brightly, and her voice was firm. "In the past 100 years, our Monster Palace has become more and more divided, and the other 3 palaces have become more and more rampant. Originally, I was still thinking about the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree Clan's face, so I didn't want to go against them. However, recently, the people from the other 3 palaces have been restless, and have been eyeing the control of the East Palace. Therefore, the best way now is to unify the Monster Palace, and abolish the other 4 palaces, leaving only the East Palace." Lu Lan looked at the Princess of Chu with a shocked expression. She really didn't think that the Princess of Chu would have such a crazy idea to unify the 4 palaces. However, she had to admit that what the Princess of Chu said was the best way. In the past few years, the East Palace's talents had withered, and it had been supported by the Princess of Chu alone. If it weren't for the Princess of Chu, the East Palace would have been merged by the other 3 palaces. If the Princess of Chu left, the East Palace would fall into the hands of the other palaces. At that time, it would be impossible to protect Su Yang. Even the people of the East Palace wouldn't have a foothold in the Monster Palace. Since that was the case, the best way was to strike first and gain the upper hand. Only by unifying the Monster Palace would these things not happen. Lu Lan admitted that this was the best way, but she was still a little confused. She looked at the Princess of Chu and said, "Palace Master, unifying the Monster Palace is naturally a solution, but have you thought about how to unify it? There are tens of thousands of disciples in the Monster Palace. It's impossible to kill all of them." When the Princess of Chu heard Lu Lan's words, she smiled coldly. "Although it's impossible to kill all of them, it's still possible to get rid of the palace masters. As long as we get rid of those palace masters, I'm sure that with you in charge, those disciples won't dare to act rashly. Yes. Lu Lan nodded, hesitated, and said, even so, Palace Master, have you ever thought about how to make the other disciples obey Su Yang? After all, Su Yang's strength is too weak. How to make Su Yang obey the others? Lu Lan's question hit the Princess of Chu's heart, and the Princess of Chu didn't know how to answer for a moment. No matter how crazy Su Yang's cultivation speed was, he was still too weak. Just like today, if it wasn't for her stopping him, Su Yang would have died at the hands of Nangong Xiangming. Strength. I have to make Su Yang quickly increase his strength. The reason why this child can rise so many levels is probably related to the mysterious ice-cold pond. If I want him to quickly increase his strength, I have to create some fortuitous encounters. But since it's a fortuitous encounter, how can I find it? He doesn't have the qualifications to enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda, and the 10,000 Fey Ancient Tree can't be opened for now. Where in the Monster Palace can he train? The Princess of Chu frowned as she thought, and she fell into a state of worry. Lu Lan was the same. She frowned, sat across from the Princess of Chu, and let out a sigh. Chapter 225. When the Princess of Chu thought of this, she immediately looked at Lu Lan with a burning gaze. When Lu Lan saw the Princess of Chu's gaze, she couldn't help but blush. Although Lu Lan's actual age was about the same as the Princess of Chu's, they were of the same generation. However, because Lu Lan had been sealed in ice for over 100 years, her memory and mind were only stuck at the time when she was a young girl in her 20s. When she saw the Princess of Chu's burning gaze, how could she not blush? She pursed her lips and shyly asked, Palace Master, why are you looking at me like that? Hee. When the Princess of Chu saw Lu Lan's reaction, she became more and more satisfied. She slightly smiled and pretended to be mysterious as she said, Lu Lan, right now, if we want to quickly increase Su Yang's strength, I have thought of a good place in the Monster Palace. Where? Lu Lan slightly frowned and looked at the Princess of Chu in confusion. Just now, she was also thinking about where in the Monster Palace would be suitable for Su Yang to cultivate. However, after thinking for a long time, she couldn't think of such a place in the Monster Palace. Lu Lan even thought of finding a suitable place in the 5 counties for Su Yang to cultivate. Unfortunately, even after thinking of all the places that she was familiar with, Lu Lan still couldn't think of a place that would be suitable for Su Yang to cultivate and that would allow Su Yang to quickly grow. Now that she heard the Princess of Chu say that there was such a place in the Monster Palace, she was naturally confused. When the Princess of Chu saw the confusion in Lu Lan's eyes, she knew that she was anxious, so she didn't keep her in suspense. She turned her eyes and smiled. Lu Lan, did you forget that our East Palace has the ancient demon pool that the other 3 palaces don't have? Supreme Fey Ancient Pond. Lu Lan's eyes lit up when she heard the name. That's right. Why didn't I think of that place? The Supreme Demon Ancient Pond is where the essence of the Monster Palace's Palace Masters is gathered. Cultivating in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond will definitely increase one's cultivation speed. When Lu Lan thought of this, she could not help but smile. However, she quickly frowned and looked at the Princess of Chu. Palace Master, this Supreme Demon Ancient Pool can help Su Yang grow faster, but this Supreme Demon Ancient Pool, before Lu Lan could say anything, she saw the light in Princess Chu's eyes. She seemed to have guessed something and her face flushed red. She couldn't help but take a few steps back. With a look of surprise, she looked at Princess Chu and said, Palace Master, you can't be thinking of making me. That's right. When the Princess of Chu saw that Lu Lan understood, she meaningfully pulled Lu Lan's hand and said, Lu Lan, although you're over 100 years old based on your actual birth date, you're still only 20 years old. You're about the same age as Su Yang. It's naturally the best choice for the 2 of you to enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond together. Although Lu Lan was usually cheerful, she was still a young girl who had never experienced love. Furthermore, she had always been focused on cultivation. She had never thought about the matters between men and women. When she heard the Princess of Chu say this, she immediately felt embarrassed. She felt a wave of shyness in her heart and her face was flushed red. She stared at Princess Consort Chu for a long time, unable to recover her senses. When the Princess of Chu saw Lu Lan like this, she said, "Lu Lan, perhaps this is a bit too much for you. After all, you've never seen Su Yang before. But don't make a decision now. When Su Yang came out of the ice-cold pond, I already gave the Spirit Palace to Su Yang. Now, there are no servants in the Spirit Palace. You can pretend to be a servant and interact with Su Yang for a few days. If you like him, it won't be too late to talk about it then." "Palace Master, that's not what I meant." Lu Lan shook her head and said, "This Su Yang is the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. The Monster Palace owes the Buddha Sword sect. I, Lu Lan, am fortunate enough to enter the ancient demon pond with him. It is an honor. But. Lu Lan looked at the Princess of Chu shyly. She didn't know what to say for a moment. "But what?" the Princess of Chu asked immediately. But when she saw the Princess of Chu's uncertain eyes, she understood. She smiled and said, "Lu Lan, are you worried about Ling? "Yes." Lu Lan nodded shyly. When the Princess of Chu saw Lu Lan nod, she laughed and said, "Hey, Lu Lan, you don't have to worry about that. Su Yang is the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. In other words, he is the successor of an emperor. The world is so big. How many emperors don't have wives and concubines?" The Princess of Chu's face didn't change. Aside from the vicissitudes of life on her face, she was only about the same age as Lu Lan and Chu Linga. But she had lived for 100 years. Her wisdom was not something a young girl like Lu Lan could compare to. He could see through some things more clearly than Lu Lan. When she saw that Lu Lan still couldn't let it go, she continued to persuade her, "Lu Lan, to be honest, even if you don't enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond, if possible, I will still let you and Linga be betrothed to Su Yang." When Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu's words, she blushed again. She didn't know how to respond. When the Princess of Chu saw this, she paused and said, "Lu Lan, in this huge monster palace, apart from the 1,000-year foundation of the monster palace, the people I am most worried about are you and Ling. Although you and Ling's talent is not bad, you are after all women. There should be a man standing in front of you to protect the two of you from the wind and rain. This Su Yang is clearly the best choice. If the two of you are really fated to be with Su Yang, then the three of you will be in charge of the monster palace. Even if I am not in the monster palace, I will be more at ease." When the Princess of Chu said this, a sorrowful look appeared in her eyes. Just as she said, no matter how powerful the Princess of Chu was in the monster palace, she was still a woman. Countless pressures and burdens were piled on her shoulders. She was willing to bear it, but she knew how tiring it was. It was also because the Princess of Chu knew how tiring and painful it was that she didn't want her daughter, her best friend, to bear all of this. For so many years, the Princess of Chu had been shouldering all of this by herself. She had never revealed it in front of others. Now, in front of the only person she could talk to in the East Palace, the Princess of Chu didn't hide the sadness and pain in her heart. Lu Lan felt the sadness in the Princess of Chu and felt uncomfortable in her heart. Although the Gan border continent was a world of martial artists, it was a world where martial artists were respected. However, it didn't mean that in this world, all emotions were lost. Everyone lost the things they wanted to protect. It wasn't like that. In fact, in this cruel world, everyone had something that they wanted to protect. Su Yang, he persevered for the pride in his heart, worked hard for the kindness in his heart, and pursued forward for the kinship. The Princess of Chu, for the sake of protecting the bloodline of the Supreme Monster Clan, for the sake of her daughter, and for the sake of kinship, she had been bearing all of the pressure. Lu Lan was the same. She endured the boring cultivation every day. She closed herself in here every day, never taking half a step out of here. She wanted to protect the Supreme Monster Clan and help reduce the burden on the Princess of Chu. Now, seeing the sadness in the Princess of Chu's eyes, all of the confusion in Lu Lan's heart was solved at this moment. She clenched her fists and said in her heart, "Palace Master, you've already suffered too much for the Supreme Monster Clan. It's time for me to share the burden." The Spirit Palace could be said to be the best palace in the entire Monster Palace other than the main palace. All of the disciples had been working hard to obtain the Spirit Palace. Unfortunately, for so many years, the Spirit Palace had been empty in the East Palace. Even the great senior brother of the East Palace, Qin Luo, had never obtained the right to use the Spirit Palace. This made everyone think that the Spirit Palace was left behind by the Princess of Chu for Chu Linga. When Chu Linga got married, it would be used as the place for Chu Linga's wedding. But they never thought that the Princess of Chu would suddenly reward the Spirit Palace to Su Yang. This made everyone surprised, puzzled, and shocked. Not only him, but even Su Yang himself was surprised when he found out about the Spirit Palace's position in the East Palace. Because the Monster Palace was located in the East Sea, the sea breeze whistled all day and the weather was extremely bad. This made it difficult for many plants to survive in the Monster Palace. But in the Spirit Palace, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. The trees were shady. Before even stepping into the Spirit Palace, just by getting close to it, the unique fragrance and unique aura of the Spirit Palace made people feel relaxed and happy. This Spirit Palace is quite luxurious. Su Yang came to the door of the Spirit Palace. Looking at the palace that was emitting countless golden lights, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a smile. Su Yang had always known that there was a rule in the East Palace. As long as the disciples of the East Palace made contributions to the Monster Palace, they could receive special rewards from the East Palace. But Su Yang only knew this. He did not know about the Spirit Palace's existence. When he received the reward from the Princess of Chu, Su Yang's expression did not change much. Later, when he heard the people who wanted to get closer to him say this, Su Yang truly realized the Spirit Palace's position in the Monster Palace. Now that he had arrived at the Spirit Palace, Su Yang truly understood why the Spirit Palace had such a position in the East Palace. The walls were splendid, and the pavilions and buildings were decorated with colored glass and golden bricks. The Spirit Palace's layout was extremely luxurious. Looking at it, the disciples who came with Su Yang were all full of envy. Su Yang did not care. He was not a person who was greedy, vain, or extravagant. As for the Spirit Palace's luxurious appearance, Su Yang cared more about whether or not the Spirit Palace could help his cultivation. If it could not, then no matter how luxurious it was, in Su Yang's eyes, it was inferior to a straw hut. Standing in front of the palace, Su Yang could not help but take a deep breath. A burst of dense spiritual energy flowed over. Only then did Su Yang feel slightly satisfied. He thought to himself, the density of spiritual energy here is much denser than other places. Chapter 226. Feeling the spirit power of the Spirit Palace, Su Yang's anticipation for the Spirit Palace was piqued. Just as he was about to push open the door and enter, Su Yang remembered that there was a large group of people behind him. Su Yang had never been good at dealing with situations like this. Seeing a dozen or so people surrounding him and looking at him with burning eyes, Su Yang couldn't help but frown. He smiled and said, "Okay, everyone can go back now. We'll play again when we have time." Although the disciples all wanted to enter the Spirit Palace to have a look, when they heard Su Yang ask them to leave, they were too embarrassed to say anything. They looked at the beautiful Spirit Palace and reluctantly left. People are afraid of fame, and pigs are afraid of being fat. It really is like that. Seeing these people leave, Su Yang's ears finally quieted down. He couldn't help but sigh. He shook his head, took out the domino, and moved it. Suddenly, a spirit power burst out from the domino. It went straight to the Spirit Palace's door. As the spirit power moved, the Spirit Palace's door opened with a creak. The moment the Spirit Palace's door opened, a fragrance came from inside the Spirit Palace. It made people feel relaxed and happy. This made Su Yang have a good impression of the Spirit Palace. He looked forward to it. When Su Yang walked into the Spirit Palace, he was shocked by the power of the Monster Palace. The Spirit Palace was so big that it was beyond Su Yang's imagination. It was at least the size of a sword in the hidden sword tomb. Such a big palace was only enough for one disciple to live in. It showed how big the Monster Palace was. Such a big palace, and I'm the only one living here. It seems a bit lonely. Su Yang had always been alone. He didn't know why, but when he looked at the big palace, he couldn't help but feel lonely. Looking at the houses one by one, Su Yang couldn't help but think of the days in the hidden sword tomb. At that time, although he was cultivating alone, when he had free time, there was Fatty Liu, Liu Fei, that clown, and Su Yang. At that time, Liu Fei brought Su Yang a lot of fun on the boring path of cultivation. Now, facing this huge palace, Su Yang couldn't help but reminisce about his days in the Hidden Sword Tomb. At that time, Su Yang was in the Hidden Sword Tomb. He only cared about the sword well, so he did not have too many responsibilities. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. But now, it was impossible. Right now, Su Yang had too many burdens on his shoulders. The Buddha sword sect, the promise of 10 years with the 3 Seas beast, the humiliation brought upon him by the Guyue sect, and the monster palace, countless pressures were pressing down on Su Yang. Usually, when he didn't think about it, Su Yang didn't feel tired. Now that he thought about it carefully, he felt quite helpless. At the same time, he missed the carefree life in the Hidden Sword Tomb. Thinking of the happy life in the Hidden Sword Tomb, he couldn't help but think of the red-clothed figure on the fairy sword peak. That enchanting body, that face that made people yearn for, appeared in the depths of his mind. At this moment, it was all so clear. I wonder how she's doing now. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little bitter as he thought about it. At the same time, his longing for Lin Hualu suddenly surged into his heart. He wished he could fly straight to the Hidden Sword Tomb right now to find Lin Hualu. Fortunately, Su Yang's willpower was firm. He clearly knew that he had too many burdens on his shoulders. He simply didn't allow himself to do as he pleased. Moreover, Su Yang also knew that he had to bear these secrets. These things were all extremely risky. Now, he only had the strength of a 7-meridian saint. He couldn't even compare to an ordinary disciple of the Monster Palace. Going back to the Hidden Sword Tomb to find Lin Hualu would only bring trouble to Lin Hualu. At the same time, Su Yang thought of Lin Hualu's indifference when he left at the end. He faintly felt a sense of sadness in his heart. He smiled bitterly and said, "At this moment, if I could see her from afar, wouldn't it be a kind of happiness?" As Su Yang was thinking, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw that in the main palace of the Spirit Palace, a graceful girl in red was standing there. A gentle breeze blew, and the red dress fluttered. Her enchanting body was unmistakable. Her slender hair covered half of her face, but it still couldn't hide her devastatingly beautiful face. Senior Sister Lin. Seeing this, Su Yang felt a burst of excitement in his heart. He couldn't help but step towards her. "Young Master Su, hello." Just as Su Yang approached, the girl respectfully called out. Immediately, Su Yang was startled. This also caused Su Yang to wake up. He looked at the young lady in front of him. Although she was also beautiful and alluring, and was wearing red clothes, she was not Lin Hualu. Su Yang could not help but feel disappointed. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. Why did I suddenly think of these things today? Young Master Su. At this moment, the girl in front of him called out to Su Yang again. Su Yang suddenly realized. Looking at the girl's dress, he immediately understood that this girl must be a servant of this spirit palace. After all, in the Monster Palace, every disciple who had their own palace had a servant to serve them. This spirit palace was the largest palace of all the disciples in the Monster Palace. Naturally, there would be no lack of servants to serve them. Su Yang wanted to be a lone traveler, and he had a lot of secrets. Originally, he wanted to let the servant go on her own and not serve him. However, when Su Yang turned around and saw the pretty face of the servant, Su Yang changed his mind. Instead, he asked the servant, "What's your name?" "Lu Lan." When the girl looked at Su Yang's handsome face, her face blushed. It turned out that this person wasn't anyone else. She was the one who had been discussing the Monster Palace with Princess Chu. She was Lu Lan, the only manager of the East Palace of the Monster Palace. Lu Lan, Lu Lan. Su Yang murmured and nodded. Not bad. It's a good name. Lu Lan had a guilty conscience and didn't know how to respond. She could only timidly stick to the side. Su Yang wasn't good with words. Moreover, he rarely interacted with girls. Now that he saw such a girl in front of him, Su Yang didn't know what to do. A man and a woman were alone in the same space. It was quite awkward. Especially Lu Lan at this moment. Her face was flushed red and her hands were helpless. She didn't know how to face Su Yang. Ahem. After a while, Su Yang saw the awkward situation and coughed a few times to break the deadlock. He said, "Miss Lu, there are so many rooms here. Do you know which one is suitable for me?" After hearing Su Yang's words, Lu Lan suddenly realized. Seeing that Su Yang was staring at her, she hurriedly pointed to the room in the middle and said, "Young Master Su, the most suitable room for cultivation in the Spirit Movement Palace is naturally this Spirit Palace. The room in the main hall has the most spirit energy. It's most suitable for cultivation." "Yes." Su Yang nodded. He wanted to go to his own room. However, when he thought about how it would be rude to leave, he felt embarrassed to leave. However, if he didn't leave, he wouldn't know what to do. For a moment, he fell into an awkward situation. However, this time, it was Lu Lan who reacted first. She looked at Su Yang and said, "Young Master Su, if you have something to do, you don't have to worry about me. If you have anything you don't know about the Spirit Palace, you can ask me." "Oh." After hearing Lu Lan's words, Su Yang felt less awkward. He nodded and said, "Miss Lu Lan, I'll go back to my room first. You don't have to think of yourself as a maid here. You can cultivate as you wish. Don't worry about me." "Yes." Lu Lan nodded and didn't say anything else. She just looked at Su Yang's back as he left. Her eyes were a little confused. This person is young and is the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. His trip to the ice-cold pool has made him famous. However, he isn't arrogant. His mentality is commendable. No wonder the palace master values him so much. Apart from his identity as the successor of the Buddha Sword sect, he is also a rare talent. After just meeting once, Lu Lan thought highly of Su Yang. However, when she thought about entering the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool with Su Yang in the future, Lu Lan's face flushed red. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Su Yang naturally didn't know that Lu Lan was pretending to be a maid in this spiritual palace. He only thought that Lu Lan was a maid in this spiritual palace. The moment he left, thinking about Lu Lan's gentle face, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little bitter. "Why am I so emotional today?" Su Yang couldn't understand why he, who was always decisive, would have such a sentimental side. Seeing that he was already in front of the spiritual palace's main hall, Su Yang shook his head. He threw away all the confusion and emotions in his heart. "Su Yang, you have so many things on your shoulders. How can a mere 7 bloodline saint rest?" As Su Yang thought about it, the melancholy in his heart disappeared. His slightly lonely eyes suddenly flashed and a bright light condensed in them again. At the moment when the light surged, Su Yang sealed away all his emotions and desires. In exchange, he only had a determined expression on his face. The cultivation technique in his body surged and he instantly started to absorb the abundant spiritual energy in this spiritual palace. However, after absorbing for a while, Su Yang stopped and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This spiritual palace is indeed the disciples' #1 spiritual palace. The abundant spiritual energy is probably comparable to that of the East Palace's main hall. It's a pity that I belong to one bloodline. This spiritual energy is useless to me for the time being. I am now a 7 bloodline saint and only have 2 more bloodlines to reach the peak of the saint realm. But where can I go to comprehend these 2 bloodlines? Su Yang frowned. What he experienced in the ice-cold pool had made Su Yang understand that if he wanted to comprehend the power of his saint bloodline, he had to have the strongest power in the world, such as the power of heavenly fire, the power of 10,000 poisons, the power of 10,000 ghosts. These were all the strongest parts of the wall of heaven and earth. Chapter 227. Although there is a lot of spiritual energy in this world, how many of them are the strongest? Not only that, but I also don't know what can condense my saint bloodline power. It's obviously even harder to find. Su Yang frowned again as he thought about it. In fact, if someone were to step into the 7 bloodline saint realm from a 4 bloodline saint realm in a few days, they would definitely be excited for a long time. However, Su Yang didn't, because Su Yang knew very well that he was too weak. Just like today, if it wasn't for the Princess of Chu's appearance, Su Yang would have died in the hands of Nangong Xiangming. During this period of time, Su Yang had experienced too many deaths and was on the brink of death countless times. Su Yang knew that it wasn't because he was reckless or stupid, But because he wasn't strong enough, if he didn't want to be on the brink of death, he had to constantly improve his strength. Unfortunately, how could it be so easy to find the strongest item in the world and the element that was suitable for Su Yang to condense his saint bloodline power? If it was so easy to find, Su Yang wouldn't have remained in the saint bloodline realm. Forget it, forget it. More haste, less speed. During this period of time, I've been focused on pursuing the realm and neglected many things. Now that I'm free, why don't I take this time to sort things out? Su Yang shook his head and stopped thinking about finding the saint bloodline power. Instead, he calmed down and thought about what had happened during this period of time. Su Yang patted his storage bag and instantly, an ancient seal and a small cauldron appeared in Su Yang's hands. He looked at the ordinary ancient seal and small cauldron. If Su Yang hadn't seen the power of these two items with his own eyes, anyone else would have thought that they were just trash. The Princess of Chu mentioned the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, Supreme Demon Ancient Bell, and Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl. Clearly, these 4 items are of the same origin. Furthermore, the Princess of Chu can activate the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron on her own. Clearly, these 4 items can be used separately. Su Yang looked at the Supreme Fey Ancient Seal and Supreme Fey Ancient Cauldron and analyzed them. At the same time, he activated his cultivation method and poured his spirit chi into it. The square seal and ancient cauldron immediately trembled and exploded with a powerful force. Even though Su Yang's 2 items were not ordinary items, Su Yang's heart couldn't help but tremble when he personally released such a powerful force. These 2 items are indeed extraordinary. However, as Su Yang thought about it, he was troubled. This thing has such great power, but why didn't the Princess of Chu ask me for it? Thinking about the Princess of Chu, Su Yang's eyebrows suddenly froze. He hurriedly looked around and didn't feel anything. However, he was still worried, so he put away the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal and Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. Even after putting them into the storage bag, Su Yang still felt a little uneasy. He muttered to himself, "The Princess of Chu can use her spirit chi to observe me under the ice-cold pool. In this spirit palace, if the Princess of Chu wants to spy on me, I have no secrets to hide from her." Su Yang thought about it. Although he felt a burst of anger, he was also helpless. After all, the Princess of Chu was the palace master of the Monster Palace. She was not someone he could fight against. Furthermore, he didn't know if the Princess of Chu was spying on him. Sigh. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh. However, after thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong. That's not right. Although the Princess of Chu is in the area realm and her spirit chi is shocking, I am in the ice-cold pool and far away from the East Palace main hall. Even if the Princess of Chu's spirit chi can reach into the ice-cold pool and feel my existence, how can she see me and hear me? I'm afraid that even the legendary dragon realm can't do that. As Su Yang thought about it, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Although he knew how strong the Princess of Chu was, he also knew that with the power of the area realm, it was not enough for her to spy on him. Because someone with such power had definitely entered the legendary realm. They were no longer mortals, but gods. Could it be that the Princess of Chu is using some kind of treasure to spy on me? As Su Yang thought about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. He mumbled to himself, "The ancient demon pearl." Could it be the effect of the ancient demon pearl? Although Su Yang had a guess, he couldn't verify it. In the end, he could only give up on it. Whatever. With my current power, I can't compete with the Princess of Chu. Now that the Princess of Chu hasn't done anything to harm me, and she has allowed me to quickly increase my power, I might as well wait until then and see what she has planned. I just have to be careful during this time. As Su Yang spoke, he stopped thinking about the Princess of Chu spying on him. Soon, the question returned to his own cultivation. Su Yang couldn't help but bitterly smile. Looking at the extremely luxurious spirit palace, he felt helpless. This is the disciples' first hall. It is the best place to cultivate, but it is useless to me. It seems that I can't stay here. I have to go out and search. As Su Yang spoke, he stood up and walked out of the spirit palace. Not long after he walked out, he bumped into Lu Lan. "Mr. Su, are you going out?" Lu Lan whispered to Su Yang. Yes. Su Yang had a good impression of Lu Lan. Seeing that she had asked him, he didn't hide it. He nodded and said, I have always been restless. So, I went to the martial arts training hall. Su Yang had just thought about it. In the entire Monster Palace, other than the martial arts training hall, he really didn't know where to go. When Lu Lan heard Su Yang's words, she couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Su, you are the master of the Spirit Palace. Why do you still want to go to the martial arts training hall? When Su Yang heard Lu Lan's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. When Lu Lan saw Su Yang's expression, she didn't keep him in suspense. She smiled sweetly and said, Mr. Su, there is something you don't know. This Spirit Palace is actually a small version of the East Palace. Not only does it have the martial arts training hall, but it also has the scripture pavilion, the elixir hall, and the weapon forging hall. What? When Su Yang heard Lu Lan say this, his eyes suddenly widened. He looked around and couldn't believe that in this Spirit Palace, there were things that the entire Monster Palace had gathered. When Lu Lan saw Su Yang's shocked expression, she laughed again and said, Mr. Su, don't be too excited. Although there are all kinds of halls in this Spirit Palace, the Elixir Hall and the Weapon Forging Hall don't have anyone refining in them. If Mr. Su wants to get elixirs, other than refining them yourself, you still have to go to the halls in the East Palace to exchange for them. When he heard this, Su Yang was a little disappointed. Just now, he thought that the Spirit Palace had the Elixir Hall and the Weapon Forging Hall. He thought that it would be the same as the halls in the East Palace. If that was the case, Su Yang would really be rich. If he could get all the elixirs, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to improve his strength quickly. Now that he heard that he had to refine these things himself, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, he quickly calmed down and said with a smile, even if there are no elixirs or utensils in here, it's still convenient for me to refine weapons. Originally, I was worried about not knowing where I could refine weapons. Now that there is a weapon forging hall in this Spirit Palace, it's a good place for me to refine weapons. As Su Yang muttered to himself, his eyes couldn't help but light up. However, he wasn't in a hurry to ask Lu Lan where the weapon forging hall was. Other than the fact that Su Yang didn't purchase any materials for refining weapons, he was even more embarrassed. After all, refining weapons and elixirs required spiritual stones. Of course, Su Yang was more worried that Lu Lan was the princess of Chu's spy. How could Lu Lan not know what Su Yang was thinking? However, she didn't expose him. Instead, she continued, Young Master Su, actually, you just entered the Monster Palace not long ago. Although you received some of the Palace Master's memories, the Palace Master couldn't have passed on all the memories of the Monster Palace to you. Therefore, I suggest that you go to the Scripture Hall to take a look. Scripture Hall. Su Yang frowned. Yes. When Lu Lan saw Su Yang's expression, she nodded and continued, it's the Scripture Hall. Although the Pill Hall in the Spirit Palace and the Weapon Forging Hall are just decorations, the Scripture Hall isn't any less than the Scripture Hall in the East Palace. There are all kinds of ancient books stored there. There are also historical records about the Monster Palace. When Su Yang heard what Lu Lan said, he felt that it made sense. He nodded and thought to himself, during this period of time, I've been chasing after my strength and neglected too many things. Because I advanced too quickly, I didn't properly feel the power of the Saint Realm. This makes it quite inconvenient when fighting with others. Why don't I take advantage of this time to train the power in my body? I can also take a look at the scriptures in the Spirit Palace and see if I can find anything useful. Su Yang immediately made up his mind. Because he was excited that the Spirit Palace had these things, he forgot to be polite with Lu Lan. He directly said to Lu Lan, Miss Lu Lan, if that's the case, then quickly take me to the Scripture Hall. Lu Lan looked at Su Yang's excited expression and smiled. Then she nodded and led the way for Su Yang. Su Yang followed closely behind. He didn't think too much. In fact, if Lu Lan was just a servant girl, she wouldn't dare to do these things and wouldn't know so many things. It was because Su Yang neglected these things that Su Yang didn't expect that Lu Lan was actually teaching him to cultivate. Although the Spirit Palace was big, because all the main halls were combined, the Scripture Hall was only behind the hall where Su Yang lived. The two of them didn't walk for long before they arrived in front of the scripture hall. Lu Lan pushed the door open and entered. Su Yang saw that in this huge hall, there were countless scriptures and ancient books. Su Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't even greet Lu Lan and directly went in. With the benefits he gained from reading the scriptures on the heavenly sword peak of the sword burial mound, Su Yang naturally knew the importance of these scriptures. Familiarizing himself with the records of an ancient book was likely to give him an extra way to protect himself in his future cultivation. Looking at the countless ancient books and scriptures placed in the room, Su Yang dove in. Chapter 228. The hidden scripture hall was definitely the most important place in every sect. The number of scriptures and ancient books stored in a powerful sect was definitely proportional to the strength of the sect. Scriptures, ancient books, and memories were essential to the growth of every warrior. For example, if a person knew of the existence of a miracle, they could search for the miracle and obtain the inheritance from the miracle. And these memories, these records all came from a scripture, an ancient record. Su Yang had a deep understanding of this. For example, if Su Yang hadn't stayed in the hidden scripture hall of the immortal sword peak for so long, then Su Yang wouldn't have known about the monster palace. If Su Yang wanted to enter the monster palace, he would undoubtedly have to spend a lot of effort. Therefore, Su Yang had always held a high yearning for these scriptures and ancient records. Now that he had entered the hidden scripture hall and looked at the different books on the shelves, he was like a fish in water. He dove into the books and immersed himself in reading. Su Yang was very clear that he hadn't taken on a master yet. These scriptures and ancient books were his masters. Of course, in the world of warriors, reading books was different from ordinary people. Every scripture and ancient book was recorded using ancestral spiritual energy. A good scripture and ancient book was priceless. As Su Yang read again, several days passed unknowingly. Because he constantly used the spirit qi in his body to read these books, he was too focused on studying. After a few days, Su Yang actually slept in the hidden scripture hall because his spirit qi was exhausted. In the world of warriors, every realm was a new beginning. The spirit realm was the beginning of exploring the world of warriors. Once one entered the spirit realm, they could feel the rhythm of all living things in the world. They could feel the spirit qi of heaven and earth and cultivate. And when one reached the 9th level of the spirit realm, they could use the spirit qi of heaven and earth to comprehend their own path of life and path of soul. They could feel their own fate and cultivate their own fate. When one reached the 9th level of life soul, they could comprehend the power of the saint veins of heaven and earth and use the power of the saint veins of heaven and earth. One bloodline was sacred, and 9 bloodlines were revered. When one reached the 9th meridian, they would be able to pry into the power of all things in the world. From there, they would be able to condense the power of the heavens and step into the celestial phenomenon stage. Every time he crossed a level, he would cross a huge chasm. Only by crossing this chasm would one be able to rise above others. Only with a 9th level life spirit and the power of the holy veins could one become a saint. After becoming a saint, the 9 meridians were revered, and they could pry into the power of all things in the world. It could also be said that a new era of cultivation had truly begun. Because after reaching the celestial phase, one would be able to control the energy of heaven and earth, cultivate the power of celestial phenomenon, and use celestial phenomenon techniques. This was also why Su Yang, a 4 meridian saint, was able to surpass 3 levels in a row. Now, a 7 meridian saint could not even withstand a single blow from Tianxiong sage. This was because Emperor Tianxiong had comprehended the power of nature. This wasn't just a difference of 1 level. It was a leap of a whole new era. No matter how powerful Su Yang was among the saints, he was still no match for Emperor Tianxiong. At the same time, ever since Su Yang entered the monster palace, he had been constantly pursuing power and strength. Because of the strength of the disciples of the monster palace, Su Yang saw the gap between them. No matter how strong Su Yang's heart was. After all, he was only a young man in his 20s. Even though he had been a human for 2 lifetimes, he still couldn't become a god. He still couldn't be without desires. The strength of the disciples of the monster palace made Su Yang feel the pressure. It also stimulated the pride in Su Yang's heart. This was also why Su Yang didn't dare to stop for a moment after entering the monster palace. He was constantly pursuing power. Su Yang didn't even have the chance to properly feel the power of a saint. This time, the reading, the relaxation, and the deep sleep made Su Yang wake up from this obsession. Su Yang slept for a long, long time. A full month had passed. Only then did Su Yang slowly open his eyes. Although saints didn't need to sleep and eat like ordinary people, they didn't need to. However, this did not mean that saints were invincible. Similarly, saints could feel fatigue and fatigue. For such a long time, Su Yang had been pursuing strength day and night. Although Su Yang was still glowing, his entire body had already reached a state of fatigue. In this deep sleep, Su Yang suddenly woke up. Senior brother Mu Zijian once said that haste makes waste. I was so impatient. I was really stupid. Su Yang understood the reason behind it. He couldn't help but feel bitter. The endless desire for strength in his heart was sealed. This wasn't because Su Yang had lost his pursuit of strength. It was because Su Yang understood that one mustn't be impatient in cultivation and abandon the desire in one's heart. As the saying goes, one can be strong without desires. Although Su Yang couldn't truly be without desires, the strength of his heart was obviously much stronger than before. Spirit guidance, life soul, saint bloodline. How much do I understand? Su Yang muttered to himself. He recalled the contents of the books he had read during this period of time and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He sat cross-legged and the cultivation method in his body also followed. All the power of the saint bloodline through the rotation of the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture. At the moment when the spiritual power flowed, Su Yang's body emitted a layer of light blue light. The light blue light gathered and instantly emitted a powerful force. The explosive force instantly wrapped around Su Yang's body. At this moment, Su Yang's eyes suddenly widened as they emitted a bright glow. He rejoiced in his heart. During this period of time, I have blindly pursued the realm and forgot to cultivate my own strength. During this period of time, I even felt distressed about comprehending the bloodline, but I didn't know the benefits of comprehending the bloodline. With that, Su Yang immediately smiled. He suddenly opened his hands and shouted, "Power of the saint bloodline, open!" There was a loud bang. The light blue light suddenly emitted and turned into a seven-colored light. The power of the sword essence was white. The power of the heavenly fire was red. The power of the myriad poison was green. The power of the lonely soul was black. The power of the hurricane was gray. The power of the chill was blue. In the end, the power of the remnant soul that Chu Tianxiong had used up the last bit of remnant soul power to condense was black. The power of the seven bloodlines spread out and wandered around Su Yang's body like countless little dragons, constantly entangling and stirring up a storm of energy. When Su Yang saw this, he activated the cultivation method in his body again. The seven-colored small dragon immediately gathered together and burst out. Immediately, it charged forward. With a bang, the entire scripture depository hall suddenly exploded with a loud bang. I see. Su Yang looked at the huge pit in front of him and laughed excitedly. All this time, I only thought that comprehending the bloodline was a burden. I didn't expect to be able to use the different powers to burst out such energy. Su Yang carefully savored and his eyes once again condensed a ray of light. He thought to himself, in this way, doesn't it mean that if I condense the 9 bloodlines together, I can release 9 different powers? And the 9 powers can not only attack individually, but also together to burst out such a huge amount of energy. Su Yang had this discovery and could not help but nod. He muttered to himself again, it seems that in the future, I really can't blindly pursue the realm and neglect the cultivation of my own strength. Su Yang had always wondered why some martial artists in the same realm were stronger than others, while others were at a disadvantage. Now Su Yang truly understood that everyone's cultivation and realm had different powers. In addition to the realm and some martial skills, the cultivation of one's own strength was also very important. With this discovery, Su Yang was no longer in a hurry to improve his realm. Instead, he constantly honed his 7 bloodline powers in the scripture depository. Continuous running in and continuous testing. In the end, Su Yang was able to easily control the 7 bloodline powers in his body. Not only could he control one saint bloodline to attack, but he could also make the 7 saint bloodlines attack together. The power of the 7 saint bloodlines combined together was no less than the celestial phenomenon skill cultivated by Emperor Tianxiong. This made Su Yang ecstatic. Looking at his hands, he smiled. The 7 bloodlines attack together is not the celestial phenomenon skill of Emperor Tianxiong. It can be considered a divine skill. Since it's a divine skill, it naturally needs a name. Su Yang muttered to himself and immediately fell into deep thought. Looking at the power that was faintly jumping between his palms, he was delighted. This 7 bloodline attack is like the shape of a dragon. In the future, when I condense the 9 bloodlines, it will definitely be a 9 bloodline attack. Then I'll call it 9 dragons seize soul. 9 dragons seize soul, 9 dragons seize soul. Su Yang muttered a few times and couldn't help but laugh with satisfaction. Haha, with this 9 dragons seize soul, I think that even if I face a 9 bloodline saint now, I'll be in an invincible position. The martial arts realm was divided into different levels. The higher the level, the harder it was to cultivate and the stronger it was. In the world of saints, Su Yang could fight a 7 bloodline saint to a draw with a 4 bloodline saint. However, he couldn't fight a 9 bloodline saint with the strength of a 7 bloodline saint. But now that Su Yang had comprehended the 9 dragons seize soul, Su Yang was confident that he could fight a 9 bloodline saint. Of course, if he faced a Saint Tianxiong, Su Yang knew that he couldn't win. After all, a Saint Tianxiong had already comprehended the power of Tianxiong. At the same time, he could cultivate the celestial phenomenon skill. Whether it was spiritual chi or power, he was much stronger than a saint bloodline. Just like a saint bloodline cultivator who could cultivate the power of the saint bloodline, he was stronger than a life soul cultivator. Every stage of the realm was an insurmountable gap. This was also why there were tens of thousands of disciples in the Eastern Palace. There were as many saint bloodline cultivators as there were hairs on a cow, but there were only a few Saint Tianxiong emperors. Not to mention the spiritual sea realm, that was even rarer. Chapter 229. Su Yang now knew the importance of cultivating one's own strength, and had less desire for that realm. Now he could really calm down and think about some things. Thinking of his 9 dragons soul-stealing ability, Su Yang couldn't help but smile. I've been pursuing the realm all this time. Apart from cultivating the ghost howl sword art, I've forgotten to cultivate other saint skills. But with this 9 dragons soul-stealing ability, it makes up for this shortcoming. Saint skills and celestial phenomenon divine skill were similar. They were both combat martial skills, but saint skills were released through the power of the saint bloodline. Celestial phenomenon divine skill, after reaching the celestial phenomenon realm, spies on the power of heaven and earth, and the power released was much stronger than saint skills. Of course, if a martial artist wanted to cultivate saint skills and celestial phenomenon divine skill, they couldn't just casually cultivate. They needed the Book of Saint Skills to cultivate. Su Yang could be said to have entered 2 sects. First, it was the Hidden Sword Tomb, and then it was the Monster Palace. However, Su Yang didn't get the Book of Saint Skills. In addition, Su Yang was blindly pursuing the improvement of the realm, and forgot to cultivate saint skills. Now that he had calmed down, Su Yang remembered that he had some regrets. But when he thought that the 9 dragons soul-stealing ability he cultivated was not a saint skill, and was even comparable to the celestial phenomenon divine skill, Su Yang felt a little comforted in his heart. I just don't know if the 9 dragons soul-stealing ability can be used with the sword. Su Yang thought, and immediately patted the storage pouch, took out the ghost howl sword, and the sun-colored glaze sword art in his body suddenly began to operate quickly. The powerful spiritual chi burst out from the saint bloodline, and immediately rushed into the ghost howl sword. Break! Su Yang roared as his body suddenly leaped up. The ghost howl sword in his hand chopped down horizontally. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual chi condensed on the blade of the ghost howl sword and burst out. It showed an arc of light, and directly exploded on the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, the entire floor of the scripture hall seemed to tremble. Its power was even stronger than when Su Yang had unleashed the 9 dragons seizing soul with his bare hands. Even though the 9 dragons seizing soul was created by Su Yang Su Yang was still able to control the 9 dragons' seizing soul. But now, Su Yang couldn't help but be shocked when he saw such a powerful burst of power. Looking at the deep crater in the ground, Su Yang recovered after a long time. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of excitement. Haha, I didn't expect that this 9 dragons' seizing soul can not only be used with bare hands, but also with a sword. Its power is even stronger than before. Looks like coming to the scripture depository these days was indeed a wise choice. Su Yang smiled, but he didn't get carried away. He looked at the bookshelves again and saw that there were still countless scriptures and ancient texts that Su Yang hadn't read yet. He couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. I've been reading for a few days, and there are still so many of them. This monster palace is worthy of being one of the 3 major sects in the 5 counties. There are so many scriptures and ancient texts, more than 10 times more than the sword depository tomb. Su Yang sighed. Looking at so many scriptures and ancient texts, he couldn't help but frown. Because there were so many scriptures, not all of them were useful. Many of them were records of useless things, and such scriptures weren't worth reading. Unfortunately, there was no classification of books. This undoubtedly brought a lot of uncertainties to Su Yang's reading. Sigh, why aren't these scriptures categorized? Su Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Forget it, forget it. Since I'm free now, I'll help categorize these scriptures. It'll be easier for me to read them in the future. Su Yang didn't hesitate. He didn't read the scriptures one by one like he did on the first day. Instead, he just looked at the records and used his own understanding to categorize the scriptures. This took a few hours. Even though Su Yang's mind was always better than ordinary people, when faced with such a boring task, he couldn't help but feel bored. He couldn't help but sigh. With so many scriptures, how long will it take for me to finish? If only I had someone to help me. Young Master Su. At this moment, a gentle and beautiful voice suddenly sounded from outside the palace. Su Yang was just thinking of finding someone to help. When he heard this voice, he couldn't help but feel happy. He hurriedly walked to the entrance of the hall. Because of the excitement in his heart, he forgot that it was the first time he met Lu Lan. He directly pulled Lu Lan's hand and said, "Miss Lu Lan, you came at the right time." Su Yang said and was about to pull Lu Lan inside. However, just as he walked, Su Yang felt that something was wrong. When he turned around, he saw Lu Lan standing there with a red face and a shy expression. Su Yang was stunned. Only then did he realize something. He hurriedly let go of Lu Lan's hand and apologized. "Miss Lu Lan, I didn't mean to offend you." Young Master Su, it's fine." When Lu Lan heard Su Yang's words, her already red face became even redder. Coupled with her devastatingly beautiful face, her elegant hair, and her seductive body, Su Yang couldn't help but stare at her. When Su Yang saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. As his heart thumped, the figure in red appeared in his mind again. He laughed at himself and no longer looked at Lu Lan. He suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart and said, "Miss Lu Lan, I saw that the scripture depository hall was too messy and I wanted to tidy it up." Tidy it up? When Lu Lan heard Su Yang's words, she looked at the messy scripture depository hall and couldn't help but blush again. When she saw Su Yang going in alone to tidy up, she hurriedly followed him in. When she saw Su Yang tidying up, she didn't think much of it and laughed. "Young Master Su, actually you don't need to go through so much trouble. Lu Lan can help you find whatever scripture you want to read." As Lu Lan spoke, she didn't wait for Su Yang's reply and walked forward. She casually pulled out a dark green scripture from the pile of scriptures and handed it to Su Yang. "Look, this book contains records about the monster palace. I think it should be useful to you." As Lu Lan spoke, she saw that Su Yang didn't take it and couldn't help but be stunned. She then saw Su Yang looking at her with a strange expression and immediately understood something. She hurriedly explained, "Young Master Su, don't misunderstand. Actually, as a servant of the Spirit Palace, Lu Lan has always been here. Lu Lan naturally came to this scripture depository hall before, so she naturally knows where these scriptures are placed. Young Master Su, don't misunderstand." "Oh." Su Yang nodded. Although he took the ancient scripture from Lu Lan, he still had doubts in his heart. This Lu Lan is just an ordinary servant. How could she be so familiar with the scripture depository hall of the Spirit Palace? How could she find what she was looking for as soon as she came in? ***, how could I forget that I am just an ordinary servant now? Lu Lan's heart was filled with self-blame. She didn't dare face Su Yang again. She hurriedly said, "Young Master Su, I just remembered that I haven't cleaned the palace today. I'll leave first." After speaking, Lu Lan didn't wait for Su Yang to respond and quickly ran out. Seeing Lu Lan's back as she ran away, Su Yang looked at the ancient scripture in his hand and suddenly frowned. Is this Lu Lan really just an ordinary servant? If she is, why is she so familiar with the scripture depository hall? Su Yang didn't believe what Lu Lan said. Just because she was a servant of the Spirit Palace, how could she know all these things? What kind of place was the Spirit Palace? It was the first palace of a disciple. For 100 years, no disciple had stayed in it. And how could the monster palace allow a servant to come in and out as she pleased, let alone go into the scripture depository hall to read the books? Could it be that this woman was sent by the Princess of Chu to spy on me? Su Yang thought about it and couldn't help but feel a burst of anger. He didn't want to continue tidying up, so he put down the book in his hand and walked out. Why am I so stupid? Now Su Yang must be suspicious. What should I do? Lu Lan didn't know how to face Su Yang, so she found an excuse to come out. Thinking about Su Yang's suspicious eyes, Lu Lan's heart was in a mess. How am I going to explain this to Su Yang? Do I have to confess to him directly? Lu Lan thought about it and couldn't help but blush. She felt ashamed. At this moment, Lu Lan suddenly felt a powerful force coming from behind her. Who is it? Lu Lan shouted in her heart. She subconsciously used the technique in her body. With a shout, she waved her hand. A powerful force suddenly surged out from her arm and attacked. This is. Su Yang felt this powerful force and couldn't help but be shocked. It was too late to dodge. That's right, the person who suddenly attacked Lu Lan was Su Yang. The moment he saw Lu Lan obtain the ancient book, plus the fact that the Princess of Chu was spying on him, Su Yang's heart was filled with anger. He wanted to test Lu Lan. Su Yang never thought that this Lu Lan was actually a spiritual sea realm expert. Spiritual sea realm, that level of strength was definitely not something Su Yang could compare to. When Lu Lan waved her hand, Su Yang was immediately sent flying by this powerful force. His body immediately surged and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Young Master Su. When Lu Lan saw that it was Su Yang, her eyes suddenly froze. When she saw the direction that Su Yang was sent flying, her heart trembled. She thought to herself, not good. She hurriedly circulated her qi to catch Su Yang. Unfortunately, she used too much of her qi just now. Su Yang had already flown dozens of meters away. How could she make it in time? With a splash, Su Yang directly fell into a pool. The moment Su Yang fell into the pool, the water in the pool started to burn like a raging fire. It was like countless sharp blades piercing through Su Yang. He couldn't help but let out a low roar. Young Master Su. Lu Lan rushed over and saw the ferocious Su Yang in the pool. She frowned and didn't know what to do. Why is this happening? Where is this? In the pool, Su Yang continuously circulated his qi to resist. Unfortunately, the more Su Yang resisted, the more pain he felt. Seeing this, Lu Lan hurriedly shouted, "Young Master Su, don't resist. This is the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. The more you resist, the more pain you will feel." In the intense pain, how could Su Yang hear Lu Lan's words? He continued to circulate his qi to resist, but the pain didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Chapter 230. The Supreme Demon Ancient Pond contained the cultivation experiences of the previous Monster Palace Masters. Because of the Supreme Demon clan's bloodline inheritance, the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond could only be cultivated by a man and a woman together. If only one person entered, they would definitely be burned to death by the pond water and 10,000 flames. Only 2 people could enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond together and activate the secret technique left behind by the previous Monster Palace Masters. Only by cultivating together could they avoid this torment. Lu Lan looked at Su Yang, who was struggling in the pond. Her eyes were filled with confusion. When the Princess of Chu told her these things that day, Lu Lan had already prepared herself. At that time, she had already made up her mind before she even met Su Yang. No matter what, for the sake of Monster Palace and the East Palace, so what if she gave up herself? But at that time, she was calm. Now that she was about to face it, Lu Lan's heart sank into a moment of hesitation. Yes, she did not dislike Su Yang, but it had only been a few days, so it was hard to say if they had any feelings for each other. Moreover, Lu Lan was only a young girl at the age of her youth. She had never experienced the affairs of a man and a woman. Now, how could she dual cultivate with a man she had only known for a few days? Lu Lan was conflicted. She looked at Su Yang, who was struggling in the pond water. She looked at the pain on his handsome face. Lu Lan did not know why, but her heart moved. A self-deprecating smile appeared on her face. Forget it, forget it. I, Lu Lan, have always lived for the East Palace. For the sake of Monster Palace and the East Palace, I would even sacrifice my life. Why should I be conflicted? With that, Lu Lan made up her mind and slowly walked into the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. But some things were easy to say, but difficult to do. As she walked step by step, thinking about what would happen next, Lu Lan's face flushed red. Her whole body trembled slightly. Looking at Su Yang, a trace of tears fell from her eyes. She bit her lip lightly. Su Yang, I hope you will not let me down in the future. Thump. After Lu Lan finished speaking, she dived into the pool without any hesitation and swam towards Su Yang. Lu Lan looked at Su Yang's muscular body and bit her lip. She reached out and hugged him. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and began to tremble. She slowly channeled the chant of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. As the chant was activated, the scorching heat of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool immediately turned icy cold, turning into countless streams of spiritual qi that surged into their bodies. Su Yang couldn't help but let out a low roar under the turbulence of countless spiritual qis. His entire body fell into a state of confusion. Lu Lan could not help but let out a low growl as the spiritual qi surged into her body. A powerful force erupted from her body, and Lu Lan's eyes flashed with excitement. Realm of Radius. The realm of Radius that I have been unable to comprehend for so long, has actually made a breakthrough in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. Feeling the power of the realm of Radius, Lu Lan no longer had the restraint and shyness from before. The cultivation technique in her body began to circulate faster and faster. The surrounding water of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool began to boil, turning into countless streams of spiritual qi that surged into Su Yang's body. The spiritual qi exploded within Su Yang's body. Su Yang's face flushed red, and a demonic fire surged through his body. His eyes were bloodshot. Looking at Lu Lan's alluring body in his arms, the red figure that had been sealed in his mind for so long immediately appeared. The desire in his heart exploded at this moment. Looking at those seductive red lips, Su Yang kissed them without hesitation. His actions were rough and domineering. Lu Lan was shocked by Su Yang's sudden actions, and her face flushed red. Facing Su Yang's domineering kiss, Lu Lan was anxious and angry. She wanted to push Su Yang away, but she was dumbfounded. Her eyes widened as she looked at Su Yang, not knowing what to do. Junior brother Su, junior brother Su. Just as Su Yang was about to ask, a voice rang out from outside the spiritual palace. The two people in the pool were shocked. Just as they were about to get up, it was too late. An alluring figure appeared beside the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. This person was none other than Chu Linga. When Chu Linga saw Su Yang and Lu Lan kissing in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool, she was stunned. For some reason, Chu Linga's heart felt terrible. Junior brother Su. Looking at Su Yang, Chu Linga pouted. Her entire body trembled slightly. Even though she had not known Su Yang for long, at this moment, all the scenes of her time with Su Yang appeared in her mind. The scene of Su Yang risking his life to save her in the Myriad Ghosts cave was like yesterday. Why am I like this? Why? Chu Linga asked herself repeatedly, but she still felt terrible in her heart. She had always been carefree, but when she saw this scene, she could not help but cry. When she looked at Lu Lan, She could not help but feel a wave of anger surge up in her heart. Sister Lulan, didn't you say that junior brother Su was in seclusion? Could it be that he is in seclusion like this? It turned out that Chu Linga had come to the spiritual palace to look for Su Yang more than once. However, Lulan was afraid that Chu Linga's arrival would expose her identity. She told Chu Linga that Su Yang was in seclusion. Chu Linga did not think much of it. However, she was bored today and decided to come to the spiritual palace to look for Su Yang. How could she have expected to see this scene? Sister Lulan, I hate you. I hate you. And you, Su Yang. Su Yang, I hate you. Chu Linga suddenly shouted agitatedly. She turned around and left. When Lulan saw Chu Linga leave, she suddenly came to her senses. When she entered the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool, she never expected that someone would suddenly appear. After all, the spiritual palace was the first palace of the disciples. In this palace, other than Su Yang, Princess Chu, and Lulan, no other disciples could enter. Unfortunately, Lulan had neglected Chu Linga. Chu Linga also had the authority to enter the spiritual palace. When Lulan learned that the Princess Chu had chosen Su Yang to be the next palace master of the Monster Palace, Lulan knew that Chu Linga would be betrothed to Su Yang. This was also the first time that the Princess Chu had talked to her about dual cultivation. Lulan had been in a difficult situation. Because of the Princess Chu's persuasion, Lulan had agreed. However, she still felt guilty toward Chu Linga. Now that Chu Linga had encountered such a situation, Lulan felt even more guilty when she saw Chu Linga's teary eyes. She hurriedly jumped up from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool and chased after Chu Linga. What's wrong with me? Su Yang also woke up at this moment. Thinking about how he had gone berserk, he was stunned. Thinking about that kiss, thinking about that beautiful body, Su Yang felt bitter. Of course, more than that, he felt guilty and blamed himself. Why am I like this? Why, Lulan and Su Yang had only known each other for a day. Although Su Yang had been in the spiritual palace for some time, Su Yang had been in the scripture hall all this time. He had never come in contact with Lulan. Although Su Yang didn't dislike Lulan, he didn't have any feelings for her. Even if he did, it was just a little bit of love for her. It definitely couldn't be compared to the feelings he had for Lin Hualu. Not to mention that Su Yang had discovered that Lulan was very likely sent by Princess Chu to spy on him. That little bit of affection in his heart was destroyed at that moment. That was why Su Yang thought of testing Lulan. How could Su Yang have thought that his test would end up in such a state? What's wrong with me? What's wrong? Su Yang smiled bitterly. In his mind, the image of Chu Linga's clear eyes and that sweet smile appeared once again. But that sentence, I hate you, yet, she was so compassionate and heartbroken. Senior Chu. Su Yang fell into a daze. Bang, at that moment, a bright light exploded in the sky. Su Yang couldn't help but frown when he saw it. Su Yang had been in the Monster Palace for some time. He had inherited many memories. Naturally, he knew what this light represented. This light represented a signal that an enemy had invaded the Monster Palace. Assemble. Su Yang, whose heart was already in a mess, furrowed his brows when he saw the sudden gathering signal. He couldn't think of anyone who dared to invade the Supreme Demon Palace given their strength. Forget it, forget it. After all, I'm a member of the Monster Palace. I'd better go take a look. Su Yang smiled bitterly. He stood up from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond and rushed to the East Palace Main Hall. Not long after, he arrived at the East Palace Main Hall. The East Palace Main Hall was already filled with countless disciples. At this time, Su Yang saw that, aside from the East Palace disciples, there were also disciples from the other palaces. Su Yang immediately understood that it wasn't an invasion. It was another palace that had invaded the East Palace. The East Palace Main Hall was big. Even if all four palaces gathered here, it wouldn't be crowded. Su Yang stood in the crowd, and no one noticed him. But with Su Yang's eyesight, he could clearly see everyone in the main hall. In the middle of all the disciples, there was an old man with red hair and a white beard. He was holding a walking stick. His face was kind, and he smiled faintly. At first glance, He gave off an amiable feeling. However, Su Yang wasn't fooled by this smile. This was because Su Yang knew who this person was. This was the Monster Palace's palace master, Xie Wuchang. He was a sinister and ruthless person. Standing beside him was an old man with a gloomy face. Su Yang wasn't unfamiliar with him. This was the West Palace Master, Zhu Tian Demon King. Beside the two of them was an old woman with a face full of vicissitudes. This was the North Palace Master, Luo Yarofeng. She looked at the Princess of Chu with a hint of anger in her eyes. Behind him were the elders of the three great palaces, as well as the disciples of their respective palaces. Su Yang couldn't help but frown when he saw that so many people from the three great palaces had gathered here. Normally, although the four great palaces often have internal conflicts, they have never gathered here on such a large scale. Now that all three great palaces have suddenly come to the Eastern Palace, what is the matter? At this moment, the voice of the Princess of Chu, who was sitting on the throne in the main hall, rang out in the main hall. Xie Wuchang, why did you three palaces suddenly come to my East Palace today? The Princess of Chu's face was as cold as ice. Her expression didn't change at all. She looked at the experts gathered by the three palaces without fear. Instead, there was a hint of mockery in her eyes. Ha ha, Princess of Chu, you're wrong. We Monster Palace are one family. The East Palace is also a Monster Palace. We're here today to travel. Why should we come here for a reason? Xie Wuchang said with a kind smile. Who would have guessed that this person was a sinister and ruthless person? Chapter 231. Chu Wangfei looked at the three palace lords of the three great palaces without a trace of fear on her face. Instead, her expression became even colder. The moment her eyes focused, it was as if the surrounding air had dropped a few degrees. As Princess Chu spoke, she suddenly stood up from her chair. A majestic aura burst out from her body. The powerful force attacked everyone in the main palace. Everyone couldn't help but take a step back. Looking at the three palace masters, Princess Chu said in a low voice, "You can come, but you have to report first." Chu Wangfei's last two words were obviously infused with spiritual energy. As her words rang in everyone's ears, everyone could not help but tremble. Especially the three palace masters. Their faces darkened, and all the laughter from before stopped abruptly. The three of them were shocked at the same time. However, it was obvious that they had come prepared today. They quickly recovered. Palace Master Xie Wuchang of the South Palace opened his mouth again. He smiled and said, "Palace Master Chu, why are you so angry? We are all part of Monster Palace. We are here today to pay a visit. Why are you so angry?" That's right, that's right. Palace Master Zhu Tian of the West Palace also said, "Palace Master Chu, our four palaces are all part of Monster Palace. There is no need to report." Princess Chu didn't believe that the three palaces had come today just to pay a visit to her East Palace. Originally, Princess Chu wanted to get rid of the three palaces, but she couldn't find a suitable reason. Now that the three palaces have gathered in my East Palace, it has given me a chance. Princess Chu sneered in her heart. She still maintained her arrogant attitude, looking down at them with the demeanor of a ruler. Looking down at them, she waved her hand and pointed at the three of them. She said coldly, "Although I am part of Monster Palace, my East Palace is the palace of the Palace Master. If you want to pay a visit, you have to report." Palace Master Chu. Wu Chang wanted to say something, but before he could speak, Chu Wangfei shouted coldly, "Guards, the people of the three great palaces are here today for no reason. Take them down with me." "Yes." A loud voice echoed. The disciples of the Eastern Palace immediately took out their weapons and magical treasures and surrounded the people from the three palaces. The reason why Xie Wuchang and the others came to the Eastern Palace today was to find out about the recent strength of the Eastern Palace. But who would have thought that the Princess of Chu would make a move? Although they were afraid of the Princess of Chu, she was still the palace master of the three great palaces. Seeing this, Luo Yarofeng was the first to say angrily, "Princess of Chu, we are only here to visit the Eastern Palace today. You dare to use force against us? Visit." The Princess of Chu didn't even look at Luo Yarofeng. She smiled wickedly and said, "The three of you are the masters of the three palaces, but you didn't follow the rules. You brought your disciples to offend my East Palace. If I don't punish you, where is the dignity of my East Palace? Where is the dignity of my monster palace? As the Princess of Chu spoke, a majestic aura suddenly erupted from her body. The powerful force swept across the entire palace. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. The three palace masters looked at each other in dismay. Their faces were filled with shock. Zhu Tian and Luo Yarofeng both glanced at Xie Wuchang. Clearly, Xie Wuchang was the leader this time. Although the two of them had only glanced at each other, how could this glance escape Chu Wangfei's eyes? Xie Wuchang, I'll start with you today. Having said that, the Princess of Chu suddenly leaped forward. Her speed was too fast for the naked eye to catch. Only a shadow could be seen flashing by. The Princess of Chu's figure was already in front of Xie Wuchang. So fast. All the disciples, including Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yufeng, were shocked. Xie Wuchang, on the other hand, still had a faint gloomy smile on his face. Su Yang looked at Xie Wuchang's smile and couldn't help but frown. Why is he smiling like this? Has he already planned everything? Today, so many people from the three palaces have come. Obviously, things won't be so simple. However, the three palace masters have always been weaker than the Princess of Chu. With the Princess of Chu here, although the three palaces have a slight advantage in terms of disciples, they wouldn't dare to offend the Eastern Palace. There must be something fishy about the three palaces coming here today. As Su Yang thought about it, he noticed a faint evil aura surging from Xie Wuchang's body. He suddenly realized something and hurriedly shouted, "Palace Master Chu, be careful." Unfortunately, it was too late. The Princess of Chu was too fast. She reached out and punched at Xie Wuchang. Asterisk bang. Asterisk with a loud bang, a huge energy storm swept out. The surrounding disciples all retreated dozens of steps. Seeing the Princess of Chu launch such a powerful attack, everyone frowned. This was especially true for Luo Yarofeng and Celestial Pig Demon King. Their faces were pale because they had come here because they believed in Xie Wuchang. If it wasn't for Xie Wuchang, they wouldn't have accepted Chu Wangfei. Even so, they didn't dare to casually attack. Xie Wuchang was their guarantee today. If Xie Wuchang was killed by the Princess of Chu, they wouldn't have an easy time either. The two looked at each other and immediately jumped up to help Xie Wuchang. However, the moment they jumped up and saw the scene in front of them, all of them were stunned. Not only them, but even the cold and arrogant face of the Princess of Chu changed. How can this be? The Princess of Chu cursed in her heart. Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Princess of Chu, you didn't expect this, did you? The corner of Xie Wuchang's mouth immediately surged into a sneer. He reached out to grab the Princess of Chu. Fortunately, Consort Chu reacted quickly. With a leap, she suddenly retreated dozens of steps back, avoiding Xie Wuchang's attack. Although she avoided it, the Princess of Chu felt a surge in her body and spat out another mouthful of blood. Palace Lord, Palace Lord. The guards of the East Palace came forward to support the Princess of Chu. Princess of Chu, you didn't expect this, did you? Ha ha ha. Seeing the Princess of Chu's pale face, Xie Wuchang suddenly laughed. Princess of Chu, you have occupied the Monster Palace's East Palace for so long, I think you are going to change hands. Although the Princess of Chu was injured, her expression didn't change. She faintly emitted the aura of a king. She coldly looked at Xie Wuchang and said, Xie Wuchang, you are really sinister. You dare to cultivate 100 poisons. Ha ha ha, I am sinister. Xie Wuchang was not the slightest bit angry because Consort Chu called him sinister. Instead, he felt quite proud. He smiled coldly and said, Consort Chu, let's stop here today. I'll tell you the truth. I've been waiting for this day for a very long time. The Monster Palace has always been guarded by the East Palace. Today, it seems that the position will change. Let me, the Nangong Palace, sit. While speaking, Xie Wuchang's body suddenly leaped up and floated in the air. A faint black light appeared around his body and rotated. Perimeter state. The Princess of Chu saw the rhythmic light on Xie Wuchang's body and couldn't help but be stunned. Her face was no longer calm, and there was a trace of worry in her eyes. She looked at Xie Wuchang with surprise. Xie Wuchang, when did you enter the perimeter state? Do I have to report to the Princess of Chu when I enter the perimeter state? Xie Wuchang looked at the Princess of Chu and sneered. When his eyes fell on the Princess of Chu, there was a trace of greed in his eyes. He licked his lips and said, Princess of Chu, 100 years ago, I, Xie Wuchang, have been coveting you for a long time. Unfortunately, Yu Longzi beat me to it. The Princess of Chu heard Xie Wuchang and coldly shouted, Xie Wuchang, let me tell you, even without Yu Longzi, I, the Princess of Chu, will never be with you. Ha ha ha. Xie Wuchang heard the Princess of Chu and laughed. So what? Princess of Chu, let me tell you, today, not only will I destroy the East Palace, I will also make you submit to my bed and let you have a taste of my, Xie Wuchang's, skill in bed. In your dreams. No matter what kind of person the Princess of Chu was, she was still a woman. Hearing Xie Wuchang's obscene words, she immediately became angry and wanted to stand up. Unfortunately, she was hit by Xie Wuchang's 100 poisons. Just as the spiritual qi in her body surged, she spat out another mouthful of blood. Xie Wuchang saw this and laughed again. It's useless, Princess of Chu. Let me tell you, after being hit by my 100 poisons, you can forget about using your spiritual qi. Just wait for your death. Damn it. The Princess of Chu cursed in her heart, but her expression didn't change. She looked at the crowd and calmed down. Because the Princess of Chu knew very well that if she let her emotions affect her decision, today would really be the doomsday of the East Palace. Xie Wuchang looked at the Princess of Chu and wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he turned to Luo Yarofeng and Tian Zhu and said slowly, the two of you, go and find Elder Lu Lan of the East Palace. Oh. Although Luo Jiaofeng and Celestial Pig Demon King were unhappy with Wuchang Xie's direct order, they didn't dare to disobey because of Wuchang Xie's strength. They waved their hands and called for the disciples they had brought today and left. When Su Yang heard Xie Wuchang mention Elder Lu Lan, he was surprised. Elder Lu Lan? Lu Lan is an elder of our East Palace. Then, he thought about the kiss he had with Lu Lan in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. Thinking of all these things, Su Yang felt a wave of panic in his mind. Even though the disciples of the East Palace weren't as strong as the other three palaces, because of the Princess of Chu, the East Palace had always been the leader of the Monster Palace and was in charge of the Monster Palace. But now, they were suddenly attacked by Xie Wuchang. This was enough to make Su Yang suspicious. Now, with the addition of Lu Lan's identity, Su Yang was even more confused. What's going on? Why did things turn out like this? What are these people doing? Su Yang looked at everyone in the main hall and felt more confused than ever. More importantly, there was a sense of oppression. Chapter 232. Su Yang came to the Monster Palace only to investigate the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal and his father. Su Yang only wanted to use the Princess of Chu to protect her. Because of Princess Chu's snooping on him and her cold and arrogant attitude, Su Yang still felt a trace of hatred towards Princess Chu. But now, Su Yang knew that if the Princess of Chu was defeated today, the entire East Palace would be finished, and he would also be implicated. Only when the Princess of Chu stood up, and only when the Princess of Chu protected the East Palace could he accomplish what he wanted to do in the Monster Palace. Looking at that face, Xie Wuchang had a sinister look on his face. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a burst of anger. At the moment of anger, he also felt a sense of helplessness. Circumference realm, how can I block it? Su Yang was only a 7-meridian saint. Even Emperor Tianxiong could not resist it, let alone Fang Yuan state. Power, when will I be able to reach this level? Su Yang's desire for strength surged in his heart. Looking at Xie Wuchang's gloomy face, he felt more helpless. What can I do to save this situation? Su Yang frowned. Looking at the weak Princess of Chu, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up, and he slowly approached the Princess of Chu without anyone noticing. Xie Wuchang noticed Su Yang's action, but seeing that Su Yang was only a 7-meridian saint, he did not pay attention to him at all. Instead, he looked at the Princess of Chu and continued, Princess of Chu, you must have never thought that you would have such a day. Ha ha ha. Xie Wuchang said and laughed. He did not care what the Princess of Chu thought. He just vented the joy in his heart. Princess of Chu, I'm afraid to tell you today. Do you think Yu Longzi died in the 10,000 demon ancient tree? Let me tell you, you're wrong. Haha, I killed Yu Longzi. What? Hearing this, the Princess of Chu's eyes suddenly surged with hostility. She endured the pain in her heart, stood up, looked at Xie Wuchang and shouted, Xie Wuchang, what are you talking about? You killed Yu Longzi. Haha, you didn't expect this, did you? Xie Wuchang saw that the angrier the Princess of Chu was, the prouder he was. Impossible, the Princess of Chu immediately shouted, Xie Wuchang, how can you kill Yu Longzi with your strength? Of course I can't, but what if I have the ancient Taiyaro ancient bell? What about the demonic power of the 10,000 demons ancient tree when it was sealed? Do you think Yu Longzi, who was only an Emperor Tianxiong back then, could withstand it? The more Wuchang Xie spoke, the gloomier his expression became. Chu Wangfei, I'm telling you, all these years, I've been enduring, waiting for this opportunity. Chu Wangfei, I'm telling you, you forced me to do all this, do you understand? The more Xie Wuchang spoke, the more agitated he became. The muscles on his face kept twitching. How deeply did I love you back then? But what about you? You only had Yu Longzi in your eyes. I, Xie Wuchang, didn't even have the chance to confess. Xie Wuchang said. There was a hint of sadness in his eyes, but it was gone in a flash. In return, Impermanence Xie smiled darkly. That being said, Consort Chu, I have to thank you for all of this. If you hadn't married Yu Longzi, I wouldn't have been so disheartened. I wouldn't have cultivated the power of 100 poisons, and I wouldn't have become the Nangong Palace Lord. And I wouldn't be able to stand in front of you today, surpassing you. Xie Wuchang suddenly burst into laughter. The Princess of Chu frowned at Xie Wuchang's words. Killing intent surged in her eyes. She had never had any relationship with Xie Wuchang. If he hadn't become Nangong Palace Lord, even the Princess of Chu wouldn't know him. How would she know that Xie Wuchang was hiding so many things in his heart? She couldn't help but be surprised by Xie Wuchang's forbearance and insidiousness. He had actually been able to keep it a secret for 100 years without saying anything at all. Of course, no matter what, Chu Wangfei would not pity such a person, nor would she sympathize with such a person. This was because he had killed her husband, and now he was trying to usurp the throne. Looking at him, Chu Wangfei only felt anger. Xie Wuchang saw the Princess of Chu and laughed. Princess of Chu, now that you know the truth, are you regretting it? Yes. The Princess of Chu sneered and shouted. Xie Wuchang, let me tell you, there is no such thing as regret in my eyes. Also, marrying Yu Longzi was the best decision I made in my life. You. Xie Wuchang, even if I have 10 or 100 lifetimes, I, the Princess of Chu, won't like you. Princess of Chu. Xie Wuchang's chest surged with anger when he heard the Princess of Chu's words. He shouted sternly. You dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Do you really think you are still the high and mighty Princess of Chu? Let me tell you, Consort Chu, you are now my prisoner. As long as I want to, I can kill you at any time. Kill me. The Princess of Chu sneered. Her arrogant attitude didn't change at all. She felt the poison in her body slowly dissolving. Her face became even colder. She looked at Xie Wuchang and said coldly, Xie Wuchang, let me tell you, as long as I, the Princess of Chu, am here, you can forget about seizing control of the Monster Palace. Bang, while speaking, the Princess of Chu suddenly spread her hands and a majestic spirit chi burst out. What? Xie Wuchang was stunned when he saw this scene. He looked at the Princess of Chu in surprise. How is this possible? Princess of Chu, how did you dispel my poison? Poison of 100 powers. The Princess of Chu sneered and looked back at Su Yang. Although she didn't know how Su Yang dispelled the poison, her eyes were full of praise for Su Yang. At the same time, she was convinced that she had made the right choice by choosing Su Yang to be the next palace master of the Monster Palace. Xie Wuchang saw the Princess of Chu looking at Su Yang's eyes and suddenly understood something. But he still felt incredulous. He kept shaking his head and said, how is it possible? That boy is only a 7 Meridian saint. How can he dispel my poison? That's right, Su Yang was the one who dispelled the poison in the Princess of Chu's body. Su Yang had been thinking when he saw the Princess of Chu injured. Thinking that the Princess of Chu was only poisoned, he immediately came up with an idea. His 100-poison saint bloodline could absorb any poison in the world. And the Princess of Chu was poisoned. Would he be able to absorb the poisonous gas with his special saint bloodline? This was the reason why Su Yang approached the Princess of Chu. Su Yang was afraid that Xie Wuchang would stop him, so he had been hiding behind the Princess of Chu. The Princess of Chu was surprised when she felt Su Yang's ability to absorb the poison. However, Chu Wangfei quickly regained her senses and continued talking with Xie Wuchang. Only when the 100 poison power was completely removed did they erupt. Xie Wuchang, you killed my husband. Come to the East Palace and die. Chu Wangfei shouted. She didn't waste any more words and directly attacked Xie Wuchang. But this time, Chu Wangfei stayed behind. She did not attack with her bare hands, but took out her sword, the fish dragon sword. When Wuchang saw Chu Wangfei's attack, he was stunned at first, but then he laughed and said, Chu Wangfei, I really didn't expect your Eastern Palace to have someone who can detoxify my 100 poison power. But do you think you can use it just because you detoxified it? Do you think you can deal with me? Chu Wangfei, you're wrong. Xie Wuchang, in order to obtain the position of Supreme Demon Palace's leader, I didn't hesitate to use my own body to cultivate and enter the boundary state. Do you think you can defeat me? Xie Wuchang suddenly shouted, and the black gas on his body suddenly filled the air. The Princess of Chu and Xie Wuchang immediately wrestled. Kill. At this moment, someone shouted, and the disciples below also recovered from the shock of Su Yang being able to detoxify hundreds of poisons. The disciples of the Nangong Palace and the East Palace immediately wrestled. The battle of the century in the 4 great palaces of the Monster Palace was finally triggered at this moment. All the disciples of the East Palace, no matter what grudges they had, gathered together to fight against the foreign enemy. The two sides fought fiercely, and people were constantly injured and killed. After a short while, the entire main hall of the Monster Palace was stained with blood. Kill that boy. He is the one who ruined our palace master's plan. In the midst of the battle, someone pointed at Su Yang and shouted. Countless disciples of the Nangong Palace cast a hostile look at Su Yang. Without Su Yang, the Nangong Palace would have replaced the East Palace and become the new leader of the Monster Palace. Unfortunately, all of this was ruined by Su Yang. The disciples of the Nangong Palace naturally hated Su Yang. With a shout, countless disciples rushed toward Su Yang. Su Yang couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Looking at the disciples who kept rushing toward him, he couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his chest. Su Yang came to the East Palace only for his own business. He didn't even really want to join the Monster Palace. However, during this period of time, Su Yang had also built up some feelings for the East Palace. Now that these people wanted to invade the East Palace, Su Yang was naturally angry. 7 bloodline saint, Humph, lowly weakling. A disciple of the Nangong Palace, an 8 bloodline saint, came in front of Su Yang and looked at Su Yang. He couldn't help but sneer and then shouted, Boy, if you know what's good for you, you should obediently kill yourself, lest I. Bang, before this person could finish speaking, his eyes widened abruptly. Su Yang's sword had already pierced through his throat. When the person looked at Su Yang, his eyes were filled with unwillingness, but there was even more astonishment in them. The people around who saw this scene were completely shocked. A 7 bloodline saint had actually killed an 8 bloodline saint in seconds. Everyone couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. Chapter 233. How could a 7 meridian saint kill an 8 meridian saint in seconds? Everyone who saw this scene felt a wave of doubt in their hearts. However, while they were in a daze, the ghost howl sword in Su Yang's hand flashed and another person fell under the sword. Only then did the disciples come to their senses. Kill this brat for me. Kill this boy. The Nangong disciples did not know whether it was because of fear or not, but they kept shouting. Countless disciples rushed towards Su Yang, and among them, there was no lack of Emperor Tianxiong. Good. When Su Yang saw these people coming, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, there was a gleam of excitement. He didn't like killing, and even more so, he didn't like killing without a purpose. However, in the short few months since he entered the Monster Palace, Su Yang was constantly suppressed and humiliated because of his strength. Su Yang had had enough. The 8 Meridian Saints' words about the lowly weakling aroused the anger in Su Yang's heart. Su Yang admitted that his strength was indeed lowly at the moment. This was an indisputable fact. Su Yang didn't want to quibble, but Su Yang wanted to tell these people that even though he was lowly, he wasn't someone who could be casually trampled on and casually manipulated by others. He knew very well that the final decision of this battle was still in the hands of the Princess of Chu and Wuchangxie. The Princess of Chu and Wuchangxie were the key to victory. They were the masters of this battle. Therefore, Su Yang's massacre this time was not for the Eastern Palace, nor was it for fame or fortune. He only wanted to kill his way out of the pride and arrogance in his heart. Bang! Under the encirclement of the Nangong disciples, Su Yang unleashed an unprecedented amount of fighting strength. His speed was so fast that he was like a ghost in the middle of the battlefield. Countless people fell under his ghost howl sword. Fresh blood dyed his white robe. His blood-red eyes emitted a sharp light. Though he was not the strongest here, he was like the god of death. Even the emperors of the Eastern Palace couldn't help but feel fear when they saw Su Yang's current appearance. And it was precisely because of this fear. More and more people surrounded Su Yang. This was because they had long been afraid of Su Yang. This fear was the same as the worry that Princess of Chu felt when she first met Su Yang. The Princess of Chu wanted Su Yang to inherit her position as the Eastern Palace head, so she didn't kill him. Therefore, she chose to plant a restriction in Su Yang's body. However, none of these people wanted anything from Su Yang. They only wanted to get rid of Su Yang. Only when Su Yang disappeared from this world would the fear in their hearts disappear. Die! Die! There were constant shouts and attacks coming at Su Yang. No matter how strong Su Yang was, he was only a 7 Meridian Saint. He couldn't even defeat an emperor of Tianxiong. At this moment, under the encirclement of many Nangong disciples, Su Yang still gritted his teeth and persevered. However, he also fell into a state of fatigue, and his speed became slower and slower. However, the light in his eyes did not dissipate. Instead, it became brighter and brighter. Life and death were magnanimous, from the Su family to the hidden sword tomb, and then to the Monster Palace. Su Yang had experienced countless hardships and pain along the way. He had even wandered around the gates of hell countless times. Between life and death, Su Yang had long been numb. At this moment, Su Yang didn't want to die. He only wanted to kill out the pride in his heart. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. Do you think there's no one in the Eastern Palace? At this moment, an Eastern Palace disciple suddenly shouted and jumped to Su Yang's side. Bang! With a wave of his hand, a majestic spirit chi surged out and blocked an attack for Su Yang. Su Yang glanced at that person. This person was not unfamiliar to Su Yang. He was one of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, ranked 3rd, Ma Chao. Su Yang looked at him gratefully. Ma Chao returned a smile and rejoined the battlefield. With someone's help, Su Yang naturally became more and more courageous. He jumped up and was once again engaged in a fierce battle. Because of Ma Chao's help, more and more Eastern Palace disciples began to help Su Yang. What was originally a chaotic battle suddenly became a battle to protect Su Yang. The Nangong disciples kept breaking out of the encirclement, wanting to kill Su Yang. The Eastern Palace disciples united to protect Su Yang. Although the Nangong disciples were stronger than the Eastern Palace disciples, today was still the Eastern Palace's territory. Some of the Nangong disciples had not come, and the Eastern Palace disciples had always been the most numerous among the 4 palaces. Now, the disciples of the 2 palaces were locked in a stalemate. Only blood continued to splatter, dyeing the entire Eastern Palace's main hall red. At the same time, the battle between the Princess of Chu and Wu Chang also entered a white-hot state. The boundary of circumference comprehended the power of circumference. The so-called Emperor of Skyform learned the power of Skyform and cultivated the 10,000 elephant divine skill. 1 star was Emperor, 9 stars was Venerable. At the peak of 9 stars Skyform, One expanded their dantian, turned it into a spiritual sea, and condensed it into a spiritual sea. Absorbed the power of heaven and earth into their dantian. 1 spiritual pulse, 9 spiritual pulses. At the peak of 9 spiritual pulses, one fused with the saint pulse, comprehended the power of circumference, stepped into the boundary of circumference, and used the power of heaven and earth for one's own use. 1 direction, 1 form, 9 directions, 9 directions, 9 directions, 9 directions. The spiritual energy in the body combined with the power of heaven and earth. It was fine if it didn't move, but once it moved, it affected heaven and earth. Both the Princess of Chu and Wu Chang were in the boundary of circumference. With just a wave of his hand, he was able to manipulate the power of heaven and earth. The battle between the two of them was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Just now, the two were worried that their power would be too strong and blow up the Eastern Palace. However, at this moment, the two of them no longer restrained their strength. Wu Chang's body emitted a black light. Princess of Chu's body emitted a dark green light. The two were locked in a stalemate. Clearly, they were going to fight to the death today. Die! Chu Wangfei shouted and swung her sword. The fish dragon sword in her hand suddenly shined brightly and transformed into countless sword images. They were like dragons and phoenixes that intertwined with each other. With a roar, they quickly attacked Xie Wuchang. Wu Chang maintained his sneer when he saw this. He waved his hand and a small black GU appeared in front of him. As soon as the small black GU appeared, it emitted a burst of black qi. The black qi quickly erupted and collided with Princess of Chu's light. Bang! When the two collided, there was a loud explosion. The powerful energy swept out, and the disciples of the eastern and southern palaces who were fighting at the bottom were attacked by this wave of energy. They instantly screamed and were forced to retreat. What a powerful force! Everyone's attention returned to the two of them. Just now, they had only noticed Su Yang. Even Nangong's disciples had thought that as long as they killed Su Yang, they would be able to win this battle. But now, they suddenly realized. Princess of Chu and Wu Chang were the masters of this battle. All the disciples looked up at the two and saw the powerful spiritual energy erupting from them. They were so shocked that they forgot about the battle and retreated hundreds of meters. They carefully looked at the Princess of Chu and Wu Chang in the air. Princess of Chu, it's useless. You and I are both in the square sphere realm. It's impossible for you to kill me. Wu Chang blocked Princess of Chu's attack and immediately showed his signature smirk. Princess of Chu's face was still cold. Facing Wu Chang, there was no change in her expression. The only thing that changed was the killing intent in her eyes. Princess of Chu had long planned to unify the Monster Palace. But this was only for the future of the Monster Palace. However, facing Wu Chang now was not only for the future of the Monster Palace, but also for the hatred in her heart. Wu Chang killed her husband. How could she not avenge him? Princess of Chu thought of the tragedy of her husband's death, and a murderous aura immediately surged in her chest. She looked at Wu Chang, shouted coldly, and raised her sword to attack Wu Chang again. As he swung his sword and moved his body, a gust of wind swept out. A huge amount of power burst forth, and some of the decorations in the surroundings instantly emitted clear and crisp sounds as they cracked. This showed the power of this force. When Wu Chang saw this, there was no fear in his eyes. For him, today's Princess of Chu was no longer the former master of the Monster Palace, but a plaything on his bed. Because Wu Chang knew very well that no matter how hard Princess of Chu tried, it was impossible to defeat him. As for him, as long as he waited for Zhu Tian Monster King and Luo Yarofeng, the two masters of the North Palace and the West Palace, the one who would be defeated would be Princess of Chu. Therefore, Wu Chang was not in a hurry at all. Compared to every killing move of the Princess of Chu, Wu Chang just avoided it and did not rush to counterattack. He was delaying time, waiting for the two masters to come back. Whether it was the disciples of the East Palace or the disciples of the East Palace, they would no longer have the power to fight back at that time. Wu Chang thought about it, and the corner of his mouth could not help but float a gloomy smile. Of course, how could the Princess of Chu not know about this plan in his heart? Although the killing intent in the Princess of Chu's eyes surged, She was not blinded by this killing intent. The Princess of Chu knew very well that if she did not kill Wu Chang now, it would be more difficult to kill him when Luo Yarofeng and Zhu Tian Monster King came back. Therefore, the Princess of Chu used all her strength in every move. Unfortunately, after all, both of them were in the first order boundary, so it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. The longer the battle dragged on, the more complacent Wu Chang's face became. He looked at the Princess of Chu and sneered, "Princess of Chu, I tell you, the East Palace will lose today. Surrender obediently and don't make unnecessary struggles." "Humph, Wu Chang, don't be so complacent. I, the Princess of Chu, will kill you today even if I have to exhaust my last trace of spirit power." The Princess of Chu shouted coldly and once again attacked Wu Chang with her sword. Peng. But at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the palace. The smile on Wu Chang's face became even more brilliant and he laughed. "Haha, Princess of Chu, Zhu Tian Monster King and the others are back, you should surrender obediently." Chapter 234. "Ha ha ha, Princess of Chu, I have to admit that you're very strong. However, now that Zhu Tian and Luo Yarofeng are back, I'd like to see how you're going to win if the three of us work together." Wachang Xie's smile grew brighter as he thought about how he was about to counterattack the East Palace and obtain the Princess of Chu. Princess of Chu frowned slightly when she heard Wachang Xie's words. Just as Wachang Xie said, if Zhu Tian and Luo Yarofeng were to come back, she wouldn't be their match if the three palace masters worked together. After all, Wachang Xie was at the Radius realm like her. Zhu Tian and Luo Yarofeng were both at the peak of the spiritual sea realm. Their strength couldn't be underestimated. If the three of them worked together, the Princess of Chu would naturally be wary. Of course, Princess of Chu wasn't worried about these. She was worried about Lu Lan. Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yarofeng had gone to look for Lu Lan. If the two of them came back, wouldn't that mean that Lu Lan was already? Princess of Chu's heart trembled at the thought. "Princess of Chu, I advise you to surrender obediently. Don't make such a pointless struggle." Wachang Xie laughed proudly when he saw the Princess of Chu's worried expression. At this moment, the disciples of the West Palace and North Palace who had just left rushed in. Seeing this, Xie Wachang laughed even more wildly. "Ha ha ha, Consort Chu, surrender. Ha ha ha, surrender obediently. As long as you are obedient, perhaps I can be gentler to you in bed tonight." Princess of Chu saw the disciples of the two palaces come in and thought that Lu Lan might have died. Sadness welled up in her heart. When she heard Wachang Xie's obscene words, the Princess of Chu was instantly enraged. She shouted coldly, "Wachang Xie, even if I, Princess of Chu, die today, I'll take you down with me." After saying that, Chu Wangfei's body suddenly leaped forward. Her entire body burst out with countless rays of light. The fish dragon sword in her hand also rotated and became bigger and bigger. It quickly attacked Xie Wachang. Although Wachang Xie was laughing wildly, he didn't dare to underestimate the Princess of Chu's attack. He hurriedly circulated his qi to block. Countless black qi condensed around his body, and the small black qi cup in his hand also jumped up. Pudong, with a loud bang, the two collided together. Countless rays of light burst forth, and the huge amount of energy swept out like a wave. The entire palace shook with a loud bang. All the disciples in the main hall retreated one after another. Their faces were filled with horror. Both Chu Wangfei and Xie Wachang spurted out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Obviously, both sides were injured by this powerful move. Fall Xie and Wachang Xie. Wachang Xie couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. "Ha ha, Princess of Chu, we've both suffered heavy injuries. Let's see how you're going to deal with Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yarofeng when they return." Wachang Xie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Princess of Chu with a smug smile. He wasn't worried about his injuries at all. Compared to Wachang Xie, the Princess of Chu was frowning. If Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yarofeng really returned, she wouldn't be able to resist them with her current strength. The more Wachang Xie saw the Princess of Chu's expression, the more smug and excited he became. "Princess of Chu, I've already told you not to struggle. Look at you, why do you have to suffer? But don't worry, Princess of Chu. When Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yarofeng return, I won't hurt you. I'll only treat you well. What can they do when they return? At this moment, a cold but sweet voice came from outside the main Luo Yarofeng. Then, two beautiful figures appeared in the East Palace main hall. One of them was holding Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yarofeng. The person who appeared threw the two of them aside and flew to Chu Wangfei's side. Lulan, Ling Princess of Chu's eyes shone with excitement when she saw the two figures. She held Lulan's hand and asked excitedly, Lulan, are you all right? I'm fine. Lulan shook her head. Then, she saw the blood at the corner of Princess of Chu's mouth and asked worriedly, Palace Master, are you all right? When Chu Ling saw her mother's appearance, she also had a worried expression. Mother, how are you? Are you okay? I'm fine. Princess of Chu shook her head and looked at the unconscious Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yarofeng on the ground. She was stunned and asked Lulan in surprise, Lulan, this. Lulan naturally knew what Princess of Chu was thinking. She smiled and said, Palace Master, I've already comprehended my power of circumference and entered the state of circumference. What? You've already comprehended the state of circumference? Princess of Chu was pleasantly surprised when she heard this. Then, she saw Wuchang Xie and said coldly, Wuchang Xie, the Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yarofeng you've been waiting for have returned. How is this possible? How is this possible? Wuchang Xie was no longer as calm as before. He looked at the unconscious Luo Yarofeng and Heavenly Pig Demon King on the ground and said frantically, How is this possible? How is this possible? How is it not possible? Princess of Chu sneered and said to Lulan, kill Wuchang Xie. Yes, Palace Master. Lulan nodded. His eyes suddenly turned cold as he approached Xie Wuchang. Wuchang Xie and Princess of Chu were both injured. How could he be a match for Lulan, who was in the state of circumference? Lulan waved her hand and a majestic spirit energy surged out. She slapped Wuchang Xie's face. Bang. Under the assault of that tremendous power, Xie Wuchang was sent flying, coughing up another mouthful of blood. No, impossible. Wuchang Xie slowly stood up from the ground and roared, Impossible. Princess of Chu, you're mine. You're mine. The entire monster palace is mine. How can Lulan be in the state of circumference? How is this possible? Wuchang Xie shouted. His blood and qi surged. He was unwilling to accept the fact that a state of circumference had fallen. When the surrounding disciples saw this scene, they were all stunned on the spot. They couldn't believe this sudden change. They all thought that the East Palace was finished, but they didn't expect the situation to reverse so quickly. Especially when the disciples of the Nangong Palace saw Wu Chang's body fall, they couldn't believe it, but more than that, they felt fear. The state of circumference. The East Palace had two state of circumference experts. As they thought about it, they couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, they seemed to have realized something. No one knew who reacted first, but that person immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, Palace Master Chu is mighty, Palace Master Chu is mighty. This shout woke all the disciples up. Whether it was the Nangong Palace, the North Palace, or the West Palace, they knew that the three palaces had lost. They knelt on the ground and shouted. They were afraid that this matter would affect them. Princess of Chu heard these people shouting. She waved her hand and said, Okay, get up. When these people heard Princess of Chu's words, they stood up, trembling. Princess of Chu looked at these people expressionlessly. When she saw Lulan, a rare smile appeared on her face. She asked Lulan, how did you comprehend the state of circumference? Princess of Chu had thought about the future of Monster Palace. Princess of Chu had asked Lulan to go into seclusion a long time ago. She wanted Lulan to step into the state of circumference one day. Unfortunately, Lulan had been in seclusion all these years. She couldn't comprehend the state of circumference. Princess of Chu didn't expect that Lulan would comprehend the state of circumference at such an important time. Naturally, she was astonished. Lulan looked at Princess of Chu and thought about how she comprehended the state of circumference. Her face couldn't help but flush. At the same time, she happened to see Su Yang standing in the crowd. Her face became even redder. For a moment, she didn't know how to explain it to Princess of Chu. Lu Lan's gaze couldn't escape Princess of Chu's eyes. Seeing this, Princess of Chu looked at Su Yang standing in the distance. She suddenly understood something and laughed. Her usual coldness was gone. Su Yang naturally saw Lu Lan looking at him. Looking at Lu Lan's enchanting body, Su Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly. He kept shaking his head. For a moment, he didn't know how to face it. Especially when he saw Chu linger next to him, he didn't dare to walk in that direction. Fortunately, Lu Lan and Princess of Chu had things to deal with, so they didn't come up to ask Su Yang anything. Lu Lan looked at the heavenly pig demon king and Luo Yarofeng on the ground and said to Princess of Chu, "Palace Lord, these two originally wanted to kill me, but they didn't expect that I had already reached the state of circumference. I defeated them and knocked them unconscious. Now, how do you want to deal with this?" After a brief moment of joy, Princess of Chu immediately returned to her usual coldness. She looked at Luo Yarofeng and the heavenly pig demon king on the ground before turning to the disciples in the main hall. The heavenly pig demon king and Luo Yarofeng led disciples to break into the Eastern Palace and broke the rules of the Monster Palace. Today, they will be executed on the spot. Who has any objections? Palace Lord's prestige, Palace Lord's prestige. The disciples all knelt down and shouted. In fact, Princess of Chu was just going through the procedure. After all, at this time, no disciple would dare to say no. That was the same as courting death. This was especially true for the southern, northern, and western palaces. They were even more afraid. As long as they weren't implicated, they could pray for Buddha. The reason why Chu Wangfei did this was because she wanted to build up the hearts of the people in the future. After all, in the entire Supreme Demon Palace, while they could eliminate the 3 palace masters, they could not kill all the disciples of the Supreme Demon Palace. Chapter 235. Yes, Palace Master. Lu Lan nodded. Just as she was about to step forward to carry out her orders, there was a loud explosion in the sky. With a loud bang, the entire roof of the East Palace's main hall was blasted open. Everyone was stunned. Lu Lan and the Princess of Chu also looked up at the sky at the same time. When the Princess of Chu saw a few people floating down from the sky, her entire body suddenly stiffened. "Princess of Chu, Monster Palace Palace Master, come with me," a voice sounded. At the same time, a few black figures appeared above the East Palace's main hall. These people who appeared were all dressed in black. Even their faces were covered by a black cloth, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. The Princess of Chu saw these people fall to the ground. Lu Lan did not understand the reason. She wanted to go forward and ask, but she was pulled back by the Princess of Chu. "Lu Lan, don't. These people are the ones I told you about." "Don't, what?" When Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu say this, she could not help but be stunned. All these years, this was not the first time the Princess of Chu had told her about this matter. Lu Lan naturally understood the hidden strength behind this and what it meant. Chu Linga did not know what the two of them were talking about. She could not help but wonder, "Mother, Sister Lu Lan, what are you talking about?" The Princess of Chu looked at her daughter and felt a wave of sadness in her heart. However, she still could not bear to tell her daughter the truth. She waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. These people need Mother to do something. You have to take good care of yourself in the future, okay?" Although Chu Linga was usually carefree, it did not mean that she was not smart. Seeing the Princess of Chu's appearance, how could Chu Linga not see that things were not so simple? Looking at her mother's sad appearance, tears immediately fell from her eyes. "Mother, no, I don't want you to leave me. I don't want you to leave me, Linga, be good." Princess Chu patted Chu Linga's head, then turned to Lu Lan and said, "Lu Lan, I'll leave the Monster Palace to you. As guard master, Lu Lan looked at the Princess of Chu and couldn't help but tear up. "Lu Lan, it's fine. I didn't say that I wouldn't be coming back. Now that the Monster Palace is unified, and you've comprehended the realm of square and circle, it's enough for you to shoulder the burden of the Monster Palace. In the future." When the Princess of Chu said this, She glanced at Su Yang, who was standing in the distance, and didn't say anything else. Instead, she changed the topic and said, "Lu Lan, I won't say anything unnecessary. You've grown up, you know what to do." As guardmaster, Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu's words, which sounded like she was saying her last words, and her entire body was covered in tears. Chulinga also kept wiping her tears. At that moment, the black-clothed man standing there said, "All right, Princess of Chu, it's time to go." After saying this, those people were about to come forward and capture the Princess of Chu. "No, I can't." Chulinga actually heard about this from her mother. Even though she now knew how strong the other party was, even if the other party was not someone she could match up to, Chulinga still couldn't watch her mother be taken away like this. Chulinga shouted loudly, took out her sword, and attacked the black-clothed man. "How dare you go against the devil sect? You're courting death." When the black-clothed men saw that Chulinga dared to attack them, they immediately shouted. In an instant, a powerful spiritual energy surged out, and Chulinga was directly sent flying. Ling-er! Ling-er! When the Princess of Chu and Lu Lan saw Chulinga flying out, both of them were stunned. Lu Lan directly leaped up and caught Chulinga. When Lu Lan saw that Chulinga was injured, a surge of anger immediately surged from her chest. Looking at the black-clothed men, she channeled her cultivation technique, and a majestic spiritual energy instantly burst out. "Today, all of you will die." When the Princess of Chu saw this, she was shocked and wanted to stop her. Unfortunately, she was seriously injured in the fight with Wuchangxie. How could she stop Lu Lan, who was also in the radius state? Lu Lan leaped up and waved her hand, and a powerful force suddenly burst out. The black-clothed men were shocked and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Several black-clothed men screamed at the same time and were sent flying. Die! Lu Lan did not intend to let them go so easily. With a shout, she charged forward again. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly came from mid-air. In the snort, a powerful spiritual energy suddenly exploded. Everyone in the main hall felt their eardrums vibrate, and they all took a step back. Lu Lan's body shook, and under the powerful force, she was sent flying. Following that, a purple-clothed figure descended from the sky. This person had a cold expression and his eyes were dim and lifeless. Between his brows, there was a faint murderous aura that could cause anyone who looked at him to tremble in fear. I didn't expect that the Monster Palace would have another radius state expert, and such a young one. This person glanced at Lu Lan, and his coquettish red lips slightly opened, revealing a cold smile. This person is stronger than the Princess of Chu. Let's take this person with us today. After the person finished speaking, without asking for anyone's opinion, he opened his hand, and Lu Lan's body flew in his direction. Protector. The black-clothed men also followed up, and called out to the purple-clothed man with cupped hands. Yes. The purple-clothed man nodded, and threw Lu Lan's body to the black-clothed men like a commodity, and said, "Take this person back today. The Princess of Chu will let him stay in the East Palace. Let's go." Yes. The black-clothed men followed the purple-clothed man, and flew into mid-air. Lu Lan. This sudden change made the Princess of Chu unable to react. Seeing Lu Lan being taken away by the purple-clothed man, the Princess of Chu suddenly came to her senses, and cried out in grief, "The person you want is not me. Why did you take Lu Lan away?" When the purple-clothed man heard the Princess of Chu's words, he paused for a moment, and revealed a devilish smile. "Princess of Chu, this person's qualifications will always surpass yours. Naturally, I will take this person. Today, I am in a good mood, and will not bicker with you. You in the Monster Palace have offended me, a protector, otherwise, humph." The purple-clothed man suddenly snorted, and a majestic spiritual aura suddenly burst out. The entire palace trembled, and the Princess of Chu fell into a state of despair. These people's strength was always beyond her belief. With her current strength, she could not resist at all. The Princess of Chu even blamed the heavens. She had guarded the Monster Palace all her life, but at the last moment, she still could not protect it. She could only watch as the elder of the Monster Palace, the person she had watched grow up, was taken away. But she did not have the strength to fight back at all. Despair, the The Princess of Chu felt unprecedented despair. The Princess of Chu, who had always been above others, who had always exuded the aura of a ruler, could not help but shed tears that she had not shed for many years at this moment. "Leave Lu Lan for me." And just as the Princess of Chu was in despair, suddenly a loud shout echoed in the void. "Su Yang." The Princess of Chu looked over, and could not help but be stunned. Then, she suddenly panicked, and hurriedly shouted, "Su Yang, no, quickly retreat." "Retreat." Su Yang sneered, looking at the purple-robed man in front of him, his eyes emitting a sharp light. He was already angry when he saw Chu Linga being repelled by the black-robed man. If it were not for Lu Lan, Su Yang would have already attacked. Now that these people wanted to take away Lu Lan, how could Su Yang endure? Although Su Yang did not know how to face Lu Lan, Su Yang absolutely could not allow others to hurt her. 7 Meridian Saint. When the purple-robed man heard that someone dared to block him, a burst of anger surged in his body. However, when he saw the spiritual power surging in Su Yang, he could not help but laugh. 7 Meridian Saint, a little 7 Meridian Saint dares to block this protector. When the Princess of Chu heard the purple-robed man's words, she panicked again and shouted to Su Yang, "Su Yang, quickly retreat, you are not their match." When Su Yang heard the Princess of Chu's words, he could not help but laugh. "So what if I am not their match? Even if I die today, I will not allow the person I am supposed to protect to be taken away." Su Yang knew that he might not be a match for these people. However, Su Yang still chose to attack. For no particular reason, it was merely because as a man in this world, he should know what to do and what not to do. If he couldn't protect the people he wanted to protect, then what was the point of living in this world? "Ha ha ha, I want to see how you are going to stop me." The purple-robed man could not help but laugh when he heard Su Yang's words. "Die." When Su Yang heard the purple-robed man's words, he did not waste any more words. With a roar, he immediately attacked the purple-robed man with the Ghost Howl sword in his hand. The moment the Ghost Howl sword attacked, there was a burst of dazzling light. It was the power of 10,000 poisons in the 9 Dragons soul-snatching technique that Su Yang had created. "You overestimate yourself." The purple-robed man could not help but laugh when he saw this. He waved his hand to block Su Yang's attack and reached out to seal Su Yang's throat. The powerful force directly imprisoned Su Yang, making Su Yang unable to move. 7 Meridian Saint, how dare a 7 Meridian Saint hoot in front of this protector? Ridiculous, ridiculous. The purple-robed man looked at Su Yang and laughed again. "You. If you have the ability, then kill me. Otherwise, I, Su Yang, will definitely crush you into pieces one day." Su Yang clenched his teeth and said, "Oh." When the purple-robed man heard Su Yang's words, he laughed again. With a wave of his hand, Su Yang was sent flying. Chapter 236. Stay here. Su Yang roared angrily as he watched the purple-robed man leave. He had only just met Lu Lan, and even Su Yang didn't know how to face her. However, Su Yang knew that he had to protect Lu Lan. But now that the purple-robed man had left, Su Yang couldn't do anything. That feeling of helplessness and loneliness filled him. Looking at the blasted roof of the palace and the blue sky, Su Yang sat on the ground, paralyzed. Not only him, but Chu Linga and the Princess of Chu also fell into sadness. Lu Lan's departure was too big of a blow to them. They couldn't face the pain and helplessness of watching their loved one being taken away. For a long time, they stared blankly in the direction that the purple-robed man had left. Although the other disciples didn't have any feelings for Lu Lan, they were stunned. However, this sudden change also caused them to be stunned. Of course, what they felt more was fear. In the perimeter state, the Princess of Chu had always been a supreme existence in their hearts. But even the Princess of Chu couldn't resist in front of that person. How strong was that person? And what kind of sect was the demonic sect? Why did they feel so unfamiliar with it? Everyone was puzzled and shocked, and the East Palace fell into a dead silence. No one noticed Luo Jiaofeng and the Celestial Pig Demon King in the corner. The Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng were originally going to capture Lu Lan. But the two of them didn't expect that Lu Lan had also entered the perimeter state. And because Lu Lan didn't know what had happened, she didn't do anything to the two of them. She only knocked them out. Now that the two of them woke up, they were completely shocked by the sudden scene before them. But when they saw the Princess of Chu, they quickly reacted. The two of them knew that if the Princess of Chu recovered, they wouldn't be able to escape the fate of death. Death, the more powerful a person was, the more fear they would feel. Seeing Lu Lan being taken away, they were not sad at all. Instead, they were happy. Because Lu Lan had left the monster palace, it meant that they had a chance. The celestial pig demon monarch and Luo Yarofeng exchanged a glance before nodding toward each other. Both of them began to circulate their cultivation arts, and a burst of majestic power erupted from their bodies. Princess of Chu, die! Zhu Tian and Luo Yarofeng both roared and attacked Princess Chu at the same time. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. They were very clear that as long as they killed the Princess of Chu today, they would be able to kill her. Then everything would change. Not only did the two of them not have to die, but they could also become the leaders of the entire monster palace. The two of them attacked so suddenly that all of the disciples were stunned. The Princess of Chu was still in grief when she suddenly saw the celestial pig demon monarch and Luo Yarofeng attacking her. She was also stunned. Then, she realized something and hurriedly used her qi to resist. Unfortunately, the Princess of Chu was seriously injured in the confrontation with Wu Chang and had not recovered yet. In addition, Luo Yarofeng and the celestial pig demon monarch attacked suddenly. Suddenly, the Princess of Chu could not resist. Bang! With a loud bang, she was directly hit by the two of them and flew dozens of meters away. Mother! Seeing this, Chu Linga suddenly woke up from the sadness of Lu Lan being taken away. She hurriedly walked in the direction of the Princess of Chu. She supported the Princess of Chu and looked at the blood overflowing from the Princess of Chu's mouth. Chu Linga was furious. She took out her sword and was about to attack Luo Yarofeng and the celestial pig demon monarch. Seeing this, the Princess of Chu was shocked. She hurriedly stopped Chu Linga. Linga, don't. You are not their match. Mother. Chu Linga was about to say something, but she was stopped by the Princess of Chu. The Princess of Chu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and took a step forward. Looking at the celestial pig demon monarch and Luo Yarofeng, her face was cold. Her eyes were surging with a murderous intent. Although she was injured, she was still domineering and majestic. Looking at the two of them, she said coldly, Celestial pig demon monarch, Luo Yarofeng, are you two trying to rebel? The celestial pig demon monarch and Luo Yarofeng already knew that the Princess of Chu was injured. But after all, the Princess of Chu was still dignified. If they didn't know that if they didn't kill the Princess of Chu today, they would be the ones to die. The two of them didn't have the guts to attack the Princess of Chu. After testing, the two of them immediately knew that the Princess of Chu was seriously injured this time. Seeing the blood at the corner of the Princess of Chu's mouth, the two of them no longer felt the slightest fear. Instead, they felt a sense of excitement. The celestial pig demon monarch looked at the Princess of Chu's enchanting body with a hint of greed in his eyes. Looking at the Princess of Chu, he sneered, Princess of Chu, you're already seriously injured. You're just an arrow at the end of its flight. Why are you still putting on airs? Hurry up and surrender. Luo Yarofeng also said, that's right, Princess of Chu. You're already seriously injured. Even if you're at the circumference realm, it won't be the two of us who will attack you. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently. Don't ask for trouble. Ha ha ha, hilarious, hilarious. Hearing the two of them, the Princess of Chu laughed out loud. Then, her face darkened. Looking at the two of them, she snorted and shouted, Celestial pig demon monarch, Luo Yarofeng, the two of you are only at the spiritual sea realm. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? You're courting death. As she spoke, the Princess of Chu's body suddenly moved. Her body turned into a rainbow as she rushed towards the two of them. That speed was as fast as lightning. Especially the fish dragon sword in Chu Wangfei's hand. It was like a flood dragon of the eastern sea. Golden light flickered, and that majestic aura was like a hurricane that violently swept forth. Seeing this, the hearts of Luo Yarofeng and celestial pig demon monarch couldn't help but tremble. The Princess of Chu is injured, but she's still able to erupt with such powerful strength. Luo Yarofeng and Celestial Pig Demon Monarch thought to themselves. However, the two of them didn't retreat because they knew very well that they had no choice today. Only by killing the Princess of Chu would they have a chance to survive. The two of them looked at each other, then leaped up at the same time. They each took out their own Dharma treasure and attacked the Princess of Chu. Although the Princess of Chu's move was majestic, the Princess of Chu was still seriously injured. She didn't have enough spirit qi. The moment she swung her sword, the qi and blood in her body surged. Luo Yarofeng and Celestial Pig Demon Monarch weren't as strong as the Princess of Chu. However, the two of them were also palace masters of the two great palaces of the Monster Palace. Their strength was also in the spiritual sea realm. With the two of them working together, the power increased by a few points. Bang. For a moment, under the pincer attack of the two, the Princess of Chu was actually struggling. Her body was suddenly hit by the two of them. With a loud bang, the Princess of Chu's entire body was suddenly sent flying. Ha. Celestial Pig Demon Monarch and Luo Yarofeng saw this scene and no longer had any scruples. They looked at the Princess of Chu and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, Princess of Chu, I already said that you're injured and no longer a match for me. Quickly capture me. The Princess of Chu coldly snorted. Looking at the two of them, her expression didn't change. She shouted, Celestial Pig Demon Monarch, Luo Yarofeng, don't be smug. With your strength, you want me to surrender? No way. Although she said this, the moment the Princess of Chu finished speaking, her body surged. A flash of hesitation appeared in the Princess of Chu's eyes. She thought to herself, Wu Chang and I are both injured. Our injuries are too serious. Now, the qi and blood in my body are flowing backward. If I force my qi, I'm afraid that before the two of them do anything, I'll die from the qi and blood in my body. I didn't think that I, the Princess of Chu, would be forced to this point by a mere spiritual sea realm cultivator. Thinking about this, the Princess of Chu smiled bitterly. Similarly, the Princess of Chu knew that she was no longer a match for the two of them in her current situation. Is my East Palace really going to suffer this calamity? Lu Lan has been captured. Am I going to die in the hands of these two? The Princess of Chu thought, and a burst of anger suddenly surged in her body. No, absolutely not. I, the Princess of Chu, am the Palace Master of the East Palace. How can I let the East Palace fall into the hands of these two? Today, even if I burn the last bit of blood in my body, I can't let these two get away with it. The Princess of Chu thought to herself. She silently chanted the incantation and suddenly shouted, Taiyaro secret technique, open. Bang, with a loud explosion, the Princess of Chu's entire body suddenly jumped up. Her face was as cold as ice. The cold air emitted seemed to condense the surrounding air. This is, Luo Yarofeng and Celestial Pig Demon Monarch saw this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, seeing the powerful force that erupted from the Princess of Chu, the two of them couldn't help but feel a burst of fear in their hearts. Celestial Pig Demon Monarch, Luo Yarofeng, you two dare to rebel. Today, I will get rid of you two scum for the Monster Palace. The Princess of Chu said coldly. Her eyes emitted a sharp light. She waved the fish dragon sword in her hand and instantly closed in on Luo Yarofeng and Celestial Pig Demon Monarch. The fish dragon sword swept horizontally. The powerful force was like a hurricane, invading. Celestial Pig Demon Monarch and Luo Yarofeng were both shocked. But at this point, the two of them were also very clear that now they could only brace themselves. The two of them looked at each other and shouted at the same time, Go to hell. At the same time, the two of them joined forces and attacked the Princess of Chu. Humph, you overestimate yourselves. Seeing that the two of them dared to resist, the Princess of Chu coldly snorted. She raised her sword with one hand, and with a wave of her hand, a powerful force suddenly surged. Bang, Celestial Pig Demon Monarch and Luo Yarofeng were both in the spiritual sea realm, but they were also the strongest people here. It was a pity that the two of them were so weak in front of Chu Wangfei's great power. Chapter 237. Luo Jiaofeng, Zhu Tian Demon King, you two are merely in the spiritual sea realm. How dare you offend me? Die! Princess Chu leaped up, her body emitting a dazzling light. Her majestic aura skyrocketed, and the powerful force directly suppressed everyone in the main hall, making them unable to raise their heads. As the spiritual power surged, Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng felt a wave of qi and blood surging in their bodies. They had no strength to resist at all. The hearts of the two trembled. Only now did they truly understand that Chu Wangfei's strength was not something the two of them could compare to. Looking at the light in Princess Chu's eyes, they trembled. They knelt on the ground and hurriedly begged for mercy. Palace Master Chu, spare our lives, spare our lives. Seeing this, Chu Wangfei also stopped in front of them. She looked at the two of them arrogantly and said, "The two of you dare to offend my Eastern Palace and still want to live? Palace Master Chu, spare our lives, spare our lives. Considering what we have done for the Monster Palace for so many years, please spare our lives." Zhu Tian Demon King kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. He no longer had the majesty from before. Luo Jiaofeng was not much better than the others. Her body kept trembling as she knelt and begged for mercy. I can spare your lives, but you have to swear a blood oath that you will not offend the East Palace from now on. Seeing the sincerity of the two, the anger on Princess Chu's face eased a little. Faced with the choice of life and death, the two of them could not refuse and swore a blood oath. Seeing this, Princess Chu nodded with satisfaction. Very good, very good. From now on, the two of you are no longer the palace masters of the Monster Palace. You will become the guardian elders of the Monster Palace. In the future, you can only guard the Monster Palace and cannot participate in any matters of the Monster Palace. Do you understand? Understood. Although Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng were somewhat unwilling, they had no choice in front of Princess Chu. After all, if they did not agree to Princess Chu's request, they would most likely face the misfortune of death. Understood, now get out of here. Princess Chu saw this and waved her hand and shouted. Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng's hearts trembled again, and they hurriedly ran out of the Monster Palace's main hall. When Chu Wangfei saw the two of them leave, her gaze swept across all the disciples present. She opened her mouth and said, "From today onwards, our Supreme Demon Palace will officially remove the 4 great palaces and merge them together. The disciples of the other 3 great palaces will also join our Eastern Palace. In the future, the 4 great palaces will no longer be divided into different palaces, and the disciples of the Supreme Demon Palace will not be divided into different palaces. They will belong to the Supreme Demon Palace." After the Princess Chu finished speaking, all the disciples came to their senses. Of course, the happiest were the disciples of the other 3 monster palaces. After all, they had broken into the East Palace today. According to the Monster Palace's rules, none of them could escape punishment. Now that the Princess Chu had unified the Monster Palace, there was no doubt that she had spared them this time. They were naturally happy. Looking at the majestic and domineering aura on the Princess Chu's cold face, they were all subdued and shocked. They all knelt on the ground and shouted, "Palace Master Chu, you're mighty." When the Princess Chu saw this, she nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, she waved her hand and said, "All right, that's all for today. You may all leave. When I think about the unification of the Monster Palace, I will issue a new order." Yes. This time, no one dared to disobey the Princess Chu's orders. They all nodded. All the disciples gathered in the main hall left in a few breaths of time. When Chu Linga saw these people leave, she thought about how the Heavenly Pig Monster King and Luo Yarofeng dared to harm her mother. She was still angry. She walked in front of the Princess Chu and asked, "Mother, why did you spare the Heavenly Pig Monster King and Luo Yarofeng?" Phut! At this moment, the Princess Chu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Chu Linga was shocked. She hurriedly supported the Princess Chu. Her face was full of anxiety. "Mother, what happened to you?" "Linga, Mother can't take it anymore." The Princess Chu's face was pale. She no longer had the majesty and domineering aura from before. "No, no. Mother, why can't you? That's impossible." When Chu Linga heard the Princess Chu's words, her dry eyes became wet again. She looked at the Princess Chu, who was getting weaker and weaker. She choked and said, "Mother, you can do it. Linga must save you. Save you." The Princess Chu saw Chu Linga's sad appearance and felt pain in her heart. However, the Princess Chu was very clear about the condition of her body. She was already seriously injured in the battle with Wuchang Xie. In addition, she was also attacked by the Heavenly Pig Monster King and Luo Yarofeng. This made things worse for the Princess Chu. The Princess Chu knew very well that with such injuries, she was no match for the Heavenly Pig Monster King and Luo Yarofeng. Therefore, at the last moment, the Princess Chu activated the Supreme Demon Secret Technique and ignited the essence in her body. It allowed her to temporarily recover her strength. However, because the Princess Chu's injuries were too serious, she couldn't hold on for too long even if she ignited her essence. This was also the reason why the Princess Chu spared the Heavenly Pig Monster King and Luo Yarofeng. After the Princess Chu explained this to Chu Linga understood and immediately burst into tears. She growled, "Why? Why is it like this? Mother, Sister Lu Lan has already left. Are you going to leave me too?" The Princess Chu's heart ached when she saw her daughter's sad appearance. Tears fell from her eyes. Her face was pale and she no longer had the majesty of a palace lord. Princess Consort Chu was also very unwilling to let all of this happen, but at this point, she had no other choice. Seeing Su Yang beside her, the Princess Chu shouted, "Su Yang." Just now, all the disciples had left, but Su Yang hadn't. It wasn't that Su Yang didn't want to leave, but Su Yang had too many questions in his heart to ask the Princess Chu. What kind of people were the Devil Sect? Where was it? Although Su Yang was very sad about Lu Lan's departure, he didn't feel depressed because he was a man. He was Su Yang. Thinking about the Devil Sect, Su Yang only felt anger in his heart. And because of this anger, Su Yang had an unprecedented desire for power, which also aroused Su Yang's fighting spirit. Su Yang secretly swore in his heart that he would definitely flatten the Devil Sect and save Lu Lan. Su Yang originally wanted to ask the Princess Chu about these things. But how could he have thought that he would suddenly face such a scene? For a moment, he didn't know what to do and just stood there in a daze. Now that he heard the Princess Chu call him, Su Yang saw that she didn't have a trace of her usual majesty and couldn't help but feel sour in his heart. He took a step forward and said, "Palace Master, I'm here." The Princess Chu saw that Su Yang didn't lose his will because of what happened just now and nodded in relief. But at this moment, the blood in her body suddenly surged. Poochie. She spat out another mouthful of blood. "Mother. Palace Master." Chu Linga and Su Yang looked at the Princess Chu and felt a burst of worry in their hearts. Especially Su Yang, seeing Chu Linga's sad appearance, his heart felt a burst of pain. He went forward to support the Princess Chu and said, "Palace Master Chu, don't speak first, I'll help you heal your injuries." "It's no use." The Princess Chu shook her head and rejected Su Yang. At the same time, when she looked at Su Yang, her expression suddenly became extremely serious. She suppressed the surging emotions in her heart and shouted, "Su Yang, listen to my order." Su Yang was stunned by the Princess Chu's sudden serious expression, but he still knelt, clasped his fist and said, "This disciple is here. Su Yang, from today onwards, I will confer you the position of the East Palace of the Monster Palace, and you will be in charge of the entire Monster Palace." The Princess Chu said word by word. What? As soon as she said this, Su Yang and Chu Linga were both stunned. The two of them were dumbfounded and couldn't react for a long time. "Palace Master." Su Yang came to the Monster Palace only to investigate the matter of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal and his father. Su Yang didn't even think about staying in the Monster Palace. He didn't expect that the Princess Chu would suddenly order him to take over the position of Monster Palace Master. Su Yang was stunned when he thought about it. When the Princess Chu saw this, she smiled slightly and said, "Su Yang, I know that you have some doubts in your heart, but when you see the memories in this domino, you will understand everything." After saying this, the Princess Chu forced herself to take a breath and passed a domino to Su Yang. Su Yang hurriedly caught the domino. Although the Princess Chu said that all the doubts were in this domino, Su Yang looked at the Princess Chu in surprise. "Palace Master Chu, Su Yang, I don't have much time. There's no need to explain anything. The Princess Chu didn't let Su Yang speak. Instead, she turned to Chu Linga and said, Linga, I know that you have a good impression of Su Yang. When Chu Linga heard her mother's words, she couldn't help but blush. Chu Linga and Su Yang hadn't known each other for long. At that time, Chu Linga only felt that Su Yang had saved her, and the feeling of being with Su Yang was very strange and very happy. Therefore, Chu Linga was willing to stay with Su Yang. However, Chu Linga had never thought about the relationship between a man and a woman. When Chu Linga saw the matter between Lu Lan and Su Yang, the pain in her heart made Chu Linga truly understand that she had fallen in love with Su Yang. When the Princess Chu saw Chu Linga's blushing face, she smiled with relief. Then, she turned to Su Yang and said, Su Yang, after I die, Linga will be in your care. Me. Su Yang still hadn't recovered from the matter of the Monster Palace Master. When he heard the Princess Chu say this, he didn't know how to respond. When the Princess Chu saw Su Yang's appearance, she asked anxiously, What, Su Yang, are you not willing? Cough cough cough. The Princess Chu was afraid that Su Yang wouldn't be willing. Then, all her previous efforts would be in vain. She felt a burst of excitement in her heart. She coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. When Su Yang saw this, he glanced at Chu Linga. He gritted his teeth and said, Palace Master Chu, don't worry. I will take good care of Linga. Chapter 238. The Princess of Chu's face became paler and paler, and her body became weaker and weaker. She could die at any time. Seeing this, Chu Linga was already sobbing uncontrollably. When Su Yang saw the Princess of Chu's appearance, he also felt a burst of sadness in his heart. Although he and the Princess of Chu didn't have much feelings for each other, when he thought of the time he had been in the Monster Palace, the Princess of Chu had actually saved Su Yang many times. Not only had she saved Su Yang, but she had also continuously promoted Su Yang. However, all of this was because the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction in Su Yang's body. In addition, the Princess of Chu was still spying on him. Because of this, Su Yang ignored it. Now that he saw the sadness in the Princess of Chu's eyes, Su Yang truly understood that everything the Princess of Chu had done was to cultivate him. Su Yang, I can't hold on for much longer. Everything is in the domino's memory. I only have one last request. When the Princess of Chu said this, she kept coughing. When Su Yang saw this, he hurriedly went forward and passed a burst of spirit energy into the Princess of Chu's body. It's useless. The Princess of Chu smiled. Then, she looked at Su Yang with pity in her eyes. Su Yang, promise me that no matter where you go in the future, don't let down the Monster Palace. Don't let down Lingo. Palace Master, don't worry. As long as I, Su Yang, am here, I will never let anything happen to the Monster Palace. Su Yang nodded. His eyes emitted a light of determination. Seeing this, the Princess of Chu smiled and slowly closed her eyes. A king of a generation had fallen. Chu Linga immediately began to cry bitterly. She hugged the Princess of Chu and kept shouting. Unfortunately, no matter how sad she was already dead. There was no way to bring her back. When Su Yang saw this scene, his heart sank into a wave of sadness. In the end, Su Yang and Chu Linga secretly buried the Princess of Chu. Even after 3 days, Chu Linga still couldn't recover from her grief. Su Yang, on the other hand, was much better. After all, this was not the first time that Su Yang had experienced life and death. During these 3 days, Su Yang had been accompanying Chu Linga. However, Su Yang didn't do nothing. He digested the memory of the domino that Princess of Chu gave him. This domino's memory was obviously the one that Su Yang encountered the most. After consuming all of the domino's memory, Su Yang finally understood the Princess of Chu's good intentions. Some of the barriers that had been left in his heart for the Princess of Chu were all resolved. Su Yang also truly realized that everything that the Princess of Chu had done for him was to train him to become the new generation of the Eastern Palace Master. Thinking about the Princess of Chu's intentions, thinking about the misunderstandings he had with the Princess of Chu, there was even a moment when Su Yang wanted to kill the Princess of Chu. Thinking of this, Su Yang couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. Of course, in addition to these, Su Yang also had a better understanding of the Monster Palace. He also knew about the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. It turned out that the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, Supreme Demon Ancient Bell, Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, and Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl were the 4 great godly items of the Monster Palace. They were Monster Palace's most precious treasures. Of course, the Domino's memory would never be limited to these. Obviously, the Domino's memory had been prepared by the Princess of Chu in advance. In addition to the 4 great godly items, Su Yang also understood the relationship between the Buddha Sword Sect and the Monster Palace. Su Yang never expected that the Monster Palace had such a history with the Buddha Sword Sect. This surprised Su Yang, but at the same time, it also comforted Su Yang a little. After all, Su Yang was the successor of the Buddha Sword Sect, and Su Yang had vowed to revive the Buddha Sword Sect. If he took over the position of the Monster Palace Palace Master, it would obviously be disloyal. However, since the Buddha Sword Sect was related to the Buddha Sword Sect, everything was much easier to say. Through the Domino's memory, Su Yang also understood why the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction in his body. It turned out that all of this was because of the fear in the Princess of Chu's heart. Fear. Su Yang could not help but smile bitterly when he thought of how the dignified Monster Palace Palace Master, Princess of Chu, a dignified almighty of the Radius realm, actually feared him. However, Su Yang also had some regrets. This was because the Princess of Chu did not say how to remove the restriction that the Princess of Chu had placed on his body. This made Su Yang feel rather regretful. Apart from telling Su Yang these things, the Princess of Chu did not only tell Su Yang these things. She also made arrangements for Su Yang's subsequent matters. She wanted Su Yang to work hard to grow as soon as possible, cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, and then open the 10,000 Fei Ancient Tree. Su Yang had already understood about the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. He was not too confused. However, when he learned about the Great Fei Ancient Tree, he could not help but be startled. When he heard the name, he suddenly felt a force pulling him. This was exactly the same as when Su Yang learned about the sword well in the sword collection tomb. Su Yang's heart trembled again, and his eyes fell into a daze. The 10,000 Fei Ancient Tree, the 10,000 Fei Ancient Tree. In this short daze, Su Yang's eyes immediately condensed a resplendent light. He secretly swore, "I will definitely open the 10,000 Fei Ancient Tree." Of course, regarding the Monster Palace, there was one thing that Su Yang was most concerned about. The Devil Sect. Although Princess Chu had left behind memories of the Devil Sect, unfortunately, there were too few memories of the Devil Sect. After combing through his memories, Su Yang only knew that the Devil Sect was a mysterious sect. Furthermore, he did not know where it existed. This made Su Yang rather disappointed. Forget it, forget it. With my current strength, I can't compete with the Devil Sect. Su Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head. He did not dwell on this matter. After all, Su Yang knew very well that he had too many things to deal with now. Too many. After combing through all his memories, Su Yang stood up and looked at Chu Linga, who was still sad. Su Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Thinking that 3 days had passed, he sighed and said, "I also have to start making some preparations for the Monster Palace." After all, the Monster Palace had just been unified. The 4 great palaces had removed all the differences between the palaces. There were still many things to deal with. There were only 2 people in charge of the entire East Palace. One was Lu Lan, who had been taken away by the mysterious person. The other was Princess Chu, who had fallen. Since Su Yang had taken over the position of Monster Palace Master, he naturally had to consider the future of Monster Palace. In fact, Su Yang had to admire Princess Chu's strategy and her painstaking efforts for the Monster Palace. Princess Chu knew that she was going to die, so she had already planned it. She had let Su Yang conceal the fact that she had fallen as a deterrent. This made the other disciples not dare to cause trouble. More importantly, the Celestial Pig Monster King and Luo Yarofeng did not dare to cause trouble. Not only that, at the end of the Domino's memory, Princess Chu also told Su Yang about the arrangements for the Monster Palace. After all, the Monster Palace was a large sect. Now that the 4 great palaces had been removed and combined, they naturally needed some disciplinarians. Otherwise, with so many disciples, the entire monster palace would be in chaos in a few days. On this point, Su Yang did not have to worry about it because Princess Chu had already arranged it. Apart from the East Palace Master, the other 3 palaces no longer had palace masters. Instead, they had appointed disciplinarian elders. Princess Chu had already thought of these people for Su Yang. Every person and every position had been properly arranged by Princess Consort Chu. All Su Yang needed to do was to announce it. Now, Su Yang only needed to think about how to announce it. After all, Su Yang's current strength was too weak. If he were to announce that he was appointed as palace master, the entire monster palace would probably immediately fall into chaos. Now that Palace Master Chu has fallen, I can say to the outside world that she is in seclusion. I can hide it from everyone, but it will be more troublesome to deal with things in the future. After all, my strength is too weak. Su Yang thought about the monster palace and frowned. He wished that he could immediately become a powerful person of the square sphere realm at this moment. Then, everything would become simple. However, Su Yang knew that strength would not allow one to ascend to the heavens in one step. This was just a thought. Junior brother Su. At this moment, Chu Linga, who had been immersed in sadness for the past few days, suddenly walked in front of Su Yang. Su Yang could not help but be stunned. Then, he saw that Chu Linga had walked out of her sadness. He could not help but feel happy. He nodded and quickly replied, "Senior sister, what can I do for you?" Chu Linga shook her head and blushed. She was stunned and seemed to hesitate for a long time. Then, she slowly opened her mouth and said, "Junior brother Su, my mother asked you to take care of me. You don't have to worry about it because of my mother's request." When Su Yang heard Chu Linga's words, he did not know why he suddenly felt a pain in his heart. For a moment, the figures of Lu Lan and Lin Hualu appeared in his mind. He did not know how to face Chu Linga. When Chu Linga saw Su Yang's expression, she suddenly smiled bitterly and slowly walked away. There was an obvious look of loneliness in her eyes. When Su Yang saw this, he could not help but pat himself and scold, "Su Yang, what are you doing? Why are you hesitating? Why can't you say that you were not asked to take care of me by the Princess of Chu?" Even when Chu Linga's figure disappeared in front of him, Su Yang still could not let it go. After a long time, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Forget it, forget it. Let's think about how to deal with the monster palace first. Although this matter was difficult to deal with, Su Yang quickly found a solution. Using the exclusive seal of the Monster Palace East Palace Palace Master, he posted on the East Palace Bulletin about all the changes in the Monster Palace, as well as the appointment of some elders. There were temporarily 5 elders in the Monster Palace. The number 1 disciple of the East Palace, Qin Luo, was an elder among the disciples. As for the original elder of the West Palace, he was appointed as the enforcement elder. This made the elder very excited, and he was very grateful to the Princess of Chu for recognizing his worth. After all, this elder was now appointed as the enforcement elder. His status was much higher than before. The other 3 elders were also chosen from the original elders of the other palaces. Chapter 239. The Monster Palace was one of the 3 major sects in the 5 counties. Being able to become the palace master of the Monster Palace was something that many people dreamed of. However, at this moment, Su Yang was at his wit's end. If it weren't for the Princess of Chu's dying wish, Su Yang definitely wouldn't have become the Monster Palace palace master. This was because Su Yang's goal wasn't the Monster Palace, but the mysterious Jojo continent. If he took over the Monster Palace now, it would only make the Monster Palace a hindrance on Su Yang's path forward. Therefore, if he had a choice, Su Yang would rather not be the Monster Palace palace master. Forget it, forget it. I've already taken on this heavy responsibility. What's the point of thinking about this? Su Yang stood on top of the East Palace building and looked at the Monster Palace that had returned to normal. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was no longer entangled in the matter of whether or not he should be the Monster Palace palace master. Looking at the enormous Supreme Demon Palace, looking at this flourishing expanse, who could see the hidden sorrow behind this, and who could see the murderous intent hidden in the darkness? Su Yang looked at all of this. He was no longer entangled in the matter of taking over the palace master's position. Instead, his eyes shone brightly. This was because Su Yang was very clear that he had no other choice but to take over the monster palace master's position. Since he had no other choice, he didn't want the monster palace to become a hindrance in his future progress. The only way was to make the monster palace strong enough that no one in the 5 counties could contend against it. Although Su Yang was forced to take over the monster palace master's position, he had no other choice. However, Su Yang had to admit that because of the position of the monster palace master, he was able to obtain a lot of resources from the monster palace. At the same time, because of the memories left behind by Princess Chu, Su Yang had a better understanding of the monster palace. In this monster palace, other than the martial arts palace and the ancient demon pagoda, which could provide good places for disciples to cultivate, the most mysterious existence in the monster palace was the 10,000 demon ancient tree. Thinking of the 10,000 demons ancient tree, Su Yang's eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. The desire, pursuit, and perseverance in his heart were exactly the same as when Su Yang first stepped into the hidden sword tomb. It seems like the 10,000 fiend ancient tree must have something related to me. Although Su Yang did not know why he was so excited when he heard about the 10,000 demon ancient tree, Su Yang knew that there was definitely something he wanted in the 10,000 demon ancient tree. Just like when he was in the sword well, because his father's mark and the heaven-destroying ancient sword were inside, they were mysteriously attracting him. As Su Yang thought about it, he looked in the direction of the 10,000 demon ancient tree. His eyes surged with enthusiasm, and he could not wait to immediately enter the 10,000 demon ancient tree to investigate. However, Su Yang knew very well that now was not the best time for him to enter the 10,000 demon ancient tree. It was not a problem of Su Yang's strength. Along the way, Su Yang had always known that there was a tiger in the mountain, but he had always walked towards the tiger's mountain. Of course, this was not Su Yang's recklessness. It was because Su Yang knew that a warrior had to have a challenging heart. Otherwise, how could he be above ordinary people? However, the 10,000 demon ancient tree could not be done. This was because the opening of the 10,000 demon ancient tree was not as easy as the sword well. In order to open the 10,000 demon ancient tree, many preparations had to be made. If the Princess of Chu was in charge, everything would naturally be much easier. However, at this moment, the Princess of Chu had already passed away. Su Yang had taken over the position of the monster palace master, so everything naturally fell on Su Yang's head. The 10,000 demon ancient tree can only be opened when 3 stars orbit the moon and combined with the marks of the 4 great palaces. These 3 stars orbit the moon because the monster palace is located in the East Sea. It is empty everywhere. 3 stars orbit the moon every month, so it is not difficult to wait. The difficult part is the mark of the 4 great palaces. To open the 10,000 demon ancient tree, one needs the spring and autumn ancient wood, the mystic ice-cold iron, the Buddha's golden silkworm, and the Milky Way turtle shell. But how do I find these 4 items? Su Yang combed through the memories given by the Princess of Chu. He frowned as he thought about the 4 items to open the 10,000 demon ancient tree. Su Yang had never heard of these 4 items before he obtained the Princess of Chu's memories. Palace Master Chu clearly planned to open the 10,000 demon ancient tree before, so she must have these 4 items. But why didn't she leave any information about these 4 items? Su Yang frowned. He also combed through the memories of the domino left by the Princess of Chu. The domino's memories were prepared by the Princess of Chu a long time ago. The memories contained in it contained too much. Clearly, the Princess of Chu had already planned to pass it to Su Yang. Moreover, in the memories, the Princess of Chu had also mentioned the importance of the 10,000 demon ancient tree, so that Su Yang had to enter the 10,000 demon ancient tree to explore. But why didn't the Princess of Chu mention these 4 items at all? Su Yang combed through the memories again, but he still could not find any information about these 4 items. Su Yang was very disappointed. Of course, Su Yang was more puzzled than disappointed. This was because Su Yang had sorted through the memories left by the Princess of Chu. It was obvious that the Princess of Chu supported his cultivation unconditionally. The Princess of Chu had wanted to open the 10,000 demon ancient tree before, so she definitely knew about the existence of these 4 items. However, there was no introduction or location of these 4 items in her memories. How could Su Yang not be puzzled? Forget it, forget it. Since she didn't leave anything behind, I can only search for it myself. Su Yang combed through the memories several times, but he still could not find any information about the 4 items. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Just as he was about to leave the main hall. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the martial arts training hall. Su Yang could not help but frown. Then, he quickly circulated the cultivation method in his body. He rode the sword dragon and stepped in the direction of the martial arts training hall. Normally, Su Yang would not get involved in these things that did not concern him. Su Yang would definitely not get involved. However, this was different because Su Yang's true identity was the palace master of the Monster Palace. Moreover, Su Yang had now promised the Princess of Chu that he would take this responsibility. Su Yang would definitely not leave the Monster Palace alone unless he died. This was not just a matter of integrity. It was the pride and backbone of a man. There were things that a man could do and things that he could not do. Since he had promised, he naturally had to take responsibility. Of course, Su Yang did not dare to face this with his identity as the palace master of the Monster Palace. After all, Su Yang's current strength was still too weak. Moreover, in the entire Monster Palace, other than Su Yang, only Chu Linga knew that the Princess of Chu had died. More importantly, the other disciples could not know about the Princess of Chu's death, especially Luo Yarofeng and the Heavenly Pig Demon King. They still needed to use the reputation left behind by the Princess of Chu to deter them. Therefore, Su Yang could not face this with his true identity. Fortunately, because of Su Yang's shocking act of entering the profound ice-cold pond, Su Yang could be considered a famous person in the entire Eastern Palace, and even in the entire Monster Palace. In the entire Monster Palace, not many people dared to provoke Su Yang. Similarly, Su Yang could freely enter and leave the martial arts training halls of the same level. Su Yang could also enter and leave at will. After all, Rat Li had already slapped him in the face once on this matter, so no one would ask for trouble again. Although Su Yang was only using his status as a 7 Meridian Saint to enter the Sky Realm's martial arts training hall. On the way, he met some disciples who only glanced at Su Yang and did not say anything. Su Yang smoothly arrived at the Sky Realm's martial arts training hall. Bang! Just as Su Yang took a step forward, another loud sound was heard. Amidst this, there were a few shouts. Junior Sister Chu, quickly retreat. You can't enter. Come out. That's right, Junior Sister Chu, quickly come out. Junior Sister Chu. When Su Yang heard this shout, she couldn't help but frown. She quickly reacted and rushed forward, arriving at a place called the Blood Soul Hall. This place was already filled with many disciples. Worried about Chu Linga, Su Yang didn't care about this. She pushed through the crowd and rushed in. This attracted the dissatisfaction of countless people. Unfortunately, when everyone saw that it was Su Yang, they all shut their mouths and didn't dare to say a word. The ice-cold pond and Su Yang only relied on the strength of a 7 Meridian Saint to fight against the image of the Devil Sect. In the hearts of these disciples, the image of a madman had been established. Think about it, who would dare to rely on the strength of a 7 Meridian Saint to clamor with someone who was even stronger than Fang Yuan? Presumably, in the entire Monster Palace, other than Su Yang, there would be no one else. Therefore, Su Yang had a nickname in the hearts of all the disciples, Madman Su. Even those who were stronger than Su Yang were not willing to provoke Su Yang. Not to mention that Nangong Xiangming was still locked in the prison of the Monster Palace because he wanted to deal with Su Yang. As long as people knew about this, they were not willing to provoke Su Yang. Of course, Su Yang didn't know about this situation. At this moment, he only cared about Chu Linga. He didn't care about the eyes of those people. He went directly to the center of the Blood Soul Hall and saw a bloody scene in a mirror. Su Yang couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, memories of the Blood Soul Hall appeared in his mind. The Blood Soul Hall was similar to the ice-cold pond. They were both extreme places. The ice-cold pond had a fatal chill. The Blood Soul Hall had countless blood demons. These blood demons were sealed here in order to let the disciples of the Monster Palace enter the trial. If the martial arts training hall was divided according to the celestial realm, the Blood Soul Hall could be said to be the last level of the celestial realm martial arts training hall. It was also the strongest level. Disciples who could pass the trial of the Blood Soul Hall would definitely become the best disciples of the Monster Palace. Su Yang thought about the memory of the Blood Soul Hall. Although he was shocked, after all, it existed in his memory. He had never seen it before, so he couldn't feel the horror of it. However, now that he looked at the mirror of the Blood Soul Hall, that bloody and horrifying scene caused Su Yang's heart to involuntarily freeze. Senior Chu. Especially when he saw Chu Linger's figure in the mirror, Su Yang was even more shocked. Looking at Chu Linger surrounded by countless blood demons, Su Yang gritted his teeth and flew into the Blood Soul Cave of the Blood Soul Hall. You're courting death. Chapter 240. The person who stopped Su Yang was wearing a purplish-red long robe. His hair was tied up high and was draped over his shoulders, fluttering in the wind. In addition, he had a face that was even more enchanting than a woman. He was cold and emotionless, appearing valiant and formidable. Why did you stop me? Su Yang recognized this person. He was Makaryu Ice, ranked 3rd among the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace. Among the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, he was the only one who had not been marked yet. Of course, Su Yang was worried about Chu Linger's safety, so he did not think too much about it. He just looked at the face that was even more beautiful than a woman's, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. Makaryu Ice saw this and sneered, "You overestimate yourself. A mere 7-vein emperor wants to enter the Blood Soul Cave? What does my business have to do with you?" Su Yang looked at Makaryu Ice's cold expression and thought about Chu Linger's safety. He snorted and did not want to talk to him anymore. He bypassed Makaryu Ice and was about to enter the Blood Soul Cave. Ignorant. Makaryu Ice saw this and shook his head. He moved the spiritual energy in his body and immediately grabbed Su Yang. You're courting death. Su Yang saw that Makaryu Ice dared to stop him and was furious. He patted his storage bag and took out the Ghost Howl sword. He waved his hand and swept the sword at Makaryu Ice. Stupid. Makaryu Ice saw this and was still expressionless. When he saw Su Yang's sword coming back, he pointed with one hand and neutralized Su Yang's attack. Seeing this, Su Yang couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Then, he recovered from his rage and said, "Although I don't know how strong this Makaryu Ice is, he is one of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace. Although Nangong Xiongming is called second senior brother, he is only ranked 7th, and only has a 5-star strength. Now, this Makaryu Ice is actually ranked 3rd. Clearly, he is stronger than Nangong Xiongming. If this brat wants to stop me, I definitely won't be able to enter today." Immediately after, he saw the image transmitted from the mirror in the demonic blood cave. Clearly, he could see that Chu Linger had already fallen into a tight encirclement. Su Yang felt anxious in his heart. What should I do? At this moment, Makaryu Ice, who was standing in front of Su Yang, moved and stepped into the Blood Devil Cave. The moment he entered, Makaryu Ice's disdainful voice could be heard, "Su Yang, you want to save people with your strength. Reach the Sky Realm first." When Su Yang heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, the arrogance in his body surged. He clenched his fists and said, "Makaryu Ice, I'll remember you. Since senior brother Makaryu Ice has made his move, then senior sister Chu will definitely be fine." That's right. Although Makaryu Ice is usually in closed-door training, his strength is even stronger than senior brother Nangong's. What? Stronger than senior brother Nangong? How is that possible? Senior brother Nangong is our Eastern Palace's eldest senior brother. What do you know? Actually, there are many powerful disciples in our Eastern Palace. There are many things that you don't know. When Makaryu Ice entered the Blood Devil Cave, the disciples below began to discuss. Su Yang didn't pay attention to their words. Instead, he stared at the image from the Blood Devil Cave. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, "Makaryu Ice, I hope you can save senior sister Chu." Bang! At this moment, A loud explosion suddenly rang out. The mirror at the entrance of the Blood Devil Cave shattered with a loud bang. Everyone who was gathered here was stunned. All of a sudden, someone shouted, "Not good. The image is disappearing. The Blood Sky Demon has appeared." What? Blood Devil Cave? Impossible. How is this possible? Wasn't the Blood Devil Cave killed by Palace Master Chu long ago? That's right. How is this possible? Blood Devil Cave. When Su Yang heard the surrounding crowd, he couldn't help but be startled. Thinking about Chu Linga's safety, Su Yang quickly turned to those people and asked, "What's going on?" Because he was worried about Chu Linga's safety, Su Yang did not have his usual courtesy. Although many of these disciples wanted to curry favor with Su Yang on a daily basis. However, today, they were in the Sky Realm Martial Arts Training Hall. Among the disciples here, other than the Sky Realm, the lowest was the Quasi-Sky Realm. They were all stronger than Su Yang, so they naturally didn't have a good impression of Su Yang. Hearing Su Yang's words, they all turned their heads and ignored Su Yang. Seeing everyone's attitude, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his chest. He shouted sternly, "Hurry up and tell me what's going on." These people were stronger than Su Yang to begin with, and they had been in the Monster Palace longer than Su Yang. Su Yang was only a saint of the 7 bloodlines. He had only been in the Monster Palace for less than a month, but he had already been in the limelight. He had even been rewarded by the Princess of Chu several times and obtained the first Disciple Palace. They had long been jealous in their hearts. It was just that Su Yang was a madman, and he still lived in the first Disciple Palace, so they didn't want to provoke Su Yang. However, this didn't mean that they were afraid of Su Yang. Hearing Su Yang's attitude, 2 Sky Realm Emperors immediately jumped out, pointed at Su Yang and shouted, "Arrogant person, Su Yang, don't think that you can make a scene in front of us just because you're favored by the Palace Master." The other person also nodded and looked at Su Yang with disdain. He shouted, "Su Yang, don't think that we usually give you face because we're afraid of you." Hearing their words, Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't understand why these people would have such an impression of him. Thinking of Chu Linga's safety, Su Yang shook his head. Forget it, forget it. No matter what, I'll enter the Blood Demon Cave and naturally find out the reason. With that, Su Yang was about to enter the Blood Demon Cave. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the horizon. The Blood Sky Demon is a great demon beast born in the Blood Demon Cave. It's said that its strength is comparable to an expert at the peak of the spiritual sea realm. It was killed by Palace Master Chu 100 years ago. As the voice came, Qin Luo's figure appeared in front of everyone. Elder Qin. Qin Luo's current identity was an elder. As soon as he appeared, all the disciples greeted him. Qin Luo ignored those people and turned to look at Su Yang. He revealed an evil smile and said, "Junior brother Su, you've only been in the Monster Palace for a short time. Naturally, there are some things you don't know. This Blood Demon Cave is not something you can help with. Quickly retreat and cultivate." In fact, Su Yang and Qin Luo had known each other for a long time. It could be said that Su Yang's first impression of Qin Luo was very bad. Now that Qin Luo said this, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. "Elder Qin, is there a rule that only Emperor Tian Xiong can enter the Blood Demon Cave to cultivate?" Hearing Su Yang's words, Qin Luo couldn't help but be stunned. He then smiled and said, "Of course there is no such rule. But junior brother Su, if you want to seek your own death, then blame no one." As Qin Luo spoke, his body floated and he took the lead to enter the Blood Demon Cave. Seeing this, Su Yang couldn't help but frown. At this moment, the people below also laughed and said, "Overconfident boy, a mere 7 Meridian saint wants to enter the Blood Demon Cave. That's right, I think he's just seeking his own death. He wants to save junior sister. I think this boy is a toad who wants to eat swan meat." "I think so too." Hearing these words, Su Yang smiled but didn't say anything. He just looked at the entrance of the Blood Demon Cave and thought to himself, Blood Demon Cave, I'd like to see how strong you are." After saying that, Su Yang's body moved and entered the Blood Devil Cave. When the disciples saw this, they were stunned at first, then their faces were all filled with horror. "Hey, this boy really dares to go in." "That's right, The disciples of Tian Xiong usually don't dare to enter the blood demon cave. He's just a 7 meridian saint, isn't he courting death by entering? That's right, not to mention that the blood sky demon might appear now. Isn't entering a dead end? God knows what this kid is thinking. Madman Su is indeed Madman Su. What a bunch of cowards. All they can do is gossip again. Just as everyone was discussing, a voice suddenly came from the horizon, and a figure landed in front of them. When these people saw this person's face, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. They hurriedly shouted respectfully, "Senior Brother Shu." That's right, the person who came was Rat Li. This was the disciple who was ranked last in the top 10, Rat Li. Although Rat Li was only a 1-star Rat Li, and the strength of several disciples here was similar to Rat Li, everyone was clear about Rat Li's methods. When they saw the coldness on Rat Li's face, they all lowered their heads and kept quiet out of fear. Even a 7 meridian saint dared to enter the blood demon cave to save junior sister Chu. You are all Tian Xiong emperors, yet you dare to gossip here. You still have the nerve to judge others. Normally, you still dare to talk about how much you love junior sister Chu. Rat Li looked at them with a trace of coldness on his face. Everyone's hearts trembled. When they heard his words, their faces became even redder. As Rat Li spoke, he didn't care about these people anymore. Looking at the blood demon cave, his eyes narrowed, and he also entered the blood demon cave. The Tian Xiong emperors looked at each other in dismay. Thinking about Rat Li's words, they all felt ashamed in their hearts. Looking at the entrance of the blood demon cave, they all felt an impulse in their hearts. However, when they thought about the possibility of a blood sky demon appearing inside, they couldn't muster up the courage. At the same time, another figure slid past and entered the blood demon cave. When the onlookers saw this scene, they were all shocked. They suddenly cried out, "It's Senior Brother Dong Chunghao. Senior Brother Dong Chunghao is here too. Yeah, it's so lively today. The strongest disciples of our Eastern Palace are all here." What strongest disciple? They are the top 10 disciples of our Eastern Palace. Because of the excitement in his heart, someone who knew the details forgot that ordinary disciples didn't know the ranking of the top 10 disciples and directly said it out loud. What top 10 ranking? As soon as he said this, it immediately attracted countless questions. That person was helpless and took a deep breath in his heart. So be it. He began to explain the situation of the top 10 disciples to everyone. While they were talking, another figure suddenly flew into the blood demon cave. Look, that's Senior Brother Ming Ruofeng, who is ranked second. Chapter 241. The demonic blood cave is going to be lively now. The experts from our East Palace have all come. Senior Brother Qin Luo, Senior Brother Ming Ruofeng, Makaryu Ice, Junior Sister Chu Linga, Senior Brother Rat Li, and Dong Chunghao. 6 experts have come. That's right. Looks like the bloody sky demon is real. Blood sky demon, just thinking about it is terrifying. This is a ferocious beast comparable to the spiritual sea realm. I wonder if the seniors can resist it. Why not? These senior brothers are the strongest in our Eastern Palace. Yeah, they can definitely do it. Right, you guys seem to be missing one person. That Madman Su also went in. Madman Su, thinking of Su Yang, everyone's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. However, when they thought of Rat Li's words, their faces couldn't help but heat up. The demonic blood cave is so rich in spirit qi and countless blood demons. It's a good place to train. Su Yang entered the demonic blood cave and immediately felt the strength of the cave. Although it was only a cave, it was extremely large and vast. Moreover, there were countless blood demons hidden everywhere. It could be said that danger lurked everywhere. In addition, the entire demonic blood cave was covered in a layer of demonic crimson. Whether it was the ground or the ceiling, it was filled with the smell of blood. This made the demonic blood cave look even more sinister and bloody. Looking at this and thinking of Chu Linga's face, which could make people want to protect her, Su Yang's heart couldn't help but ache. Su Yang couldn't imagine that a girl in her prime, a girl in the prime of her youth, would enter the demonic blood cave alone and have to face such a sinister scene. She had to face the blood demons that could appear at any time. Die. Thinking of this scene, Su Yang's chest suddenly surged with a vicious aura. Looking at the blood demon in front of him, Su Yang's spirit energy quickly surged. He raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and directly chopped down on the blood demon's head. Roar! The blood demon instantly let out a miserable cry and fell down. It instantly turned into a pool of blood and flowed into the ground. Awoo! Awoo! Just as the blood demon fell, another eerie cry sounded from the surrounding stone walls beneath the ground. A few blood demons once again stood in front of Su Yang to block him. Damn it! Su Yang was in a hurry to find Chu Linga. When he saw the blood demon appear again, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. He then gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand. His eyes narrowed and his body suddenly rushed forward. Whoosh! The ghost howl sword let out a shrill cry as it swept across. The powerful spirit chi immediately erupted, and the few blood devils were instantly repelled. Is this all the blood demons can do? When Su Yang saw that there were no more blood demons in front of him, the corner of his mouth rose into a smile. He didn't stay here any longer and quickly jumped into the cave. Roar! Unfortunately, after a few steps, more blood demons rushed out from all directions. Moreover, these blood demons' bodies grew bigger and bigger. Some even took shape. When Su Yang encountered the blood demon outside, it was like a large water droplet in the shape of a round water droplet. This blood demon wasn't like that. In the shape of a water droplet, there were long tentacles on its body. When Su Yang saw these blood demons, he couldn't help but frown. However, he didn't stop. He raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and jumped forward. His eyes flashed and the ghost howl sword in his hand swept across. It was originally a move that worked 100% of the time. However, at this moment, just as Su Yang's ghost howl sword was about to move, a blood demon suddenly extended its feeler and blocked Su Yang's attack with a bang. When Su Yang saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. He was no longer in a hurry to attack. Instead, he stopped and looked at the blood demons in front of him. He muttered to himself, "It seems that these blood demons are much stronger than the ones before." Roar! Just as Su Yang was observing, the blood demons suddenly let out a low roar and instantly pounced on Su Yang. Their speed was much faster than the blood demons before. "Good, I want to see how strong you all are," Su Yang shouted coldly. His eyes instantly narrowed and a ray of red light burst out. Then, his body suddenly closed in on one of the blood demons. Su Yang knew that these blood demons were so strong that he couldn't kill them with a single strike. "Since I can't kill you all with one strike, I'll kill you all one by one." As Su Yang spoke, a domineering aura suddenly surged. The ghost howl sword in his hand quickly struck out, and a powerful spiritual energy burst out. Suddenly, the ghost howl sword burst out with countless whistling sounds, accompanied by bursts of black light. When the sword struck out, it was as if the Ghost King had descended. Bang! With a loud sound, one of the blood demons was immediately hacked down by Su Yang and turned into a pool of blood. At the moment when Su Yang attacked, a blood demon had already pounced on Su Yang. This blood demon was as fast as lightning. It was originally dozens of meters away from Su Yang, but it arrived in front of Su Yang in a single leap. Seeing this, Su Yang sneered, "Competing with me in speed?" As he spoke, Su Yang's eyes suddenly turned. He jumped up and quickly took a step back. At the same time, he raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and slashed down. Bang! With a loud sound, the blood demon suddenly turned into a pool of blood. Awoo! Several other blood demons were obviously enraged by Su Yang. They let out a low roar and surrounded Su Yang. Good timing. Su Yang immediately roared again. In an instant, he patted his storage bag and stepped onto the sword dragon. With a turn of his eyes, his body suddenly flew a few steps forward. At the moment when he flew out, Su Yang waved the ghost howl sword in his hand at the same time. With a bang, another blood demon turned into a pool of blood. Two more. At this moment, Su Yang's white robes had long been dyed red by the blood of the blood demon. His entire body was emitting a bright light. The blood-dyed white robes were exceptionally dazzling. His eyes were surging with a red light, making him look like a killing god. Bang! With a thought, The ghost howl sword instantly flew out from Su Yang's hand and directly exploded on the body of a blood demon. With a loud bang, the blood demon suddenly turned into a pool of blood. Another blood demon surrounded Su Yang. Su Yang could not help but smile. With a wave of his hand, the ghost howl sword that flew out suddenly turned around. With a bang, it fell from the sky and directly landed on the blood demon's body. The blood demon was only half a step away from Su Yang. Seeing the blood demon unwillingly roar, it turned into a pool of blood. Seeing this, Su Yang sneered. He pulled out the ghost howl sword from the ground and did not stop there. He continued to run forward. Bang! Su Yang did not walk more than 10 meters. With a loud bang, several more blood demons appeared in front of Su Yang. These blood devils were even bigger than the previous one. Moreover, these blood demons not only had antennae on their heads, but they also had hands and feet. Seeing this, Su Yang's eyes turned. Suddenly, his body rushed forward. Clenching the ghost howl sword in his hand, he attacked one of the blood demons. Bang! At this moment, the blood demon suddenly waved its hand and directly blocked Su Yang's attack. Su Yang could not help but frown. At the same time, the surrounding blood demons instantly surrounded Su Yang. Su Yang was shocked. His eyes turned and hurriedly moved back, narrowly avoiding the attack of the blood demons. It seems that the blood demons here are much stronger than the previous one. Su Yang looked at the blood demons here and knew that these blood demons were probably stronger than him. However, there was no trace of fear in Su Yang's eyes. Instead, they emitted a bright light. He had no intention of retreating. It was not because of anything else. It was simply because he was Su Yang, a man. A man should know what to do and what not to do. Su Yang came here today to save Chu Linga. In order to save Chu Linga, how could he have any thoughts of retreating? Bang! As Su Yang thought, he slapped his storage bag. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Several spiritual swords instantly flew out from Su Yang's storage bag and attacked one of the blood demons. When the blood demon saw Su Yang's flying swords, it growled and reached out to block them. Then, with a wave of its hand, the spiritual swords fell. The blood demon instantly let out a provocative roar. When Su Yang saw this, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Do you think that's the case?" As he spoke, Su Yang waved his hands. Suddenly, a flying sword pierced through the blood demon's back. The blood demon revealed a look of horror and turned into a pool of blood. Howl! The other blood demons growled at the same time and all surrounded Su Yang. They were so fast and powerful that the whole ground trembled with each step. Su Yang was shocked. Then, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "9 dragons seize soul." In an instant, 7 rays of light burst out from Su Yang's body and surged along the ghost howl sword. Countless rays of light burst out. At the same time, Su Yang's body moved. Bang! A huge force swept out. Howl! After a few growls, they turned into pools of blood in an instant. After several battles, Su Yang was so tired that he was panting, not to mention that he had used the 9 dragons seize soul. The 9 dragons seize soul could be said to be the strongest attack that Su Yang could unleash now. Although this attack was powerful, it also consumed a huge amount of spiritual energy. Just now, Su Yang was worried that there would be a lack of spiritual energy, so he did not even activate the ice-cold shield. But now, he was still panting from exhaustion. It seems that this blood demon cave is really something. Su Yang whispered to himself. At the same time, he looked into the depths of the blood demon cave. His eyes suddenly narrowed and he stepped forward again. Howl! At this moment, a growl suddenly came from behind Su Yang. Chapter 242. How could I miss one? Su Yang was shocked and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, the blood demon was too fast and caught him off guard. Su Yang had no way to avoid it, and he couldn't even activate the Black Ice Divine Shield. It seems that I can only take it head-on. Su Yang gritted his teeth. He knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he didn't try to dodge. He could only brace himself and take the blood demon's attack head-on. As the blood devil neared, Su Yang could still feel its powerful energy bombarding him. Although Su Yang had been on the brink of death countless times, he still panicked under this force. Especially when he saw the disgusting appearance of the blood demon, Su Yang couldn't help but close his eyes. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound exploded in front of Su Yang. Su Yang suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the person standing in front of him. He couldn't help but be stunned. After a while, he recovered and called out, "Senior Brother Rat, why are you here?" "I'm here for the same reason you're here." Rat Li glanced at Su Yang and saw that his complexion was weak. He knew that he had used up too much spirit qi. He patted his storage bag and took out a pill and handed it to Su Yang. "Su Yang, this is a high-grade spirit-gathering pill. Swallow it first." Senior Brother Rat Li seeing Rat Li's action, Su Yang was stunned for a moment. Su Yang had always been a loner. If Su Yang had friends, it would be those in the hidden sword tomb and Buttface in the hidden demon region. However, which one of them didn't have a good relationship with Su Yang first? Therefore, when it came to feelings, Su Yang really couldn't handle it. What's more, with Rat Li, it could be said that Rat Li and Su Yang didn't have much of a friendship. Rat Li had even wanted to make sarcastic remarks about him. Now, not only did Rat Li suddenly save him, he even gave him pills. How could Su Yang not be shocked? "Alright, let's devour it first. The Blood Sky Demon should have appeared by now. We have to hurry over." Rat Li naturally understood Su Yang's confusion, but he also knew that this was not the place to explain. "Yes." When Su Yang heard Rat Li's words, he suddenly remembered that Chu Linga was still in the demonic blood cave. Without hesitation, he swallowed the essence-gathering pill. This essence-gathering pill was a high-grade essence-gathering pill. The moment he swallowed it, Su Yang instantly felt the spirit qi in his body recover. It could be seen that this pill was extraordinary and precious. Thinking about how precious this pill was, Su Yang looked at Rat Li's figure and couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. Rat Li didn't feel anything and said to Su Yang, "Since you've recovered your strength, let's go." "Okay." Su Yang nodded. Just as he was about to continue walking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, followed by another figure. When Su Yang saw these two figures, he couldn't help but be stunned. Dong Chunghao, Ming Ruofeng, one ranked second, the other ranked fourth. Both of them actually appeared here. Not only Su Yang, but even Rat Li was stunned when he saw the two of them. Relatively speaking, Rat Li knew the two of them better than Su Yang. Rat Li knew very well that the two of them were in seclusion in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Who would have thought that the two of them would appear here? Dong Chunghao and Ming Ruofeng's expressions didn't change when they saw the two of them in shock. They didn't even speak to the two of them as they rushed straight into the blood demon. When Rat Li saw this, he hurriedly followed. "Su Yang, don't follow if you're afraid of death." At that moment, Dong Chunghao's voice sounded from the front. This voice instantly woke Su Yang up. Afraid of death? Su Yang couldn't help but smile as he quickened his pace to follow. When Su Yang caught up, Ming Ruofeng said, "The three of you follow closely. I'll lead the way." Bang! As Ming Ruofeng spoke, he waved his hand, and the blood demon in front of them immediately turned into a pool of blood. When Dong Chunghao saw this, he looked back at Su Yang as a cynical smile appeared on his face. "Senior Brother Feng, Rat Li, and I can naturally keep up. I'm just afraid that Su Yang, TSK, dares to come here when is only a 7 Meridian saint. I'm afraid, who says I can't keep up?" Su Yang didn't wait for Dong Chunghao to finish speaking. Suddenly, he leaped onto the sword dragon and arrived in front of Dong Chunghao, running side by side with Dong Chunghao. When Dong Chunghao saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. TSK, looks like you have some ability." Su Yang smiled coldly and didn't respond to Dong Chunghao's words. After all, Su Yang only knew the strength of these people, but he didn't know their personalities. Although they had entered the Blood Demon Cave together, who could be sure that these people wouldn't become his enemies? Therefore, this was also the reason why Su Yang had so few friends along the way. However, Dong Chunghao didn't care about Su Yang's attitude. He still maintained his cynical smile as he glanced at Su Yang. Not bad, not bad. Interesting. Let's compete." As he spoke, Dong Chunghao took a step forward and instantly leaped dozens of steps forward. His speed was as fast as lightning. When Ming Ruofeng saw this, he also sped up, and Rat Li followed closely behind. When Su Yang saw the terrifying speed of the three people, he frowned and gritted his teeth. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and he quickly leaped forward and caught up with the two people. When he saw that Su Yang had caught up, Dong Chunghao was stunned for a moment before he chuckled. Not bad. You're only a 7-meridian saint, but you can catch up with the three of us. No wonder the palace master bestowed the spiritual palace to you. Dong Chunghao directly expressed his shock. Although Ming Ruofeng and Rat Li didn't say anything, they were both stunned. This kid is really a genius. The three of us are so fast, but he can catch up with us with the strength of a 7-meridian saint. In fact, they didn't know that Su Yang was also complaining in his heart. Moreover, Su Yang was able to catch up with them because he was opportunistic. After all, Su Yang had used the Blood Dragon pupil. If it weren't for the Blood Dragon pupil, Su Yang wouldn't have been able to catch up with the three of them. Looking at the speed of the three people, Su Yang secretly exclaimed, "It seems that the top 10 disciples all live up to their reputation." The top 10 disciples of the East Palace, Qin Luo, Ming Ruofeng, Dong Chunghao, Makaryu Ice, Chu Linga, and Rat Li are all here. I've seen Gengji and Nangong Xiangming, but I haven't seen the other two. Su Yang thought in his heart. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in front of him. Ming Ruofeng raised the magic treasure in his hand and instantly destroyed a blood demon. Rat Li and Dong Chunghao also destroyed a blood demon each. The strength of the three people made Su Yang feel even more surprised. They really live up to their reputation. This strength isn't something I can compare to. Hehe, little Su Yang, how is it? Do you think we're very powerful? Just as Su Yang was stunned, Dong Chunghao suddenly appeared out of nowhere and whispered in Su Yang's ear. Su Yang was shocked. Looking at the evil smile on Dong Chunghao's face, he suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He wanted to say something. Just as he was about to say something, Ming Ruofeng glared at him and said, "Let's go." Su Yang glanced at Dong Chunghao, shook his head, and followed. Ha ha ha. Dong Chunghao burst into laughter at Su Yang's action. Then, Dong Chunghao came to Su Yang's side and teased, "Su Yang, you're only a 7-meridian saint. How dare you enter the demonic blood cave? How much do you like junior sister Chu?" Su Yang almost fell to the ground when he heard Dong Chunghao. He glanced at Dong Chunghao and saw the frivolous smile on his face. He really didn't know how to answer this question and could only roll his eyes. Dong Chunghao saw this and laughed again. "Little Su Yang, don't tell me you don't like junior sister Chu. If you don't like her, why would you be so stupid to enter the demonic blood cave to court death?" Su Yang really didn't know how to answer Dong Chunghao's words. He kept asking himself in his heart, "Do I like senior sister Ling or not?" However, Su Yang didn't pay attention to Dong Chunghao. Dong Chunghao shook his head helplessly when he saw that Su Yang was ignoring him. Sigh, he's also a guy who doesn't know how to be humorous. Su Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. Humorous? I have so many burdens on me now. How can I know how to be humorous? Dong Chunghao wasn't unhappy because Su Yang ignored him. Instead, he walked forward and hummed a tune. From time to time, he would help Ming Ruofeng deal with the blood demons. This place, which was originally filled with danger and crisis, didn't seem so tense because of Dong Chunghao's presence. Because the three of them were here, Su Yang didn't have to do anything. Su Yang just had to follow behind the three of them, so he had nothing to do. Su Yang looked at the scene of them working together to kill the blood demons. He suddenly felt that this scene was so heartwarming and attractive. Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned when this thought appeared. However, when he saw them working together to kill the blood demons, Su Yang had another thought. I, Su Yang, have always been a lone wolf. I have always shouldered all the responsibilities and matters alone. Why can't I find some friends to share the burden? Although Ming Ruofeng could deal with the blood demons alone, Su Yang saw that Dong Chunghao and Rat Li were helping from time to time. This allowed Ming Ruofeng to save a lot of spiritual energy. Seeing this scene, Su Yang's eyes suddenly moved, and a bright light condensed in them. He understood that there was a limit to a person's strength after all. No matter how strong one was, standing at the peak, there was still a mountain higher than the one before. Everything couldn't be solved by one person. It seems that I will have to change my way of thinking in the future. Su Yang looked at the silhouettes of Dong Cheng Hao and the others and nodded silently, as if he had made a decision. Asterisk bang. Asterisk right at this moment, a loud explosion rang out. Asterisk awoo, asterisk. Chapter 243. Rumble. With another loud bang, a huge blood-sucking scourge appeared in front of them. Everyone couldn't help but tremble when they saw the blood-sucking scourge in front of them. This blood-sucking scourge was much bigger than the one they encountered when they first entered the demonic blood cave. Moreover, its shape was extremely strange. It was over 100 feet tall, and the blood flowing from its body looked like it was burning in a raging fire. On its huge head, there was a pair of bell-like eyes that exuded an eerie aura. As it breathed in and out, a thick white mist was emitted from its nostrils. It was a terrifying sight. Bloody Sky Demon. Ming Ruofeng and the others couldn't help but gasp when they saw the blood-sucking scourge. What are you guys waiting for? Attack together. At this moment, a stern voice was heard. This voice belonged to none other than Makaryu Ice, who came in before Su Yang and the others. Hearing this, Dong Chunghao, Ming Ruofeng, Su Yang, and Rat Li came to their senses. Be careful. Seeing the blood-sucking scourge's huge arm swinging towards them, they growled at the same time. The cultivation techniques in their bodies quickly circulated, and countless spiritual energy gathered, emitting a bright light. They were all elites of the Eastern Palace, so their reaction speed was naturally fast. Their bodies suddenly shrank, and they slid back dozens of meters. Bang! The blood-sucking scourge's huge palm hammered the ground, causing a loud bang. A huge energy storm swept out from the point of impact, and countless energy whirlpools erupted. They couldn't help but be shocked. They quickly took out their respective magic treasures and blocked this wave of attack with their own abilities. At this moment, a delicate voice suddenly rang out in the cave. It was Chu Linga. Although everyone in the Eastern Palace called Chu Linga Junior Sister Chu, she was one of the strongest cultivators in the Eastern Palace. Her strength was ranked in the top 10 of the Eastern Palace. Her strength was naturally not to be underestimated. However, she entered the demonic blood cave alone and was the first to encounter the bloody Sky Demon. She was already injured, and under the huge energy whirlpool, she couldn't withstand it. He was sent flying. Junior Sister Chu. It could be said that everyone had come here to save Chu Linga. At this moment, seeing Chu Linga flying backwards, everyone's hearts couldn't help but tighten. It was a pity that Chu Linga was too far away from them. They could only watch as Chu Linga flew away, unable to save her. Bastard, I'll kill you. Qin Luo was the first to react. He let out a loud roar and moved swiftly. He turned into a ray of light and charged at the Blood Sky Demon. Behind them were Ming Ruofeng, Makaryu Ice, Rat Li, and Dong Chunghao. Only Su Yang looked in the direction of Chu Linga. His eyes flashed and he quickly flew towards her. Just as Chu Linga was about to land on the ground, Su Yang suddenly threw himself forward and cushioned the fall of Chu Linga. Bang! Chu Linga happened to land on top of him. Chu Linga couldn't help but be stunned. When she saw Su Yang cushioning the fall of her body, she was delighted at first. Then, anger immediately surged on her face. She looked at Su Yang and shouted arrogantly, "Su Yang, what are you doing here?" "Saving you." Su Yang looked at Chu Linga's angry face and said expressionlessly, "Saving me?" Chu Linga couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. "Ha ha ha, Su Yang, save me well. You're just a 7 Meridian saint. What right do you have to save me? Hurry up and leave. Be careful." Just as the two were arguing, a cry of alarm suddenly came from the direction of Qin Hao and the others. Chu Linga and Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned. Then, they looked at the four of them and saw the horror on their faces. The two of them were startled. When they turned around, they saw the huge arm of the Blood Sky Demon smashing towards their heads. The speed of the arm was so fast that it immediately caused a huge energy storm when the attack came. Chu Linga and Su Yang couldn't help but narrow their eyes when they saw this. The terrifying power was so strong that it made them feel suffocated. "Su Yang, hurry up and leave." Chu Linga's heart skipped a beat, but when she saw Su Yang, she was more worried. She shouted at Su Yang, "Su Yang, hurry up and leave. As she spoke, Chu Linga completely disregarded her own safety and threw herself at Su Yang. Qin Luo and the others were stunned when they saw this. Then, they shouted angrily, "Junior sister, don't." At the same time, they all flew over. Unfortunately, as soon as they moved, the Blood Sky Demon's huge tail swept towards them. They all shuddered and retreated. They couldn't get close to Chu Linga and Su Yang at all. Su Yang had never thought that Chu Linga would actually abandon herself to save him. When he saw the Blood Sky Demon's huge arm coming down, a resplendent light immediately surged in Su Yang's eyes. He shouted, "Let's do it." Su Yang gritted his teeth. The moment Chu Linga threw herself at him, his eyes narrowed, and he immediately hugged her. Chu Linga was stunned by Su Yang's sudden hug. Then, she blushed. When she sensed the huge power of the Blood Sky Demon approaching her, she immediately became furious. She roared at Su Yang, "Su Yang, what are you doing? Let go of me, hurry up." Su Yang didn't move at all. He glanced at Chu Ling-er and revealed an evil smile. Then, he turned his head and looked at the attacking arm of the Blood Sky Demon. He laughed coldly and a resplendent light condensed in his eyes. He immediately activated the cultivation method in his body. Suddenly, a frosty light surged from his body, enveloping both him and Chu Ling-er. When Chu Ling-er saw this scene, she could not help being stunned. However, when she sensed Su Yang's ice shield, Chu Ling-er was even more furious. Chu Ling-er was stronger than Su Yang. Naturally, she knew how powerful the ice shield was. However, she also knew how strong the Blood Sky Demon was. This alone was not enough to block the Blood Sky Demon's attack. Chu Ling-er was furious. She wanted to curse Su Yang. However, when he turned around and saw Su Yang's determined eyes and calm expression, he couldn't help but be startled. Then, a bitter smile surged in his heart. Forget it, forget it. If I can die here with him today, it can be considered a blessing. As she spoke, Chu Ling-er sensed that the Blood Sky Demon's powerful attack was approaching. She slowly closed her eyes without a trace of fear or worry. She just lay in Su Yang's embrace and stretched out her hands to hug him, hugging him. The moment Chu Ling-er hugged him, the light in Su Yang's eyes grew even brighter. He looked at the huge arm that was about to land on his body and a cold smile appeared on his face. He shouted, "Profound Ice Divine Shield." Asterisk bang, asterisk with a loud sound, the Blood Sky Demon's huge arm smashed down on Su Yang and Chu Ling-er. Junior sister. When Qin Luo, Ming Ruofeng, Dong Chunghao, Rat Li, and Makaru Ice saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. A look of pity appeared on their faces. Ah! At this moment, Qin Luo suddenly let out a furious roar. Then, he quickly attacked the Blood Sky Demon with the 7 star steps. Then, the few of them almost went crazy. They roared and attacked the Blood Sky Demon's arm. Ow! At this moment, the Blood Sky Demon suddenly let out a low roar. The arm that was smashing down on Su Yang felt like it had been pricked by a needle. It hurriedly lifted it up and roared, waving it around. Waves after waves of huge energy storms swept out. Bang! Shu Li's body slowed down and was directly hit. He let out a wail and was sent flying. However, Shu Li's reaction was also very fast. The moment he was sent flying, a burst of flames condensed around his body. With a roar, his body was pulled back dozens of meters and landed on the ground. Under the powerful attack of the Blood Sky Demon, Qin Luo and the rest quickly retreated, dodging the attack. The strength of the Blood Sky Demon was definitely beyond their imagination. Although they were the elites of the East Palace, Qin Luo was even an elder of the entire Monster Palace. Unfortunately, they were powerless in the face of the powerful attack of the Blood Sky Demon. They all retreated and stood together. When they thought about the scene just now and thought that Chu Ling-er was probably dead, they felt sad for no reason. However, when they looked in Chu Ling-er's direction, a voice rang out. Everyone was stunned. They saw Su Yang hugging Chu Ling-er tightly. The two of them were emitting a bright light. Junior sister, junior sister. While they were stunned, they were even more excited. They hurriedly ran towards the two of them. If I can lie in this embrace for the rest of my life, wouldn't it be a kind of happiness? Chu Linga lay in Su Yang's embrace. She felt the heat of Su Yang's embrace. Her eyes were filled with confusion. She didn't care about life and death at all. She only hoped that time would always be frozen in this moment. At this moment, she heard Qin Luo and the others' shouts. Only then did Chu Ling come to her senses. When she saw a few people coming forward and looking at her hugging Su Yang, she immediately became bashful and hurriedly pushed Su Yang away. "Junior sister Chu, are you okay?" Qin Luo and the others asked in concern. "I'm fine." Chu Linga blushed again. Poochie, while everyone was concerned about Chu Linga, they neglected Su Yang. Su Yang, who was ignored by everyone, suddenly vomited blood and fell to the ground. Only then did everyone wake up. Su Yang. When Chu Linga saw Su Yang's appearance, she directly pounced on him. She grabbed his eyes and asked worriedly, "Junior brother Su Yang, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Su Yang looked at Chu Ling-er's caring gaze and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. When the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel sad. At the same time, they also remembered that Chu Linga seemed to have been saved by Su Yang. Su Yang saved her. Everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly because each of them was stronger than Su Yang. Why couldn't they save Chu Linga, a mere 7-meridian saint? Chapter 244. Qin Luo, Ming Ruofeng, Makaryu Ice, Dong Chunghao, and Rat Li were all arrogant in the East Palace. However, when they saw Chu Linga looking at Su Yang with such tender eyes, they felt a deep sense of jealousy and even envy. "Haha, you are indeed a perfect match." At this moment, Dong Chenghao suddenly let out a laugh. He stepped forward and patted Su Yang's shoulder, praising, "Su Yang, not bad, not bad. Although your strength is not good, but in this aspect, you are much stronger than us." When Su Yang and Chu Ling-er heard Dong Chenghao's words, a trace of shyness involuntarily flashed across their faces. Chu Linga was even more embarrassed. She looked at Dong Chunghao and said shyly, "Senior brother Dong Chunghao, what are you talking about?" "Ha ha ha." When Dong Chunghao heard Chu Linga's words, he laughed loudly again. He still maintained his optimistic and cynical smile. He looked at Qin Luo and the others, who were all gloomy, and said, "Others laugh at me for being crazy. I laugh at them for not being able to see through me. They keep fighting over me, but in the end, they all end up with nothing." When Qin Luo and the others heard Dong Chunghao's words, their faces couldn't help but darken. Qin Luo, in particular, had a sad expression. He looked at Su Yang and snorted, "All right, let's think about how to deal with this bloody sky demon." "Okay." Ming Ruofeng also nodded. Then, they all looked in the direction of the bloody sky demon. Chu Linga and Su Yang looked at each other, then stood up and pointed their swords at the bloody sky demon. This blood sky demon is rumored to be at the peak of the spiritual sea realm. I'm sure everyone has seen how powerful it is, so we can't let our guard down. Qin Luo looked at the bloody sky demon and analyzed. He then turned to look at Su Yang and said with a solemn expression, "Especially you, Su Yang. You're only a 7-meridian saint. Don't drag me down when I deal with the bloody sky demon." Su Yang looked at Qin Luo's expression, and the arrogance in his body could not help but surge. He was about to quibble with Qin Luo. But before he could finish speaking, Chu Linga defended him. "Senior Martial Brother Qin, what do you mean by being a burden? If it weren't for Junior Martial Brother Chu, I'm afraid I would have already died here." When Qin Luo heard Chu Linga's words, he snorted and did not say anything else. Instead, he glanced at the bloody sky demon and said, "I'm the strongest here. I'll hold the bloody sky demon back later. Makaryu Ice, Ming Ruofeng, the two of you attack from the left and right. Dong Chunghao, you and Rat Li work together with Makaryu Ice and Ming Ruofeng." "Okay." Although Qin Luo had always been gloomy, he was very good at leading. He was especially familiar with the strength of the people present. He also knew their abilities, so he quickly assigned them the task of dealing with the bloody sky demon together. The others did not object and nodded in agreement. However, Chu Linga and Su Yang were extremely dissatisfied with this arrangement. Su Yang looked at Qin Luo and asked, "Senior Martial Brother Qin, what about me?" "You." When Qin Luo heard Su Yang's words, a cold smile appeared on his face. Just protect junior sister Chu. I don't need anyone to protect me. Chu Linga knew that she was the one who had caused this. Now that she heard Qin Luo's arrangement, she could not help but shout angrily. However, Qin Luo did not care about her at all. He shouted, "Begin." Following that, Qin Luo wielded a treasure that looked like a golden bell and attacked the bloody sky demon. His speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. When Su Yang saw this, he was stunned. Even though he did not like Qin Luo, he could not help but admire Qin Luo's strength. No wonder he was addressed as senior martial brother. The moment Qin Luo struck, Makaryu Ice, Ming Ruofeng, and the others began to strike as well. The five of them worked together to attack the bloody sky demon. Even though the bloody sky demon was strong, it was not defeated because of the cooperation of the five of them. However, it was not that easy to defeat the bloody sky demon. When Chu Linga saw this, she wanted to help. However, she was held back by Su Yang. Junior martial brother Su. Chu Linga looked at Su Yang in confusion. Senior martial sister, let's leave these things to the men. Su Yang said as he took out the ghost howl sword and leaped up. When Chu Linga heard this, she couldn't help but be startled. Then, her face flushed red because she had misunderstood Su Yang's words. She looked at Su Yang with shyness in her eyes. The six of them attacked the bloody sky demon together. After more than an hour, the bloody sky demon's body was covered with wounds. When Qin Luo saw this, he shouted, "Senior martial brothers, hold on for a little longer. The bloody sky demon is about to die. Go." When Makaryu Ice saw this, he shouted as well. He waved the weapon in his hand. Instantly, countless frost exploded on the bloody sky demon's body. Dong Chunghao was not slow either. He held a short fan in his hand and swept it across. Immediately, a strong hurricane was formed. Like countless sharp blades, it attacked the bloody sky demon's body. Then, Ming Ruofeng followed. "Bastard, I'll let you see my new celestial phenomenon skill. Sun Glory." Ming Ruofeng let out a low roar. The artifact in his hand that looked like a judge's pen suddenly emitted a dazzling light and attacked the blood sky demon. Rat Li was not slow either. He smiled and said, "I'll let you see the special skill of my rat clan." While speaking, Shu Li's body suddenly shook, and his entire body smashed into the ground. With a loud bang, countless amounts of energy surged up from the ground, and the entire ground began to churn. When Su Yang saw the attack of the five people, he was stunned. He finally understood why Rat Li, a mere Emperor Tianxiong, could be ranked in the top 10. It turned out that he had such a special skill. Of course, not only did Su Yang understand Rat Li, he also understood how powerful Qin Luo and the others were. In that case, how can I, Su Yang, be willing to fall behind? When Su Yang saw the powerful attacks coming from the few of them, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Then, a bright light surged out from his body. 9 dragons soul stealing. Su Yang shouted, and a 7-colored light suddenly gathered on his body. The light expanded in all directions. Although its power was much weaker than the Emperors of Heaven phase, it did not have the slightest bit of disadvantage in terms of momentum. When they saw Su Yang's attack, they were stunned. Who is this kid? He's only a 7-meridian saint. How can he have such an amazing performance? While they were in a daze, they quickly regained their senses in the face of the powerful blood sky demon. Everyone, attack together. Qin Luo roared. Then, they quickly sacrificed their skills and clashed with the bloody sky demon. Bang! Countless loud bangs were heard. Then, countless energy exploded on the bloody sky demon's body. The powerful spiritual energy attacked. Awu, the bloody sky demon was in pain and immediately let out a miserable cry. Then, the bloody sky demon went berserk. It kept roaring and waving its limbs. Its huge tail kept sweeping. Bang! It hit the surrounding stone walls and exploded with loud bangs. Its entire body kept shaking. A huge force swept out and a powerful spiritual energy exploded in its blood. Bang! Several loud bangs were heard. Ah! Qin Luo, Su Yang, and the others screamed. Their bodies were thrown out by the bloody sky demon at the same time. Bang! Bang! They fell to the ground and laid there, wailing. It was as if their bodies were being torn apart. When Chu Linga saw this, her heart trembled. She hurriedly glanced at the bloody sky demon. Seeing that it was still roaring, she was relieved. She hurriedly went forward to check on their injuries. Unfortunately, she was alone and could not take care of them. She was so anxious that her face turned red. She stood where she was and stomped her feet. Junior Sister Chu, as an elder of the Monster Palace, I order you to take Su Yang and leave this place immediately. Just as Chu Linga was hesitating, Qin Luo, who had fallen to the ground, sat cross-legged and looked at Chu Linga sternly. What? When Chu Linga heard this, she could not help but be stunned. Not only her, but even Su Yang was stunned. He did not have a good impression of Qin Luo. Who would have thought that Qin Luo would ask him to leave at such a dangerous time? That's right, Junior Sister Chu. Quickly take Su Yang and leave this place. Before Chu Linga and Su Yang could react, Dong Chunghao, Makaryu Ice, Rat Li, and Ming Ruofeng also shouted. No! No! I can't leave. When Chu Linga heard their words, her eyes were already filled with tears. She kept shaking her head and said, I can't leave. I can't leave. At this moment, Su Yang also stood up and roared, That's right, I will never leave either. Mph, Su Yang, you are only a 7-meridian saint. You are just courting death here. Hurry up and get out of here. Qin Luo looked at Su Yang and sneered disdainfully. When Su Yang heard Qin Luo's words, he was also angry. Instead, he smiled and said, Although I, Su Yang, am weak, I am a man. A man naturally will not abandon his companions. Companions. When Qin Luo heard Su Yang's words, he could not help but smile coldly. Su Yang, oh Su Yang, who treats you as a companion? Don't be silly. Hurry up and leave. That's right, Su Yang. Hurry up and leave. Ming Ruofeng also shouted at this moment. I will never leave, Yi Zichen said. Su Yang said in a tone that was neither arrogant nor humble. There was a look of determination in his eyes. He sat down and began to use his cultivation method to recover his spiritual qi. He did not care about how Qin Luo and the others mocked and persuaded him. Su Yang did not move at all. His eyes were fixed on the bloody sky demon that was howling non-stop. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. At the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly. The strength of this bloody sky demon far exceeds the strength of the few of us. What should we do now? What should we do? Chapter 245. What should I do? Chu Linga looked at Su Yang and the others who were all injured. She looked at their uncomfortable expressions and looked at the bloodstains on their bodies. Her heart trembled because of guilt. Although the Blood Devil Cave was a training ground for the Tianxiong Divine Emperor, it was still a place of trial. However, the power of the Blood Devil Cave had always exceeded the imagination of the Sky Emperor. There were dangers everywhere, and even the Sea of Spirit Realm experts couldn't guarantee that they could escape unscathed. As the young palace master of the Monster Palace, Chu Linga was very familiar with the Blood Devil Cave. In the past, Chu Linga had never come to such a dangerous place to train. But this time, because of the grief of her mother's death, coupled with Su Yang's heartlessness, Chu Linga was disheartened. She didn't even consider the dangers of the Blood Demon Cave and entered it. In this pain, she entered the Blood Demon Cave and faced the endless blood demons. Chu Linga even had some hope of dying here. But now, there were so many people who were injured because of him. Coupled with the fact that Su Yang had risked his life to save her, Chu Linga regretted it. She really regretted it. She regretted entering this Blood Devil Cave. Looking at the injured appearance of Su Yang and the others, her eyes were already filled with tears. I'm sorry, senior brothers. It's Linga who has let you down. Chu Linga looked at Qin Luo and the others and cried. Hearing Chu Linga's sobbing, everyone was stunned. However, Qin Luo quickly reacted. Looking at Chu Linga's tear-stained eyes, he said with distress, Junior sister, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault at all. No, it's my fault. If I didn't come in here, you wouldn't have come in with me. The more Chu Linga spoke, the more emotional and sad she became. Qin Luo forcefully endured the injuries in his body when he saw this. He stood up and comforted her, Junior sister, it's not like that. Although the demonic blood cave is a dangerous place, it is impossible for us to fall into such danger with our strength. The bloody sky demon is the one that put me in danger. Since the bloody sky demon has appeared, even if it doesn't enter the bloody demon cave, it will still escape. When that happens, the monster palace will suffer even greater damage. Yes. Makaru Ice nodded when he saw that Chu Linga had calmed down a little after hearing Qin Luo's explanation. The bloody sky demon does not exist in the demonic blood cave. Therefore, junior sister, you cannot be blamed for this. Really? Chu Linga looked at them suspiciously. They all nodded and said, it's true. Oh. Chu Linga nodded slightly. Although the guilt in her heart had lessened a lot, looking at the injured appearance of these people, she still felt very sad. Roar! At this moment, the bloody sky demon suddenly let out a low growl. Qin Luo saw this and said hurriedly, Junior sister Chu, hurry up and get Su Yang out. The bloody sky demon is clearly injured after being attacked by us. It is using the blood demon and the blood water in the demonic blood cave to heal itself. Take this opportunity to leave quickly. No, I'm not leaving. Chu Linga said with determination when she heard Qin Luo's words. Yes, senior brother Qin, I'm not leaving. Su Yang also said with determination. Although he did not like Qin Luo, he could not abandon his companions and leave just like that. He, Su Yang, would definitely not do it. If you don't leave, are you all going to die here? Qin Luo shouted angrily when he heard Su Yang's words. He pointed at Su Yang and shouted, Su Yang, hurry up and get junior sister Chu to leave. As long as you leave, even if the bloody sky demon escapes, the combined strength of all the disciples in the monster palace will be enough to kill it. I'm not leaving. Su Yang completely ignored Qin Luo's words. He turned around and sat down cross-legged to heal himself. Qin Luo could not help but sigh when he saw this. He turned around and looked at Chu Linga. Seeing that Chu Linga was ignoring him, he felt helpless. He smiled bitterly and said, forget it, forget it. Since the two of you are not willing to leave, then heal yourselves. Let's have a fight with the bloody sky demon today. Okay. The few of them nodded at the same time. They did not waste any more time and sat down cross-legged to heal themselves. Chu Linga was not injured. Looking at them, she felt a pain in her heart. She wanted to fight the bloody sky demon alone, but Chu Linga knew that her meager power was nothing to the bloody sky demon. What can I do? What can I do? Chu Linga suddenly realized that she was useless. She was a top 10 disciple, and she was a sky emperor, but at this moment, she felt so useless. What can I do? What can I do? Chu Linga kept growling in her heart. Looking at their injuries, she suddenly thought of something. Oh right, I still can't comprehend my celestial phenomenon divine skill. Didn't I come to this blood devil cave today to comprehend my celestial phenomenon divine skill? I have never liked killing. If it's not killing, then why can't it be saving? As Chu Linga thought about it, her eyes suddenly shone with a bright light. The cultivation method in her body slowly moved. Her hands also started to move. As they moved, a bright light slowly surged on her arms. When this light burst out, it did not have the violent power. Instead, it had a trace of gentleness. Qin Luo and the others were stunned. They all turned around. 10,000 elephant skill, light of redemption. Right at this moment, Chu Linga suddenly shouted. Both of her hands danced in the air and the resplendent light immediately filled the entire devil blood cave, landing on Qin Luo, Su Yang, and the others. They immediately felt their bodies warming up. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. The light of redemption. It's the Wanxiang divine skill, the light of redemption. It's said to be a legendary light of redemption. I didn't expect it to appear on junior sister Chu. Everyone looked at Chu Linga with astonishment. They were all outstanding disciples of the monster palace. Naturally, they knew the classification of the 10,000 elephant skill. The 10,000 elephant skill was all-encompassing. Some could be cultivated through the divine skill books left behind by the ancestors. Of course, in addition to these divine skill books, one could also use one's own divine skill to comprehend the 10,000 elephant skill. Spiritual power was a violent thing. Therefore, even if a martial artist wanted to comprehend it, they could only comprehend offensive divine skills. For example, the Light of Redemption was a divine skill that only existed in legends. How could they have expected it to appear on Chu Ling-er's body? Brothers, quickly recover your strength. Junior sister Chu has comprehended the Light of Redemption. It can be said that we need to solve the problem. Under the illumination of this light, Qin Luo was the first to come to his senses. He said to the others, "Heal your wounds quickly and fight it out with this blood heaven demon. I don't believe that the few of us won't be able to deal with this mere beast." That's right. Ming Ruofeng and the others nodded in agreement at the same time, a bright light condensed in their eyes. In the past, the few of them had never interacted with each other. Every time they met, there was some disdain for each other's existence because they were all superior to others. But at this moment, there was not the slightest bit of grudge or estrangement because they knew that they were facing a common enemy. When Su Yang saw everyone's appearance, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He thought to himself, actually, I should choose to trust others more. While speaking, Su Yang's eyes suddenly surged with a bright light. The cultivation method in his body also started to circulate rapidly, quickly healing the injuries in his body. The 10,000 elephant skill could be said to be the ultimate skill of the celestial phenomenon realm. It consumed spiritual energy to begin with. Moreover, Chu Linga had just comprehended her own 10,000 elephant skill. When the Light of Redemption dissipated, she immediately sat on the ground, paralyzed. She looked at everyone with a pale face and said, "Senior brothers, I did my best." "That's enough, junior sister. That's enough." Qin Luo smiled slightly and stood up. He looked at the blood sky demon with killing intent in his eyes and shouted, "Brothers, no matter who it is, this blood sky demon must be killed today. Yes, we must kill it." Makaryu Ice and the others also shouted at the same time and stood up. Aowu, by then, the blood heaven demon had also recovered its strength. With a low roar, it took the initiative to attack them before they could do anything. Seeing this, Qin Luo hurriedly said, "Ming Ruofeng, Makaryu Ice, you two assist me. Rat Li, Dong Chunghao, and Su Yang, you three attack left and right. Today, we must kill this blood sky demon." "Yes." The few of them responded at the same time. Although they were facing the blood sky demon, whose strength was comparable to the peak of the spirit sea realm, there was no trace of fear on their faces. Their voices were sonorous and powerful. Hearing everyone's response, Qin Luo took the lead and attacked the blood sky demon. At the same time, Ming Ruofeng, Su Yang, and the others also began to move. Everyone unleashed their strongest attacks and attacked the blood sky demon. Aowu, seeing this, the blood sky demon let out a low roar. Its huge body suddenly jumped up and its huge tail swept towards the few of them. Peng, Rat Li was a bit slower and was directly hit by the tail. He was instantly sent flying. Qin Luo's face sank, but he quickly shouted, "Don't worry about it, attack its head." As he spoke, everyone leaped and took out their treasures to attack the blood sky demon's head. Aowu, when the blood sky demon saw their attacks, he raised his head and roared at the sky. His huge mouth suddenly opened, and a stream of smelly blood gushed out of his mouth like a torrent. The few of them didn't expect the blood sky demon to have such an attack. They couldn't dodge in time and were all hit by the blood. One by one, they were sent flying. The blood was accompanied by a scorching heat. The few of them couldn't help but let out a low roar in pain. Su Yang also sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. However, when he circulated his cultivation technique, he suddenly felt a familiar smell. Spirit Qi. Chapter 246. Su Yang was all too familiar with this feeling. This was the element that Su Yang needed every time he made a breakthrough. It was the spiritual energy that he could feel. When they first entered the demonic blood cave, Su Yang was worried about Chu Linga's safety, so he didn't think too much about it. Now, this familiar feeling came to him. Su Yang immediately became excited. He looked at the blood-red surroundings and smiled. This demonic blood cave is surrounded by a lot of blood. Isn't this the location of an ultimate expert? Since this is the location of an ultimate expert, Why can't it be turned into the element that I need to break through the holy veins? Su Yang said. He immediately activated his cultivation method and began to absorb the blood around him, turning it into spiritual energy. As he activated his cultivation method, the blood around him continued to flow into Su Yang's body. The pain that Qin Luo and the others felt from the blood slowly lessened. What's going on? The moment the pain lessened, Qin Luo was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned his head around and saw the blood continuously flowing into Su Yang's body. He seemed to have understood something and secretly said in his heart, "This Su Yang is indeed a genius. He can actually absorb the blood and turn it into spiritual qi. No wonder Chu Wangfei chose him." Qin Luo couldn't help but feel jealous as he thought to himself. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I, Qin Luo, have served the Monster Palace all my life. Unfortunately, I can't beat a disciple who just joined the Monster Palace." Qin Luo smiled bitterly and looked at Chu Linga. He saw that Chu Linga's eyes were always on Su Yang. He smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Forget it. Even Linga didn't choose me. What else do I, Qin Luo, want in this life? Why don't I fulfill Su Yang's wish? Qin Luo's eyes were filled with sadness as he thought about it. He had sacrificed so much for the Monster Palace. In the end, what did he get in return? It was worthless. He couldn't even pursue the woman he loved. What was the point of living? What's the point? Qin Luo roared in his heart. He reached out and wiped away the tears that no one noticed. At the same time, he jumped up and shouted, "Dong Chunghao, Makaryu Ice, Ming Ruofeng, Rat Li, as an elder of the Monster Palace, I order you to protect Su Yang with all your strength." Qin Luo didn't wait for Dong Chunghao, Makaryu Ice, and the others to react. He leaped toward the Blood Sky Demon alone. When Makaryu Ice and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but be stunned. Dong Chunghao shouted excitedly, "Qin Luo, you're crazy. Ha ha ha, Dong Chunghao, I, Qin Luo, don't need anyone to ask me what I do." When Qin Luo heard Dong Chunghao's words, he suddenly laughed. There was no trace of fear in his eyes as he looked at the Blood Sky Demon. Holding his Dharma treasure in his hand, his eyes shone brightly. He shouted, "Dong Chunghao, all of you must protect Su Yang with all your heart. Do you understand? Qin Luo, what are you trying to do?" This time, not only Dong Chunghao, but also Ming Ruofeng, who was usually quiet, looked at Qin Luo and asked in confusion. "You'll understand in a moment." As Qin Luo spoke, sorrow flashed through his eyes. When he looked at Chu Ling-er, there was even a faint reluctance to part. Chu Ling-er was stunned when she saw Qin Luo's gaze. In the Eastern Palace, Chu Ling-er was as beautiful as a flower and was also the young palace master of the Eastern Palace. Among the disciples, even some men who didn't have any feelings for her were wary of her status. Moreover, all the disciples were supporting her. Growing up in the Eastern Palace, she had always been carefree. She had always been on good terms with her senior and junior brothers. She had never thought about love until Su Yang appeared. Until she saw Lu Lan and Su Yang hugging and kissing. The pain in her heart had awakened Chu Ling-er's love and made her understand what love was. Now, looking at Qin Luo's eyes, Chu Ling-er didn't know why she felt sad. She looked at Qin Luo and shouted, "Qin Luo, senior brother, why are you doing this?" When Qin Luo heard Chu Ling-er's words, a smile immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. He replied, "Ling-er, I know that you like junior brother Su Yang. The strength of this Blood Sky Demon far exceeds our imagination. I can only perish with it." "What?" When Qin Luo said this, everyone was stunned. Even Su Yang, who was absorbing spiritual energy, was stunned. He hurriedly opened his eyes and shouted, "Qin Luo, why are you doing this? You are an elder of the Monster Palace." "Elder?" Qin Luo smiled bitterly and said, "Su Yang, with you, the palace master of the Monster Palace, the Monster Palace will definitely reach the peak. As an elder, it is an honor for me to sacrifice myself for the Monster Palace." "What? The palace master of the Monster Palace?" Dong Chunghao and the others were stunned. When they looked at Su Yang, they were even more surprised. However, they only paused for a moment before looking at Qin Luo and shouting, "Qin Luo, What nonsense are you talking about? When Qin Luo heard their questions, he immediately laughed. What do you know? This blood sky demon wasn't actually eliminated 100 years ago. Palace Master Chu only sealed it. Now that the blood sky demon has reappeared, it's obvious that Palace Master Chu has been killed. I had my suspicions before. It wasn't until the blood sky demon appeared that I could confirm that Palace Master Chu has fallen. How is this possible? Dong Chunghao and the others frowned. Their faces were full of surprise. They couldn't believe what Qin Luo said. Seeing that they didn't believe him, Qin Luo smiled and asked Su Yang, "Su Yang, you should know what I'm talking about better than I do." The moment these words came out, everyone cast their gazes towards Su Yang. Su Yang looked at everyone's eyes and smiled bitterly. The fall of Princess Chu was definitely a secret. He didn't expect Qin Luo to know about it. Looking at Dong Chunghao and the others, Su Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Forget it, forget it. I can't protect the monster palace with my strength alone. Since these people are here today, I'll make it clear to them. If they want to betray me, then I'll let it go. Su Yang thought to himself. Then, he looked at Dong Chunghao and the others, who were full of surprise. He said slowly, "That's right. What Qin Luo said is true. Palace Master Chu has fallen. How is this possible? How could Palace Master Chu have fallen?" When Dong Chunghao and the others heard Su Yang's words, their surprise turned into shock. In their eyes, Princess Chu was a supreme existence. They couldn't believe that the Princess of Chu would fall one day. Su Yang knew that they didn't believe it either. Now, Su Yang chose to believe that they were working for the Monster Palace. He didn't hide anything from them and told them everything that had happened that day. Su Yang didn't even hide the fact that he had become the palace master of the Monster Palace. After listening to Su Yang, Qin Luo smiled. Su Yang, I, Qin Luo, have worked for the Monster Palace all my life. I don't ask for anything. Since you've taken over the position of Monster Palace, I only hope that you can lead the Monster Palace to a new peak. This is my lifelong wish. When Qin Luo said this, his whole body suddenly exuded a strong spiritual power. Suddenly, his body became huge and turned into a blue light. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Bang! But before they could react, there was a loud explosion and a black hole appeared in the cave. Roar! At the same time, the blood sky devil demon roared. Then, Qin Luo turned into a blue light and rushed toward the blood sky devil demon like lightning. He was forced into the black hole. Roar! The blood sky demon continued to roar under the pressure of the blue light emitted by Qin Luo. His entire body twitched continuously. At this moment, Qin Luo's voice came, "Su Yang, hurry up and absorb the blood water around you. Once the blood water here is used up, the blood sky devil demon's strength will decrease. Then, I can take it into the black hole and make it disappear from this world forever." Disappear from this world. Su Yang looked at the blue light emitted by Qin Luo and suddenly thought of something. He quickly shouted, "Qin Luo, don't, Su Yang, if you don't want everyone to die here, hurry up." The blue light emitted an angry roar. When Su Yang heard this voice, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Maybe he didn't know much about the Monster Palace in the past. But because of the Princess of Chu's memories, he had a deeper understanding of the Monster Palace. It could be said that Su Yang knew everything about the Monster Palace. Since he knew, Su Yang naturally knew what this blue light represented. This was Qin Luo, the Qin family, Qin Luo's real body, the void blue Jiao dragon, a special skill. Distorting space and creating a void. This was the Qin family's strongest skill. But with Qin Luo's current strength, he couldn't really use the skill to distort space and create a void. So, he chose to pay with his life. The price of his life. When Su Yang thought about it, his heart sank. He didn't have a good impression of Qin Luo, but he didn't expect that Qin Luo would be willing to pay such a huge price for the Monster Palace and Chu Linga. Su Yang, when the blue light looked back and saw that Su Yang was still in a daze, it immediately roared again. Su Yang's whole body shook. He clenched his fists, and a mournful look appeared in his eyes. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the blood around him. Mingru Orfeng, Makariu Ice, Dong Chunghao, And Rat Li clearly knew what it meant for Qin Luo to become a blue light. Su Yang, hurry up and absorb the blood. We'll help you block the blood sky evil demon. Dong Chunghao said to Su Yang and took the lead to help Qin Luo block the blood sky evil demon. Although the others didn't say anything, they didn't hesitate to help. Su Yang was even more moved when he saw this. He quickly activated the skill in his body.